Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV audiobook channel, Shadow Slave, Chapter 2249, Depths of Despair. Not long before that, Sid fell to the ground, blood pouring down the torn, bent metal of her breastplate. It was flowing out of her mouth as well, but she was more concerned about the armor the memory was on its last breath, ready to collapse into a rain of sparks. It was a shame, too, because the charming enchanter, Master Sunless, had personally improved it for her. More importantly, she was wearing very little under the armor. Becoming one of the queen's dead puppets would already be bad enough, but shambling around the battlefield both dead and while wearing nothing but her underwear seemed simply mortifying. Ah, that'd be embarrassing. She reached for her sword and looked up, knowing full well that she would not escape the nightmare creature that had thrown her to the ground. The towering beast loomed above her, foamy saliva flowing between its rotting fangs. Before it could bite down, however, a slender figure in a tattered red dress appeared between Sid and the abomination, stubbornly holding her ground. The wavy dagger in her hand seemed like a toy compared to the immense size of the appalling creature. "Felice, you fool. Was she hell-bent on dying together?" Sid finally grasped the hilt of her sword, wondering if she would be able to stand up. The two of them were probably finished. They would make for a couple of lovely corpses, though. So there was a bright side to anything. Using the sword as a cane, Sid groaned and rose to her feet. Some distance away, Ray and Fleur were desperately trying to survive in the sea of abominations. They had lost Ronnie and Tamar in the chaos of the battle a while ago, and the nightmare creatures around them were not something a couple of awakened could fight. Ray had thought about trying to escape by hiding himself, but he could not take Fleur with him and he would not abandon her either, so the two of them were barely staying alive. Staying alive for now. At some point they found themselves protecting the backs of two unfamiliar masters, judging by their age and armor. The masters seemed to be legacies from the Sword Army side. Neither of the young knights was in good shape, but one of them seemed barely alive, bleeding profusely from a deep cut on his head, mumbling nonsense and asking for mercy. "Hey, Mercy, you saw it, right?" The other master grabbed his friend and pulled him back, saving the young man from the claws of a hideous abomination. "Saw what?" The bleeding knight somehow managed to behead the nightmare creature and staggered upright. That vulgar scoundrel, that profligate lecher, Master Sunless. He's the Lord of Shadows. I knew it. I told you. He has been deceiving Lady Nephis this whole time, the sinister rake. The other knight, Mercy, looked at him with concern. "Were you hit on the head, Tristan?" "Wait, don't answer that. You were." "Anyway, there is no way." Tristan shook his head, paying no attention to the blood streaming down his face. No, I saw it clearly." "He is." At that moment, Fleur let out a scream and fell. Ray swayed, too, suddenly finding it hard to breathe. A terrifying, maddening presence enveloped their minds, and a new nightmare creature appeared in front of them. This one more dreadful than all the rest. A great one. Mercy paled, and Tristan raised his sword weakly. Neither stood a chance in the battle against a great abomination, especially not wounded and exhausted as they were. But what else could they do? Simply moving under the gaze of the terrifying being was a difficult task. While the being could obliterate the four of them in one move, all hope seemed lost until something massive suddenly fell from the sky, flattening the great nightmare creature. It was— Ray blinked, doubting his eyes. It was a quaint brick cottage with glass windows and a wooden porch. Huh. The bloodied nightmare creature stirred beneath the cottage, sharp pieces of bone protruding through its hide. Before it could escape, though, a terrifying maw opened in the middle of the brick wall, and the cottage bit down on the great one, tearing its head off with countless sharp fangs. What? Ray, Fleur, Mercy, and Tristan froze, staring at the terrifying cottage with stunned expressions. For a moment they even forgot about the sea of abominations surrounding them. It was then that the door of the cottage opened, and a petite young woman appeared on the porch, floating a few centimeters above the wooden boards. She looked at them with a pale face, and then shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get inside if you want to live, fools." Ray stared at the petite floating beauty for a moment, then looked behind her and shuddered at the morbid scene. The spacious room on the other side of the door was littered with bodies, Blood smeared across the floor. It was like the belly of an insatiable man-eating monster. He was terrified. What a bizarre abomination! Most chillingly of all, some bodies were still moving, suggesting that they had been swallowed whole. No, wait. Those weren't bodies. They were dozens of injured soldiers, slumped on the floor in exhaustion and treating their wounds. Ray lingered for a moment, then he grabbed Fleur into a princess carry and jumped onto the porch. Ah, whatever, I don't care. The 2 dazed masters dawdled a little, then followed while muttering curses with shaky voices. Somewhere else, Rain was fighting side by side with Tamar and the Feather Knight, whose name was Telly, apparently. Things were not going great for the two great armies, and they were not going great for the three of them either, especially for Rain, who felt suffocated by her inability to kill. And yet she could sense it. The nameless feelings swelling in her chest, becoming clearer and clearer. It was her awakening aspect. It felt as if a seal placed on her soul was slowly crumbling, ready to collapse entirely. The terror of the calamitous battle, the pain and indignation she felt while witnessing all this senseless destruction, the desperate desire to prevent all these lives from being wasted. Perhaps all she had to unseal her aspect was find the name for the emotion she felt, but the correct words were not coming, as if they did not exist in human language. And the three of them were on the verge of being destroyed themselves. A hulking monstrosity had just torn an ascended knight apart and was now barreling toward them, frenzy burning in its bloodshot eyes. Rain paled and raised her tachi, knowing that its blade would not even be able to cut the monster's hide. In the next moment, however, a fearsome figure of silvery black steel appeared from the darkness, its eyes blazing with infernal red flames. 4 clawed hands reached for the charging abomination, piercing its body and raising the massive creature into the air. Then, with a revolting squelch, the nightmare creature was torn into 4 bleeding pieces. As blood flowed onto the 4-armed fiend's dark carapace and evaporated, it turned its fiery gaze down and stared directly at Rain. The fiend's hellish maw opened and a grating voice resounded from within, addressing her, "Protect Auntie." Rain blinked. Huh? Auntie? Me? She stared at the towering fiend, stunned. But she was barely 21, chapter 2250, Flames of Hope. The nightmare creature was about to finish off Felice, whose dress was soaked with blood by then, and Sid was not swift enough anymore to stop it. It was then that a soft radiance suddenly illuminated the darkness, chasing it away. Sid's heart raced. Lady Nephis, was she close? No. The last she had caught a glimpse of her, changing star was disappearing into the black sky, too far away to heal the dying soldiers with her soothing flames. But there was no mistaking it. Sid knew this feeling well, having relied on it to stay alive for many years across numerous battlefields. Granted, the warmth spreading through her body, washing away the pain, was far more potent than usual. Her wounds were healing much faster than they usually did when bathed in the gentle white flame. That was not all, either. There was a soft radiance glowing beneath Sid's skin, and she felt powerful, invigorated. She was brimming with power, her exhaustion gone. It was as if her body, which had already been at the pinnacle of what an ascended could achieve, grew twice as strong. Even her soul felt empowered by the white radiance. Thank the gods. Activating her aspect abilities one after another, Sid rammed the abomination with her shoulder and sent it flying back. Felice turning to look at the handmaiden, Sid could not help but grin. Felice was emanating the same soft radiance, and her wounds were healing as well. No, it was not just Felice. It was everyone. All around them, hundreds of soldiers, both of the song and the sword domain, not that there was a difference anymore, were being nurtured by the pure white flames. Their wounds were healing, and their power grew. And further away it was the same. Sid's eyes widened. How? Before, Lady Nephis could only bestow the gift of her flames to her most loyal followers, and only if they were close to her. She had developed that ability over the years, increasing its range and potency until she could heal entire swathes of the battlefield, thousands of soldiers at the same time. But now it was not just thousands, it was hundreds of thousands. The entire vast mass of the 2 great armies was being healed and empowered, while Lady Nephis was nowhere in sight. But even without seeing her, People knew who had saved them. Voices rose here and there, full of gratitude, relief, and hope. Changing Star! It's Lady Changing Star! Immortal Flame is with us! Sitting among the wounded soldiers that the petite fairy had rescued with the help of her terrifying cottage, Ray suddenly flinched. What the? The interior of the cottage was suddenly much brighter than it had been before. All around him, people were glowing. He was glowing too. A familiar warmth filled his body, and the scrapes he had received during the battle disappeared without a trace. The same thing was happening to Fleur and the two-sword army masters that had helped them survive. In fact, the only person who wasn't shining with a soft radiance was their fairy hostess, who floated in the air with a confused expression on her impishly pretty face. Ray recognized this feeling. It was the same warmth he had felt while being healed by Lady Nephis. Outside the window, the soldiers of the two great armies were all being mended by the white flames, descending upon the sea of nightmare creatures with renewed vigor. One of the two-sword army masters was the first one to stand up, summoning his sword and pointing to the door with a determined expression. "My fair lady, the benevolent mistress of the cottage, I, Tristan of Aegis Rose, am eternally grateful for your kindness. However, my honor compels me to rejoin the battle now that my wounds have been healed. Please command your cottage to open its door." Ray and Fleur exchanged glances. Ronnie and Tamar were still out there, somewhere fighting for their lives. Master Tristan must not have recovered from the blow to his head yet, considering his bizarre manner of speech, but the gist of what he had said was right. They could not hide away while their comrades were fighting and dying out there on the bloody battlefield. When Fleur nodded subtly, Ray sighed and rose to his feet. The rest of the soldiers slowly stood up as well. They turned to the hostess of the monstrous cottage and waited. Their eyes were full of somber resolve. The petite fairy looked at them strangely. There was a pause, and then she said, "The door has a handle, you know. You can just open it yourself." Rain stumbled and looked at Tamar with wide eyes. It was not every day that she saw her friend glowing softly with a beautiful white radiance, as if she was a celestial being. No, wait. Why was the Feather Knight glowing as well? Why was everyone? Everyone except for Rain herself and the towering steel fiend that was. Their wounds were healing in front of her eyes, and their movements had turned swifter, the bite of their blades deeper. For a few moments, the nightmare creatures were actually pushed back. Rain remained still for a moment. "It has to be Nephis, right?" Her head turned, and she stared into the distance, at the grotesque, harrowing, beautiful creature that towered above the shattered battlefield like a mountain, Queen Song. Just as Rain looked at her, a fiery white meteor suddenly pierced the darkness of the black sky and crashed into the towering figure of the Queen, causing a titanic explosion to shake the entire world. That was Changing Star, returning from the heavens. But there was something different about her now. Rain could not see from the distance, however. She knew one thing. The Queen actually staggered from the blow despite not having been bothered by any attack before. Wait. A moment later, Rain forgot all about Queen Song, and about Changing Star as well. It was because she sensed something that made her hair stand on end. She sensed the shadows all across the battlefield growing deeper, darker, and infinitely colder than before. As the great armies bathed in the warmth of the white flames, a sudden chill spread across the battlefield as if death itself had let out a frigid breath. And then the shadows moved. Chapter 2251, Supreme Shadow. A sudden chill spread across the battlefield, and a moment later, the darkness that had been pushed back by the sea of soft radiance seemed to grow deeper and darker, consuming the pure white light. Far away from where Rain was shivering in the cold, the King of Swords stood above a fearsome black mask that lay on the ground. The merciless sunlight was pouring from the torn veil of clouds, and so he remained motionless, his sword still reaching toward the enemy who had turned to ash. His face was expressionless, but there was a hint of unease in his steely gray eyes. The Lord of Shadows was gone, killed not by an enemy's blade but by his own blade, and yet his shadow remained. The disembodied shadow was a strange sight to behold, but it was the mask that made the king wary. Laying atop the forlorn shadow, the fearsome Mox stared back at him. impenetrable darkness nestling in its eyes, and then it trembled. Almost at the same time, the blinding radiance of the incandescent white abyss dimmed. The veil of clouds repaired itself, and the space he had severed was mended as well. Anvil was suddenly surrounded by cold darkness. The fearsome black mask rose into the air, the shadow of his slain enemy rising with it, taking shape until it turned into a familiar figure. The Lord of Shadows looked at the King of Swords coldly, as good as new. Anvil seemed rattled for the first time in many, many years. Impossible. It was not that his enemy seemed to have come back to life after being burned to ash by the merciless sky of Godgrave. Was that his subtle but chilling presence had somehow grown vastly more powerful, now dwarfing even Anvil's own. The mask dissolved into shadows, revealing a handsome pale face. There was a sinister smile on the young man's lips, but his black eyes remained bitingly cold. Smiling darkly, Sunny looked at Anvin. "Oh, but it is possible, King of Swords." He raised a hand-commanding serpent to assume the form of a black odachi and inhaled the sweet air of the world of the living with a full chest. He felt incredible. His body brimmed with ferocious power, more power than he had ever felt before. The difference between a supreme physique and a transcendent physique was not as vast as one between a saint and a master, but it was still substantial. The other changes that he had undergone were profound enough to make up for the relative modesty of his physical evolution. He was still making sense of some of them, but other differences were quite apparent. First of all, there was the quality of his essence. It had become far more potent, overflowing with an unfathomable amount of cold, fearsome power. Second, there was the quantity of his essence. In short, it felt endless. Sunny possessed 7 cores and soul weave, so the rate at which he replenished essence had always been abnormally swift. That rate had further improved now that he was supreme, but it was not the main reason why his reserves of essence seemed inexhaustible. Rather, it was because of the way he absorbed spirit essence. Before, Sunny could passively absorb small quantities of it when surrounded by his source element, but now he was receiving a constant flow of it from his domain, from every silent shadow resting in his soul. His connection to the silent shadows had deepened and evolved, and since there were tens of thousands of them, the influx of essence from the shadows made it almost impossible for him to exhaust it. In other words, a sovereign had access to a nearly limitless amount of soul essence for as long as they were in their domain. That explained a lot about how Anvil and Ki Song were able to wield their incredible powers, as well as some of their actions during the war. But Sunny was not like them. He was quite special. In fact, he was unique, because unlike other Supremes, he carried his domain within his soul. Therefore, his domain was self-contained and would be with him wherever he went. He did not need citadels to make it stronger. He did not need loyal followers and the faith of the people either. All he needed was to collect the shadows of living beings by slaying them. What a frightening proposition! Sunny was scared to even imagine such power in the hands of someone who was not as reliably sane and mentally stable as he was. The most drastic change, of course, was his will. It had become a far more tangible force now, as well as far more forceful. Sunny had known how to wield it before, but it was only after he clashed with Anvil and observed him using the will as a weapon that he truly understood how to control it. How to bend the world to his will. It would take him some time to truly master that skill, of course, as well as incorporate it into his combat technique, but he already knew enough to make use of it in a battle. There were quite a few changes of a lesser scale, too. The onyx mantle, for example, was not onyx anymore. His armor was still black, but the texture of its polished surface had changed, becoming even darker, even smoother, almost flawless. It had assumed a noble, somewhat eerie quality, as if carved from black jade. The onyx mantle had evolved as well, becoming the jade mantle. Oh, and of course, the very nature of his soul had changed. The soul of an ascended was contained within their body. The soul of a transcended expanded beyond the body, partially fusing with the world. The vast soul of a supreme, meanwhile, could be freely unleashed upon the world via the medium of a domain, subjugating it. That was the fundamental principle of what a domain was to begin with. And so, looking at Anvil, Sunny unleashed his soul. He manifested his domain. And as he did, the shadows across the fractured battlefield moved. Chapter 2252, Sovereign of Death, far away. An incandescent star fell from the dark sky, and a colossal explosion of white flame enveloped the dreadful figure of the queen. The two unified great armies shone with beautiful light, pushing the flood of nightmare creatures back for a few short moments. The wounded were healed, and the morale of those who had almost lost hope was bolstered. Sunny smiled. Nephis had succeeded as well. A profound relief flooded his heart. As much as Sunny had steeled it to accept the possibility that numerous people would die as a result of their rebellion, consumed by the nightmare spell, he was incredibly relieved to know that the worst had not come to pass. Their plan had worked. Both Sunny and Nephis had become supreme. In fact, the two of them seemed to have attained supremacy at the same time. Nephis was already helping the two unified armies, so it was only proper for him to lend a hand as well. Sunny allowed one of his shadows to separate itself from his body and dart away. Now that he was supreme, each of his shadows was deep and vast like an ocean. A few seconds later, the shadow reached its destination and opened like a gate that led to the tranquil depths of his lightless soul. "Come forth, my shadows," Sunny laughed. "Look closely, King of Swords. Look and see why war can never triumph over death." As his words echoed in the darkness, a cold wind blew across the battlefield, as though death itself had let out a frigid breath. The shadows moved, and dark figures slowly rose from them like an inky black sea. There were a myriad of them. Some were small, some were enormous, some were weak, some were immensely powerful, some were human, while most were monstrous. The army of shadows had left the peaceful stillness of his soul and entered the real world, flowing across the surface of the ancient bone in eerie silence. The shadow of Mountain King was among them. There was a legion of nightmare creatures of the forgotten shore, led by the appalling spire messenger and the forsaken knight of the ruined cathedral, and a few sleepers of the bright castle as well, led by the shadows of Horus, Castor, and the lost companions of the first Bright Lord. The shadow of the soul-devouring tree towered above the battlefield, its enormous branches swaying in the wind. There was a legion of abominations from the Chained Isles, too, led by the shadows of the War Maidens and the twin shadows of Solvane. The Barrow Wraiths Sunny had once slain while defending Rain's school from a nightmare gate were there as well. The largest legion by far was the nightmare creatures Sunny had slain in Antarctica. Fallen Titan Goliath was among them, as well as Winter Beast. There was also the defiled Seeker of Truth, the remnant of the Jade Queen, Sibyl of the Fallen Grace, the shadows of Knight Amaran and Saint Dara Fang were there too. There were dreadful abominations of the Tomb of Ariel there as well. The shadows of King Daron and Windflower led them, standing side by side under the sky of the Dream Realm once again. There were the shadows of various nightmare creatures he had killed while wandering the Dream Realm, forgotten by everyone. Lastly, there was a vast legion of powerful nightmare creatures whom Sunny had slain here in Godgrave. The 6 saints of the Song army he had killed were among them too, led by the giant with the head of a jackal. And at the head of the Shadow army, serving as its general, a taciturn knight in an intricate onyx armor, sat atop a tenebrous steed, her graceful figure shrouded by a mantle of dread and darkness. The only shadow that refused to answer Sunny's call was the shadow of condemnation, which remained quietly in his soul. The rest of them, however, stirred as Saint raised her black sword. Sunny smiled viciously and looked at Anvil. "Kill them all." Saint pointed her sword forward, and the sea of silent shadows surged. As it flowed forward in eerie silence, it separated into 3 forces. One of the 3 forces came to the rescue of the human armies. Nephis had already bestowed the power of her radiant domain upon the desperate soldiers, but now countless shadows joined the fight, obliterating the nightmare creatures of the abominable jungle. And with each creature they killed, a new shadow appeared on the surface of the dark lake within Sunny's soul, escaping it moments later to join the battle on his side. The second force descended upon the puppets of the Queen, aiming to annihilate them all. The third force clashed with the remnants of the storm of flying swords, destroying them one after another. Looking at it, Sunny could not help but shiver. Even he was a little afraid of his newfound power. His power just seemed exponentially terrifying. It was like death itself, but maybe that was what it meant, to be a sovereign, especially a sovereign carrying the power of a divine aspect. and he had no doubt that the dream realm hid many horrors that could put even his terrible power to shame. Horrors that could break him, let alone stop him. As his shadow legions were reaping lives and destroying the forces of the king and the queen, Sunny turned to Anvil with a pleased smile. Not bad for a rookie sovereign, don't you think? Anvil just stared at him coldly, a hint of unease in his gray eyes. Natural supremacy? That is impossible. How did you? Sunny chuckled. Well, if you wish to know. He took a step forward. I traveled to the very edge of the dream realm, scaled the jagged peaks of the hollow mountains, descended to a land below the underworld to seek counsel from the corpse of a forgotten godslayer, killed the shadow of a corrupted god, forged a blessed sword for an incorruptible soul, cheated death by taking my own life, and survived. Then he looked at Anvil with dark fury and added in a low voice, "But mostly I just really wanted to kill you. I guess you just pissed me off that badly, Anvil." Grasping the hilt of his odachi, Sunny pointed it at the King of Sword. "So prepare to die, bastard." Chapter 2253, Reversal. Even if Anvil had been rattled by the shocking turn of events, he did not allow himself to stay in that state for more than a few seconds. After all, he had come to this battlefield to fight a sovereign. It did not matter much to him whether he had to fight Ki Song or the Lord of Shadows. There was a lot Sunny had to adjust to, however. The fractured bone plane shuddered as he pushed against it with his foot. His newly found power was too vast, too tyrannical. Underestimating his own speed, Sunny failed to align his sword properly and missed Anvil entirely, crashing into him instead of beheading him with one clean, ruthless strike. Their clash caused a shockwave to tear the world apart, and Anvil was thrown dozens of meters back. The impact was truly terrible. Sunny looked down at his armor, expecting to see fractures marring the smooth surface of the jet-black jade. However, to his surprise, the mantle was entirely intact. It was Anvil's impenetrable armor that dented instead. A vicious smile twisted Sunny's lips. "You must have worked quite hard to forge this supreme suit of armor." A split second later, he was already upon Anvil, slashing down with his black odachi. His speed was so great that it seemed as if Sunny was blinking in and out of existence instead of moving across the weathered bone. Anvil still managed to deflect the blow, though, staggering back as a result. Sunny smiled. "I bought my armor from a sleeper for a fistful of soul shards." Behind the smile, however, he was a little wary. Serpent's class depended on Sunny's own, but its rank depended on his mastery of shadow dance. So it was still a transcendent titan despite Sunny already being a supreme one. Anvil's condemning sword, though, was sacred. If Sunny was not careful, his shadow could be destroyed. So he allowed 3 of his shadows to flow down his arms and envelop Serpent, instead augmenting both its power and its resilience. It was only then that Sunny considered his current state. His original body had been destroyed, so only the 7 incarnations remained. It was a strange reversal. Before, he had been a human who needed to spend essence in order to turn into a shadow, but now being a shadow was his natural state. Instead, he needed to spend essence to assume the shape of a human. The expenditure was minuscule compared to the unfathomable rate with which he replenished essence, but it was still a curious fact. In any case, one of his shadows was serving as a gate for the Silent Legion. 3 were augmenting Serpent, and 3 were serving as his body now, which meant that he was still 3 times stronger than Anvil, more so, really, since the Shadow Realm fragment was empowering him. The King of Swords stood no chance. It was as if their roles had been reversed. Sensing the gap but remaining indifferent to it, Anvil grasped the hilt of his sacred sword with both hands and looked at Sunny somberly. "You talk too much." Sunny grinned as he raised the black odachi. "That's because I have a lot to say." They clashed once again, moving with stunning speed. This time, Anvil was the one to lash out with his sword, empowering his attack with razor-sharp will, just like he had done before to cut Sunny's courage, determination, and hope. However, this time his cold will clashed with Sunny's own, and although Sunny was new to wielding his will in a battle, he managed to resist Anvil's ruthless strike unscathed. His grin widened. "Now then, let me get a few things off my chest." As the smile disappeared from his face, replaced by a chillingly cold expression, he exploded into a whirlwind of darkness. The clangor of steel roared above the fractured bone plane, and the ancient bone itself groaned, huge chunks of it plummeting into the black smoke veiling the burning hollows below. Sunny unleashed a barrage of strikes upon Anvil, suppressing him and pushing him back. Where should I start? He cut down, used the momentum of his deflected attack to close in, and rammed the King of Swords with his shoulder. Anvil let out a pained grunt. First of all, you are a rotten bastard. Even worse, you are also an utter fool. Did you really think that strangling your heart and turning yourself into an emotionless tyrant would save you from the curse of your flaw? That you would not lose anything if you did not care about anything? Anvil caught the black blade of the serpentine Odachi in a bind, but Sunny lowered his hands and easily overpowered him, circling the sacred sword and pushing his own up. Anvil leaned back at the last moment, but a long cut was still left on his cheek, swelling with blood. That is the entire reason you lost everything, you vile fool. If you were not such a sorry excuse of a father, your children would not have grown to despise you. And if you were not such a failure as a ruler, your subjects would not have turned their back on you. All of this mess is your doing. One foolish man has almost destroyed the world. Bastard, are you proud of yourself? Anvil did not respond, straining to survive in the onslaught of lethal attacks. Maybe engaging in a conversation was a luxury he could not afford at the moment. Perhaps he simply did not care. His cold gray eyes were calm and focused. Sunny snarled, thrusting his Odachi forward to destroy one of the red runes glowing on the surface of Anvil's armor. Secondly, damn, where do I even begin? Stifling humanity's growth to prevent more gates from opening. Suppressing and eliminating our most talented warriors to stop them from becoming saints. Abandoning billions of people to die because trying to save everyone seemed less likely to succeed? Starting a bloody damn war against fellow humans instead of aiming your precious swords at the nightmare creatures? You scum, that was your grand strategy? That was the best you could do? He growled and took a step forward instead of taking a step back to avoid the falling blade of Anvil's sword. Catching it on his Odachi, Sunny pulled both blades downward and slammed his elbow into Anvil's face, feeling with great satisfaction something give under his titanic blow. As Anvil staggered back once more, blood flowing from his nose, Sunny looked at him with murderous madness burning in his black, terrifying eyes. And lastly, he aimed his Odachi at Anvil's heart. Bastard, what nonsense were you spouting about forging Nephis into a flawless sword? How fucking unhinged are you, you piece of trash? Come on, say it again, I dare you. Say it one last time before I pull your tongue out, cut it, and then feed it back to you. I'm listening. The black Odachi lashed out once again, throwing Anvil to his knees. Bloodied and reeling, the King of Swords looked up at Sunny and smiled. Chapter 2254, Spirit of Flame. Their clash had been swift but violent. However, it was also a bit one-sided, which left Sunny wanting more. Well, there was no helping it, as much as he would have wanted to break the King of Swords slowly. Now that he was a supreme, the imbalance of power between them was simply too great. It was not only because Sunny was a supreme titan while Anvil was a supreme beast, or because of the fact that Sunny wielded a divine aspect, it was also due to the fact that Anvil's powers were both undermined and severely suppressed. His aspect was one of a craftsman and enchanter, as well, only loosely tied to combat. Anvil's armor and sword had flared with various potent enchantments while they fought, but Sunny was powerful and resilient enough to shrug the effects off. It was almost like Anvil's own strategy during the war. Nothing was of use in the face of overwhelming strength, and there were 6 incarnations of Sunny, while Anvil was alone. So the King of Swords looked quite battered by now. Many of the runes glowing on his armor had been destroyed, and the armor itself was slow to repair itself after enduring numerous blows. His face was bloodied, and his hair was wet with sweat despite the chilling cold. Even his sacred sword was nicked, its blade damaged in several places. Nevertheless, Anvil did not seem disturbed. Instead, creepily enough, his smile seemed genuine when he looked up at Sunny. What is this bastard smiling about? Anvil remained silent for a few moments, then spoke in a hoarse voice. You can mock me all you want, Lord of Shadows, but look, isn't my masterpiece beautiful? With that, he turned his head and looked into the distance. where the towering figure of the queen was staggering after enduring the annihilating shockwave of an awful explosion. As Sunny's face contorted in a wrathful grimace, he added, "She has surprised me once more. She is complete." Far away, Nifis had descended from the godless sky like a falling star. The darkness welcomed her with a soothing cold, and a split second later, she collided with the colossal vessel of the queen, her flames blossoming into a terrifying explosion. This time, the titanic creature actually staggered. More importantly, the burns on its flesh did not disappear immediately. In that short moment when Ki Song was reeling, Nephis looked to the spot where Sunny had been kneeling, on the verge of being killed by Anvil. Her radiant figure suddenly shone even brighter. "He's alive!" A sense of profound relief washed over her. Nephis had been scared that she would be late, but the Lord of Shadows did not need her help. Not only had he survived, but he had also achieved the same feat as her. He had broken the barrier preventing them from attaining supremacy and became a sovereign. The sovereign of light, the sovereign of shadows, with the two of them becoming supreme against all odds, victory was all but assured. "We've won?" She allowed herself to bask in that startling realization for a moment, then strangled it ruthlessly. Arrogance was a deadly poison. Sure, it seemed like Anvil and Ki Song, who had been weakened by their nefarious plot and by battling each other, were at a dire disadvantage against the usurpers, but it was in these last moments when victory seemed so near that one could touch it, when countless warriors had perished, lulled into complacency by the illusion of safety. Nephis was not going to make the same mistake. Some distance away, the two great armies were shining with the radiance of her newly established domain. The darkness stirred, and countless shadows rose from its depths, descending upon their enemies. Nephis thought that she saw a few familiar figures among the Dark Legion, but her mind soon wandered back to her enemy. The queen had regained her balance in mere moments and froze, studying her with the eerily empty canvas of the golem's featureless face. Supremacy? Instead of answering, Nephis raised the blessing and delivered an annihilating strike. She had nothing to say. Her soul had been destroyed and then rebuilt countless times, and the cores she had sacrificed were now whole again. So in the end, she did not have to use the ruined trait of the blessing, at least for now. She was not that desperate yet, but there was still a problem even now that the blessing had become a supreme blade, channeling supreme soul flame. The damage it dealt was not significant enough to seriously harm the colossal flesh golem. What's more, the queen could transfer all harm to her countless puppets, and although they were being destroyed by the Legion of Shadows, they had not been destroyed yet. Nephis needed a different way to attack the queen, a more monstrous attack, and one that could be sustained instead of being momentary. Landing on the ground, Nephis looked up at the harrowing creature that she needed to destroy. She could not even see all of it from that angle because of how immensely tall the titanic flesh golem was. She was like a speck of dust in front of a mountain, full of resolve to bring the mountain down. Lowering her head, Nephis took a deep breath, or went through the motions of doing so, rather, since her current form neither had lungs nor needed to breathe. She was still in the form of the spirit of light. Her radiant figure was like a vessel that struggled to contain an ocean of furious flame, and as the queen leaned down to crush that vessel, Nephis looked up with cold contempt, unleashing the flame, allowing the thin barrier of the human-like form to dissolve into pure radiance, thus assuming her true transcendent form. An unimaginable, roaring mass of white flame escaped from her disappearing figure, rising to meet the queen. The flames moved with purpose and intent, like a living creature, the billowing cloud of them constantly shifting and dancing in the vast darkness of the fractured battlefield. The darkness reeled back in fear. The vessel of the queen was more than a kilometer tall, and so the mass of white flames rose to be more than a kilometer tall. It fell upon the titanic creature, burning it, and then enveloped it whole. Chapter 2255, Shadow Legion. Out there on the battlefield, Sid rolled, evading the maw of the grotesque nightmare creature she and Felice were fighting. The abomination moved on the edge between the radiance emanated by the human army and the deep darkness that surrounded it, its shape both hulking and indescribably frightening. The situation had vastly improved after the miraculous flames enveloped the desperate soldiers. Awash in pure light and empowered by its brilliance, they cast their despair away and threw themselves into the battle with renewed vigor. Not only had they become stronger, but their wounds would also heal and disappear without leaving a trace. It was as if they were immortal, an immortal army of hundreds of thousands of awakened. Could there be anything more terrifying? The endless flood of terrifying abominations suddenly did not seem so fearsome anymore. But therein lay the problem. While it felt like the soldiers had become immortal, they had not. They recovered from dire wounds in mere moments. But if a person was outright killed or torn to pieces, even the miraculous flames would not save them. So the battle was far from being over, and survival was still not guaranteed. That was why Sid cursed as she scrambled to evade the lunging nightmare creature. However, the nightmare creature never reached it. A chilling wind blew across the battlefield, and the shadows moved. In the next moment, the lunging beast slammed into the ground, convulsed, and let out a frightened wail. Something massive was in the darkness behind it, pinning it to the ground, hurting it. As Sid watched in stunned horror, the colossal abomination was dragged into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Its wail was cut off abruptly. All she saw out there was a glimpse of a terrifying beak, a mess of gaunt limbs, and a mass of black feathers. A deep fear that she thought she had forgotten rose from the depths of her heart and grasped it with icy claws. Looking at Felice, Sid shivered and said, her stunned voice full of disbelief, "S? Spire messenger?" It was a spire messenger. What was one of those cursed things doing in Godgrave? At the same time, all around the battlefield, the silent legion of shadows descended on the spawns of the Scarlet Jungle, a harrowing massacre unlike anything the seasoned warriors of the great armies had seen before began, washing the white bone in blood. In one corner of the battlefield, Revel was kneeling on the ground, pale and weak from paying the price for having gone against her flaw to join the battle in daylight. She could barely move before she was swallowed by a towering great abomination, though the shadow of a giant with the head of a jackal slammed into it, and the shadow of a monstrous wolf-like warrior sank its gangs into the creature's throat. Her eyes widened. Somewhere else, Sation, Cassie, and Moonvale were fighting side by side. The latter had recovered from her wounds thanks to the white flames, but was still a bit dazed. As they were besieged by a swarm of grotesque spider-like monstrosities, twin shadows of a stunningly beautiful woman cut into the swarm, tearing the abominations apart. All around the battlefield, the soldiers watched in awe and terror as the eerie legion of silent shadows flowed out of the darkness like a river, slaughtering their enemies. Most of the shadows were just as dreadful as the nightmare creatures that besieged the Radiant Army, and yet there was no mistaking who commanded them. The Lord of Shadows. It was hard not to realize that it was the sinister sellsword saint who had summoned the Dark Legion from the depths of some forgotten hell, considering that his famous Echo was leading the silent charge, galloping atop the dreadful steed as her black blade rose and fell, reaping the lives of powerful abominations like Death's own scythe. Two furious crimson flames burned behind the visor of her helmet, and a trail of severed bodies was left in her wake. The graceful Knight of Darkness was not the only being whom the soldiers recognized, though. All across the battlefield, those who had been in the Antarctic Center during the Chain of Nightmares faltered for a moment, looking up at the towering figure of the fallen Titan, Goliath. The firekeepers and the handmaidens caught glimpses of the nightmare creatures of the Forgotten Shore. Others were terrified to see the hulking figures of the dreadful abominations who had been slain in front of their eyes during the conquest of Godgrave. It was as if the gates of the land of the dead had been opened. There were many instances like that, instilling the soldiers with relief, gratitude, and fear in equal parts. Even knowing that the Silent Legion belonged to the Lord of Shadows, it was hard not to fear it, and fear him as well. At a certain spot on the battlefield, Rain let out a long sigh and lowered her tachi for a moment. Tamar was looking around with a pale face by her side, while the Feather Knight stared at a bizarre figure that moved across the sky in the distance, half obscured by the vast whirlwind of flying swords. This is, it's Winter Beast. Her voice was full of wariness and loathing. Rain gave her a long look, and then forced out a smile. Don't worry. I am quite certain that these things won't hurt us. They belong to my brother, I think. Tella and Tamar turned to her with similarly confused expressions. You brother? You have a brother? Rain coughed and scratched the back in embarrassment. Yes. Actually, you already met him. Tamar raised an eyebrow. I did. Noticing another nightmare creature barreling towards them, Rain raised her Tachi. Yeah, my brother, he is the... The rest of her sentence drowned in a bestial howl of the lunging abomination. Far away, the colossal vessel of the queen was being consumed by the dancing mass of white flames. She clawed at her own flesh, trying to extinguish the fire that was consuming her, but to no avail. The flesh golem was being annihilated by the fire faster than Ki Song could repair its flesh. At the same time, Nephis was healing her soul faster than Ki Song could destroy it, until the queen shifted strategy, transferring the damage dealt to her vessel away. Almost instantly, countless puppets across the battlefield ignited like torches and turned to ash. A moment later, even more burned. And a moment after that, even more it did buy Ki Song some time, allowing her to unleash the full power of her insidious aspect upon Nephis and temporarily catch up to her in their vicious battle of attrition. There were not that many of her puppets left on the battlefield, though, and even those that remained were being swiftly burned by the flames and slaughtered by the shadows. Chapter 2256, Abominable Curse. She is complete. Sunny traced Anvil's gaze and remained motionless for a few moments, looking at the towering figure of the queen's vessel, which was enveloped by white flame like a gargantuan pyre. Her dead flesh was burning. Sunny's pale face was illuminated by the distant light of Neph's transcendent form. Looking at her, he took a deep breath and forced his murderous anger to subside. His expression turned cold and somber. Glancing at Anvil, he remained silent for a bit, and then said with a hint of disdain in his voice, "You see, this is your root problem. A failure of imagination or ambition, perhaps." Taking a step forward, Sunny pressed the tip of his odachi against Anvil's neck. "Nephis? Complete? She is not complete, Anvil. She won't be complete until she becomes divine. Unlike you and the other two ghouls, she will not surrender until she conquers the nightmare spell entirely. That, in the end, is your sin. That is the reason why you don't deserve to sit on the throne of humanity, and she does. That is why you must die." Anvil glanced at him with a dark smile. "Funny, isn't it?" Sunny's expression grew colder. "And what exactly do you find so funny?" Anvil shrugged. "She is just like her father in that regard. Ah, but I think that she resembles her mother much more instead." Sunny took a deep breath, holding himself back. There was a reason why he was wasting time conversing with Anvil instead of simply finishing him off, of course. It was not because Sunny had suddenly developed a fondness for villainous monologues, although he would lie if he said that giving Anvil a piece of his mind had not felt good. No, it was because Sunny had to get something out of Anvil before the King of Swords met an ignoble end. There was something he had to know. He exhaled slowly. "Right, you bastards killed Broken Sword as well. Was that also for the greater good?" Anvil's eyes darkened. "You should know by now why he had to die, Lord of Shadows. All of this could have been avoided if not for that selfish man's folly." Sunny smiled faintly, suppressing the desire to cut off the king's self-righteous head. Controlling his expression, he said, "Enlighten me." Anvil let out a sigh and calmly looked Sunny in the eye. "It was because he absorbed Weaver's forbidden lineage, of course. Our hands were tied the moment he did." Sunny allowed himself to frown slightly, pretending to be clueless. As far as everyone was concerned, even Cassie and Nephis, he was the heir of Shadow God. No one knew that Weaver's blood flowed in his veins instead. Anvil would not know either. He raised an eyebrow and asked, hiding how vital knowing the answer to that question was to him. And why was that so important? What was it about Weaver's lineage that made you betray your comrade? To kill your own leader? Anvil smiled coldly. "Children, you don't know anything, do you? Well, no surprise. Some things are not meant to be known by mere mortals." As the hurricane of swords above them shifted, numerous blades changing direction, he leaned forward a little and asked, "Why did Broken Sword have to die? Let me ask you a question instead. Lord of Shadows, have you ever been to the Chained Isles? You should have. Why did the gods destroy Hope's kingdom and imprison her in the ivory tower?" This time, Sunny's frown was genuine. He hesitated for a few moments and then responded in a subdued voice. Because demons were their flaw, Anvil chuckled. Indeed, demons were the flaw of the gods, because demons were children of the forgotten god. Sunny drew a breath as Anvil shook his head and continued. And yet the gods did not punish and imprison all 7 demons, only Hope. Why was that? Sunny hesitated with the answer. I'm not sure. I heard once that it was because she was the only daemon who was worshipped by humans. Anvil looked at him with a grim resignation and nodded, not paying attention to the blade of the odachi that had cut into his neck. Yes, it was because Hope was the only daemon who was benevolent toward humans, those who carried the sparks of the original desire. She came to live among them, cared for them, and bestowed gifts upon them. As a result, she was beloved by humans, worshipped by them. His voice turned heavy and dark, but she was a daughter of the forgotten god. She carried the lineage of the forgotten god, and therefore everyone who worshipped her was worshipping the forgotten god, was propagating his name, his divinity, and his power. And the more they did. Sunny's eyes widened slowly, but Anvil did not seem to notice, continuing in the same stark tone. The more he stirred in his slumber, coming closer and closer to awakening. That was why the gods destroyed the kingdom of Hope and imprisoned her. That was why they had forbidden the demons from siring offspring as well, and that is why Weaver's lineage, created in secret, is an abominable curse that should never have existed. He gritted his teeth. The forgotten god is closer to awakening today than he has ever been. Now then, imagine if Broken Sword, the most revered hero of humanity, was allowed to build a vast and powerful domain while carrying that abominable curse. How many humans would have known him, loved him, and worshipped him? What would have happened then? Sunny shivered, feeling his mind go blank for a moment. He did not know what to answer. He did not want to know the answer. He would not have answered if not for the pain of his flaw, which forced him to be honest even if he wished to deceive himself. Feeling something cold permeate his chest, he said slowly, the forgotten god would have grown more aware of reality, or maybe even awakened from his slumber completely. Hearing his words, Anvil smiled darkly. Yes, now you know that is why we killed Broken Sword, because an heir of Weaver must never be known, must never be loved, and must never be worshipped by humanity. Chapter 2257, Mercy of Shadow, must never be known, must never be loved, must never be worshipped. Sunny stared at Anvil, no emotion showing itself on his face. A deep, boundless darkness nestled in his eyes. Far above them, all around them, numerous flying swords rustled as they slowly assembled into a gargantuan dome. Sunny looked up, then sighed deeply. Good thing I became fateless then. The world had forgotten him, after all. Nobody could love him because nobody could know him. Not truly, anyway. As the full weight of that realization settled on his heart, he raised his head and looked into the distance. There, the titanic vessel of the Queen was being consumed by fire. The distant radiance of the stunning white flames illuminated his face, but failed to dispel the shadow drowning his eyes. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, then lowered his gaze to the ground. And good thing I had always shied away from the spotlight. He had been pushed to hide the full extent of his power by the very nature of his aspect, staying in the shadows and avoiding being noticed, let alone known. Unlike Broken Sword, who had been the most renowned and revered warrior of humanity, Sunny used to be seen as merely a supporting character of someone else's story. It was as if fate had been guiding him to this moment from the very first day. It had both led him to the forbidden lineage of Weaver and given him the necessary tools to escape its curse. Even without knowing the reason why the weave had been forbidden, Sunny mostly managed to avoid paying the price for receiving its incredible boons. Earning a true name in the first nightmare, possessing a divine aspect, finding a lineage memory, and accomplishing all his astonishing feats, anyone else would have become a venerated champion of humanity, but Sunny had hidden himself well. He detested the idea of being called a hero anyway, so staying in the shadows suited his tastes far more. Nephis could stay in the spotlight for both of them. There was a small problem, though. Sunny had done well in the past, but currently he was not doing that great as far as remaining unnoticed went. In fact, he really messed up. Sleeper Sunless, Awakened Sunless, and Master Sunless were all obscure and seemingly insignificant figures. The Lord of Shadows, however, was quite infamous. Worse than that, he was poised to become a sovereign. His renown would explode and spread throughout both worlds, surpassing even that of Broken Sword because Broken Sword, despite all his accomplishments, had been a mere saint in the public's eye, the first and the most powerful of all human saints at the time, but still only a transcendent. Sunny, however, was a demigod now. Not only was he a demigod, but he was also the only equal Nephis, the shining star of humanity, had, her counterpart, most powerful ally and rumored lover as well. In other words, he had entered the stage and the spotlight in a manner that was impossible to conceal. Once the war was over, billions of people would come to know him, and although it was doubtful that he would be beloved by many, he would definitely be feared, revered, and worshipped by all. The soldiers of the two great armies would return home to spread the tales of his terrifying power and merciless blade. They would also be full of gratitude since he had saved countless lives, and his fame would only grow from there. Ah, how troublesome. The future was not entirely grim, though. There was a silver lining, as well. It was that Sunny's domain did not depend on people. He only needed shadows, and shadows, unlike humans, did not carry the sparks of the original desire in their souls. Shadows did not even have souls, really, so being worshipped by them would not bring about the end of the world. So Sunny did not have to cripple his power if he wished to avoid disturbing the slumber of the forgotten god, who would swallow all of existence if awakened. Which was good, because they were going to need all the power they could get. He only needed to disappear into the shadows again somehow. Hypocrite. Shaking off his reverie, Sunny looked at Anvil with a calm, cold expression and said in a measured tone, "I really hate hypocrites like you the most, Anvil. You say that Broken Sword had to be killed to prevent humanity from worshipping him, and yet you sovereigns managed to hide your own existence for almost 2 decades, all in order to contain Asterion. Why was it that you could hide, but Broken Sword had to die?" He shook his head in contempt. "No, just admit it, be honest for once. You killed him because you hated him. As simple as that." Anvil smiled coldly as Sunny raised a hand, having removed it from the hilt of his odachi. "What do you even know about hatred, boy?" With that, his presence exploded with tyrannical power, and the storm of swords around them froze. Numerous blades assembled into gargantuan runes. The runes ignited with vermilion radiance, and Sunny suddenly found himself awash in a blood-red glow. As Anvil moved his hand, a single harrowing blade fell from the sky, and the sky itself seemed to follow. Hurricane rose, the wind howling deafeningly as it swirled around them, and as the falling sword plummeted from the heights, its dreadful sharpness seemed to grow exponentially keener with each glowing ring of runes that it pierced, until it seemed sharp enough to cut the fractured bone plane, sever the floor of the burning hollows, and part the sea of ash below. Of course, first it would pierce Sunny first. Looking up, Sunny grasped the memory that he had summoned a moment before and raised his hand higher. The severing sword fell on him in a furious maelstrom of wind. The powerful gale raised a cloud of ash into the air, and by the time the ash settled, Sunny was still standing in the same spot, unmoved and entirely unscathed. There was a small stone lantern in his hand, its gate wide open. Lowering it, he slowly closed the gate with his thumb. Anvil's eyes widened. "How did you withstand that attack?" Above them, the runes lost their glow, and countless flying swords crumbled into a river of scarlet sparks. Sunny smiled. "I did not withstand it. I simply sent your sword into the Shadow Realm. Why should I overcome your great power when I can escape it with a little trick instead?" The smile drained slowly from his face. "Now then." The black odachi lashed out, sinking into Anvil's flesh. Sunny's expression turned dark and chilling. "This is for the soldiers of the First Evacuation Army and the people of Falcon Scott, whom you abandoned to death. Samara, Dorn, Bell, and countless others. Remember their names, bastard." The King of Swords managed to avoid a fatal blow, but Sunny was already delivering another slash. Anvil tried to deflect it with his vambrace but failed. Red blood flowed onto the white bone, and a severed hand fell onto the ground. This is for the soldiers who died here in Godgrave, fighting in your senseless war. Each and every one of them was a person, Anvil, not a statistic. None of them had to die. Though I doubt that a monster like you would care, Anvil did not react to losing a hand and instead staggered back in an attempt to retreat, but there was no escape from Sunny. The black Odachi bit deep into Anvil's thigh, leaving a dreadful wound on it. More blood splattered onto the surface of the ancient bone. This is for Nephis, whose childhood you destroyed. You cruel, vicious thug, did you have fun tormenting a child? Taste some torment from me then. Gritting his teeth, Sunny kicked Anvil in the wounded thigh and watched him fall to his knees. A rain of swords plummeted from the sky to destroy Sunny, but a great wave of shadows rose from the ground and turned into an impregnable wall, preventing them from interrupting him. He took a deep breath. And this is for me. This is for all the suffering I had to go through because of you and others like you. Many things had changed about him, but one of them remained the same. Sunny. Sunny never forgot his grudges. Looking at the kneeling king with cold contempt, he raised his Odachi and prepared to deliver the final strike. For the first time, a clear emotion ignited in Anvil's eyes: anger, reluctance, despair. He struggled to stand up, blood flowing down his mangled armor. You can't kill me, Nephis. She is the one who Sunny struck down without waiting to hear the rest. The black blade of his serpentine Odachi passed through the king's neck without meeting much resistance, and a severed head rolled to the ground. The iron crown slipped off and fell onto the bloodied bone with a rattle. Anvil's body swayed and then toppled heavily in the clangor of steel. Far above, all of the remaining swords dissolved into a storm of sparks, and for a moment, it seemed as if the sky was aflame with scarlet light. It was really a breathtaking sight. Looking at it, Sunny could not help but remember the crimson tapestry of polar lights above Antarctica. As the sparks disappeared, he took a deep sigh and closed his eyes. A few moments later, Sunny said quietly, "Find peace within me, even if it's more than you deserve, bastard." This was the mercy of Shadow. Chapter 2258, Regicide. Far away, the colossal vessel of the Queen crumbled, its flesh burned away by the furious mass of white flames. The river of blood that had been contained within it boiled as it escaped. A billowing, scorching cloud of crimson vapor obscured the world, and in that haze the flames condensed to form a beautiful figure. She seemed to be woven out of pure radiance, her silhouette both vague and blinding. Her incandescent sword fell without mercy, parting the river of blood. A sound that resembled both the murmur of a vast sea and an agonized groan rolled over the fractured battlefield. Hundreds of puppets were severed, and countless more turned to ash. Nephis pursued her enemy, her sword and her will relentless. An enemy like her was a fearsome obstacle for the queen. After all, the queen held authority over blood and decay, while Nephis possessed no blood in her transcendent form and could resist decay with her flames. Her soul was still susceptible to the insidious influence of Kisong's aspect, but thanks to the blessing, her power only grew in proportion to how badly her soul was damaged. That is why Nephis had chosen to fight Kisong, the stronger of the two sovereigns, while relying on Sunny to face Anvil. That was why she was winning. She was going to kill the queen soon. How strange. Even focused entirely on the battle, Nephis found herself distracted by the reality of what was transpiring. She had spent most of her life waiting for this moment, waiting for revenge. From the moment the Immortal Flame clan fell into neglect and obscurity until now, she always knew that she would kill the traitors who had ruined her family one day. Her hatred of the sovereigns did not originate from one source, from one fateful injustice. Instead, it was born from 1,000 unforgivable grievances that she had endured growing up. The hideous trauma of the violence perpetrated against her as a child, the deaths of the loyal servants who had chosen to remain with the fallen clan despite the danger, the subtle look of defeat and despair that appeared on her grandmother's stoic face from time to time when she thought that no one was watching. All of this and more. So much more. That was why Nephis had expected to feel a storm of emotions when the day of her vengeance finally came. Unbearably bitter, but indescribable sweet feeling of bloodthirsty glee, of fury beyond anything she could ever imagine. But now that her goal was so close, she found herself feeling surprisingly little. It was partially, mostly perhaps, because her feelings had been burned away by the cleansing ruthlessness of her flaw. But it was also because killing the sovereigns had never really been her true goal. The sovereigns, odious as they had become, were merely a symptom of the larger curse that plagued the world. The world itself was the problem. The children who died in the throes of the first nightmare. The adults who grew up to become callous and heartless, twisted by the fear of falling asleep. The nightmare gates that opened near parks and schools. The frenzied monster that roamed the streets looking for prey. The incalculable loss and sorrow that countless people felt every day. The nightmare spell. The sovereigns might have killed her father and obliterated her clan, but it was the nightmare spell that had created the sovereigns. It was also the nightmare spell that had taken her mother and grandfather away along with an entire continent. That was what Nephis had once believed, at least. Now, she wasn't even sure if the nightmare spell was the cause or merely another symptom. In any case, disposing of the sovereigns was just a stepping stone to reaching her true goal. She was not a trembling child to whom the three supremes were like unfathomable monsters anymore. She had outgrown them. Still, Nepes had hoped to feel something at least. If not for her own sake, then at least for her father's. But reality was cruel. Just like Nephis was cruel. As her searing sword cut the river of blood, annihilating some of it, the number of puppets continued to dwindle, until there was none left. And then the moment she was wary of came far away. In the midst of the great unified army, Cassie staggered and screamed. Then her flesh started to blacken, as if it was being burned from the inside. Nephis could not see it, of course, because of the distance separating them. But she could feel her friend's desire for relief from the terrible agony through the connection they shared due to her domain. As Cassie burned, her crumbling body was enveloped by a beautiful white radiance and healed, only to be burned again the next time Nephis brought her sword down on the dwindling river of blood. And as her delicate body was destroyed and rebuilt, a tiny drop of the queen's blood coursing through her veins, mixed with her own, was annihilated, a tiny drop, but not all of it by far. The queen spoke to her then. "Don't you feel pity for your friend?" Did she? Nephis wasn't sure that she did. That she was capable of feeling anything, anymore. But then, finally, an emotion came. It was not fury, not bloodlust, and not the dark glee of being close to exacting her vengeance. Instead, it was compassion. It was concern and worry for her friend. It was also relief of being able to feel anything at all. Nephis did not seem to have lost all of her humanity. In the end, perhaps her efforts to ground herself in human things and passion had not been in vain after all. "I'm sorry, Cassie." Descending upon the queen in a storm of flame, Nephis continued to cause her friend indescribable pain and heal her. "Can you feel it, Queen Song? Your daughters have turned their backs on you. Your callousness has driven even them away, and now they are a part of my domain." It wasn't all of them just yet, but Sation was the key. With her choosing her sisters over her mother, Moonveil had followed Beastmaster as well. The rest would fall behind their eldest sister, too. Boiling and seething, the greatly diminished river of blood rippled and coalesced into a human figure. Keysong looked at Nephis, a pale smile illuminating her beautiful face. "Are you saying this to shake my resolve?" Nephis shook her head. "I just want to see if you care about them at all." Lashed out once again, scorching the ancient bone and forcing Keysong to retreat. "Beastmaster was barely alive when I healed her. Moonveil was dying. She would have been dead by now if not for me. Their mother led them to their deaths while their enemies saved them. Isn't that ironic? Even as we speak, my flames are permeating them, granting them power." However, her voice grew cold. "My flames can both create and destroy. Now that they are a part of my domain, do you think I can burn them to ash instead? Shall we see?" The smile on Keysong's face turned brittle. "Are you threatening to kill my daughters, Nephis?" Instead of answering, Nephis lunged forward and pierced her with the incandescent blade of the blessing. Far away, a terrible wound opened on Cassie's chest, and she fell to her knees, her flesh being burned and blackened, then mended by the white flames. Nephis felt a new emotion. It was anguish. This battle of theirs was going to end soon. she said calmly. No, I'm promising to keep them alive, as long as you don't retreat from this battlefield until one of us is dead. The queen had to have other puppets hidden in secretive places. Even if Kai had managed to destroy those that had been left in Ravenheart, there would have been more elsewhere. And since any of them could serve as Kisong's primary vessel, the only way to kill her was to make sure that she chose to fight to her death. The only weakness the queen had was her daughters. Her love for them, no matter how twisted, was her flaw, and Nephis was not above using that flaw to destroy her. Kisong raised a hand and grasped the scorching blade of the blessing, looking at the beautiful spirit of light in front of her with her eerie dead eyes. Do you think you can kill me here, Nephis? Nephis channeled her flames through the blessing, knowing that Cassie was screaming somewhere far away. Did you think that you could kill my father? As Kisong pulled her closer and thrust her pale hand into the incinerating radiance of Neph's transcendent form, shredding her soul with her will, Nephis asked evenly, did you think that you could destroy the immortal Flame clan? The two of them stood still, ravaging each other. Did you think that the end justified the means? That all your sins would be forgiven, as long as you had won? There was one more emotion, now a strange, childish sense of hurt and resentment. Then why didn't you win? If only you had won, then I wouldn't have to. I wouldn't be suffering all this pain because of you. Somewhere far away, the last of the queen's blood evaporated from Cassie's veins. The blind seer curled on the ground, shuddering, tears streaming down her blackened face. Moments later, the soft radiance erased the terrible burns, restoring her exquisite beauty. But the echoes of pain in her eyes remained. Kisong slowly shook her head, her smile slowly crumbling. You don't even know what you are unleashing, child. And then she burned. She burned and burned, disappearing into the merciless flames, but until the very end she did not retreat. That was how Kisong, the Raven Queen, died. Chapter 2259, Triumph. Sunny stood above Anvil's corpse, looking silently into the distance. The battlefield had grown eerily quiet at some point. The storm of swords was gone. The sea of dead puppets had been eradicated as well. Now his shadows were finishing off the remaining nightmare creatures of the jungle, and the few great ones whom he had brought here himself as well. The battle was all but over, and with it the war was all but over too. A deep sigh escaped from his lips. The sovereigns are no more. Well, two of them were no more, at least. The third one still remains somewhere out there, shrouded in mystery. But that was a problem for another day. Come to think of it, we are the sovereigns now instead. Sunny could not quite fathom that everything had ended just like that. He had been preparing for this battle for close to 2 years. Nephis and Cassie had been building up to this moment for much longer. Still, the threat of the sovereigns had been so oppressive and had ruled their every breathing moment for so long that it was hard to accept the fact that it was all over. But maybe that was the point. After all, the very reason they had conspired to eliminate the sovereigns was that the sovereigns were incompetent. Despite their great accomplishments, Anvil and Kisong had been inadequate in front of the dire trials facing humanity today. They had been a titan with feet of clay, the king of swords. That madman had even wanted to die, at least that was the feeling Sunny got there at the last moments. Granted, Anvil had wanted to die in a different way. The road to supremacy had been long and arduous, but the battle itself was swift and decisive. It was a triumph. But when did it all go wrong for them? And would the same happen to him and Nephis? Surely not, if for no other reason than that they already had a bitter example of what not to do. We've won. Sunny finally realized that unbelievable fact. Unlikely as it was, their conspiracy had achieved its goal. The tyrants were gone, and he and Nephis were perfectly poised to usurp their thrones. There was just one problem. As he stood without movement, there was a rustle of wings, and Nephis landed on the ground behind him. She had assumed her human form once again, the fiery radiance of her true self only betrayed by the blinding white radiance burning in her eyes. Her face was still and expressionless, devoid of any emotion. She must have lost the ability to feel once again. Perhaps she had lost more than ever before, having undergone the terrible trial of attaining supremacy in the incandescent white abyss of the merciless sky above Godgrave. She looked at Anvil's corpse, not showing any particular reaction. After a while, Nephis said, Somehow I imagined that I would be the one to kill him. Sonny had imagined the same as well. He had even considered leaving the King of Swords alive for a bit longer to let Nephis find closure by confronting him one last time, for the first time, really. She had never faced Anvil, her father's killer, without a veil of deceit hiding her true feelings before, and now she never would. There was little closure to find on this ravaged battlefield today. If there was, it would have been neither Sonny nor Nephis who killed the king. It would have been his son, Mordred, instead. Actually, Sonny was quite surprised that Mordred had not shown up until the very end. He had been completely sure that the Prince of Nothing would pull some stunt or another during the battle. Perhaps something went wrong in True Bastion, preventing Mordred from playing his carefully prepared cards. Granted, he must not have expected to be forced to fight a cursed demon today, Sonny sighed. Killing him was easier than I had expected. Nephis turned to him and remained silent for a few moments. Maybe it was because he was already dead, where it counts. You would not know because you have not spent a lot of time around hollows, but looking into his eyes felt like looking into my mother's eyes sometimes. It was an eerie feeling. Sonny lingered a bit, then asked, "What about the queen?" Nephis answered evenly, "The queen was fierce. The queen was powerful. She fought until the very end. Her radiant eyes dimmed slightly. But she had a weakness, and because of that weakness, she was undone. So Ki Song is dead too, then." It was really all over. They had succeeded. Things went better than he had expected. They went almost exactly as he had hoped. Almost. Sonny smiled darkly. "Are you wondering if you have a weakness as well?" Nephis tilted her head a little, looking at him with her expressionless gaze. "Everyone has a weakness, Sonny. I have a couple myself." He nodded. "How do you feel?" "The sovereigns are dead. Your family is avenged. You must have waited for this moment for so long, and now it's here." She lingered for a bit. "I don't feel much of anything really yet. I think I will feel more later. For now I am simply content. A hard task is over. More arduous tasks are to come." Sonny sighed, then took a step back. There were so many things they had to do, so many things they had to discuss. Before it all, he wanted to simply embrace her, hold her, and kiss her. To share the joy of their victory with her, even if Nephis wasn't capable of feeling that joy just yet. But he was not destined to feel the soft touch of her lips today. Instead, he felt the cold touch of Weaver's mask as it settled on his face. Raising his black odachi, Sonny smiled bitterly and said in a cold, emotionless tone, "It's time for you to die then, changing star." Far away, his dark legion had already slaughtered the remaining abominations. The shadows did not retreat back into his soul, however. Instead, they surrounded the two battered armies, looking at the soldiers in eerie silence. The human shadows raised their weapons. The monstrous shadows bared their fangs. Nephis frowned. "What is this?" Sonny let out a disdainful laugh. "This? It's betrayal, my lady. I would have asked for forgiveness, but really it's your own fault. Has no one ever told you not to trust a man whose loyalty can be bought?" Chapter 2260, Peace. Neither the sword domain nor the song domain had won the war. Instead, both of them ceased to exist. Sonny and Nephis had won the war instead. Changing Star was destined to become the new sovereign of humanity. However, the Lord of Shadows could not stand by her side, because he was the fateless heir of Weaver, the demon of fate. Simply disappearing into obscurity was not going to work either. Anvil and Ki Song were able to hide their existence because they had become supreme in the darkness of the underworld, unwitnessed by anyone. Sonny, however, attained supremacy in the most flamboyant fashion. He became supreme in front of hundreds of thousands of awakened warriors, summoning a legion of shadows to save them from the flood abominations and slaying the King of Swords in full view of everyone who had the ability to see. So, there was only one solution. The Lord of Shadows had to die. And he could not simply die either, since that could potentially turn him into a revered martyr. He had to waste all the goodwill he had earned first. Far away, the soldiers grew tense as they looked at the legion of silent shadows that now faced them, ready to attack. Some gazed into the distance as well, where the Lord of Shadows was pointing his dark sword at Changing Star. Their eyes were wide with shock, and their faces were pale, but the soft radiance still illuminated their souls and their bodies, so they were not afraid. Many gritted their teeth, grasping the hilts of the weapons tighter. Sunny stared at Nephis from below Weaver's mask and sneered. Changing star, you are surprisingly naive for someone so exceptionally strong. But then again, you are so righteous and benevolent. Disgusting, really. Did you really think that I would share the throne of humanity with someone, anyone, when I can sit on it alone? He took a step forward. Anvil and Ki Song had the right idea, you know. There can only be one person wearing the crown. They had the right idea, but what could I do? I wanted to be that person. I could not kill them both myself, though, so I needed to use someone gullible as a distraction. Sunny chuckled. So I used you. And now I have no use for you anymore. Nephis pursed her lips, looking at him calmly. A few seconds later, she asked, So it was all a lie? Sunny laughed. Of course. Did you think I enjoyed being treated as your toy? Did you think I wanted to spend time in your company? Ah, I hated every minute of it. Seducing you was surprisingly easy, but enduring the burden of your naive infatuation was an unpleasant chore. She tilted her head, then sighed and raised the blessing. I see. So it was like that then. I understand. No, maybe I don't, but you are right. I should not have trusted you. Her eyes shone with blinding radiance, and she said in an even tone, I think I will feel hurt by your betrayal later. Maybe I will even be hurt by having killed you, so I should hurry up and kill you soon. Sunny smiled bitterly behind Weaver's mask. The two of them looked at each other, the air practically crackling with tension at the point where their gazes met. For a few moments, the entire world seemed to stand still, and the pressure continued to build until it became crushing. The shadows stirred, growing deeper and deeper. The blade of the blessing shone with radiant light, chasing the shadows away and illuminating the two supremes as they prepared for battle. Then, in the blink of an eye, both Sunny and Nephis lunged forward. There was a flash of light and a thunderous thunderclap, and when the light dimmed, the soldiers saw the Lord of Shadows kneeling on the ground, changing star's blade buried in his chest. Sunny groaned, struggling to grasp its blade. Looking down at him, Nephis spoke solemnly. 3 supreme warriors of humanity died today. Ah, what a waste. A heavy sigh escaped from her lips, and at the same time Cassie's voice resounded in Sunny's head. Nephis says not to be so dramatic. You're not really hurt. Sunny shuddered, still pretending to be in pain. The blessing was indeed buried in his chest, but the area around the supposed wound had turned into an intangible shadow just before it hit, so he was not wounded. It was still a bit painful, but since Nephis had not put any killing intent into her strike, his soul was mostly intact. Well, tell her to act her part better. Wait, no, actually, never mind. Tell her she did well. Nephis was not known for her acting skills. She was doing her best. For a few moments back there, Sunny had wanted to reenact their vicious battle in the Crimson Spire. He had imagined losing the fight, then hearing Nephis ask why he allowed her to win in a trembling voice. But then he realized that there was no need to deceive her into making it seem like she killed him. He could just ask. So he had told what needed to happen to Cassie, who related to Nephis. And as a result, the Lord of Shadows was dying now. She says that you owe us a good explanation later. Sunny forced out a smile. I'll try. Would he even be able to explain? Probably yes, with some trouble. She trusts me enough to go along without asking why? Why is this so sweet? With that, Sunny pretended to convulse and then dissolved into shadows. At the same moment, his dark legion disappeared as well, returning into his soul. Nephis was left standing alone, like a sole island of light in the ocean of darkness. Victorious, the long war was over. Some days later, a towering dream gate opened in the clear sky above Bastion, and the stunning silhouette of the Ivory Island slowly emerged from it, drifting among the clouds to hover high above the great castle. Millions of people had gathered on the streets of the city to watch the triumphant return of Changing Star, the last daughter of the immortal Flame Clan, the new ruler of humanity. High above them, Nephis was looking down at the familiar sight of the sprawling city that had grown on the shores of Mirror Lake. Then, with a sigh, She turned away and left the balcony. Descending the stairs, she walked through the corridors of the ivory tower and entered a spacious room. There, a stunning woman sat in a wheelchair positioned in front of the window. Her face was emotionless, and her gaze was strangely hollow, as if she was not there at all. Placing a vase with fresh flowers on the table near the bed, Nephis walked over to the window, leaned against the windowsill, and looked at the woman quietly. She did not speak for a while, then sighed. "Hi, Mom. I'm sorry if you're uncomfortable. It's just that it's difficult for me to come to NQSC these days, and I don't know how much longer it will be safe for you to remain there. So I asked Cassie to bring you here." Nephis lingered for a few moments. "I am supreme now, and I avenge Dad. His killers are in the grave. Well, two of them are, at least." A shadow suddenly ran across her face. "Oh, right. You wouldn't know. For you, they would have been your friends. Still, in that case, I'm sorry. Your friends have passed away." Then she smiled awkwardly. "By the way, I guess I have a boyfriend now. He is very handsome. I'm sure you would have liked him." "Oh, but things are a bit complicated between us at the moment." "Things are complicated in general." With a sigh, she looked in the window and said wistfully, "Our world is being consumed by the dream realm. There's so much to be done before it is swallowed entirely. I am terribly busy, and he is too." She looked at the woman and smiled. "We need to become gods, after all." With that, Nephis inhaled deeply and headed for the door. She did not know how much time they had left, but it was probably not as much as they hoped. Somewhere far away, a desolate land lay under a starless sky, shrouded in eternal darkness. There was a colossal crater at the heart of that land, and on its edge a dark city stood, empty and forlorn. Nothing moved in that city until suddenly a magnificent black temple appeared there, as if it had stood in the darkness all along. Soon enough, two figures emerged from the temple. One of them was a young man with pale skin, wearing a simple black tunic. The other was a petite woman who floated a few centimeters above the ground, with a grim expression on her face. Looking around, Aiko shook her head in disbelief. "Gods, I really never thought I'd ever return to this hellhole." "Hey, boss, do we really need to be here?" Sunny looked at her and shrugged. "There's almost no nightmare creatures here anymore. It's one of the safest places in the dream realm, really, plus, can't you see in the darkness? What are you so angry about?" Aiko stared at him with indignation. "What am I angry about? My job. I'm jobless again. All the effort I spent on building the brilliant Emporium brand, and my boss just had to go and become the most villainous scum of humanity, and then die. Couldn't you at least have the decency to stay dead after dying, huh, boss?" Sunny coughed. "Decency? What is that?" He patted the petite girl on the shoulder. "Don't be sad, though, Aiko. Do you think that war profiteering is all that? Let me tell you." He gestured to the dark, desolate streets. "Colonialism. That's where the real money is at. And Forgotten Shore is a prime colony location," Sunny smiled. "So what do you say? Shall we build a city here? A peaceful city away from all the strife. It would stay peaceful for a bit, at least." End of Volume 9, Throne of War, Chapter 2261. Keeping a Promise. A dark, desolate expanse of black dunes rested under a lightless heaven, their obsidian slopes illuminated only by the distant radiance of transient essence storms. Buried in the dust, a graveyard of serpents lay like an ivory maze, its forlorn walls awash in darkness. The silence of the dead land was suddenly broken by the sound of light footsteps. A young man with a jade face and onyx eyes was walking across the obsidian dust, his body encased in a suit of intricate black armor. Wherever he passed, the darkness grew deeper and the winds turned colder. He was calm and at ease, as if walking across the pastures of his own domain instead of the desolate reaches of the realm of death. And in a sense he was. The young man was Sunless, the Lord of Shadows, the Sovereign of Death. Reaching the heart of the graveyard, the terrifying demigod stopped and looked down at the badly damaged human skeleton that lay among the dead serpents, staring at the lightless sky with empty eyes. After a while, the skeleton spoke. "My oh my, look whom we have here! I see you have survived, boy." Sunny stared at Yuri some more, then sighed and summoned the shadow chair. Placing it near the mangled skeleton, he sat down, leaned back comfortably, and crossed his legs. "Well, about that, You'd be surprised? Yuri's turned his skull to stare at him. I'm not sure I can be surprised by anything anymore. No, I take it back. I'm surprised right now, he grinned. Of course, being a skeleton, Yuri's was stuck with a perpetual grin, so he did not have much choice in the matter. Look at you. You really did go and become supreme. How remarkable. He clicked his jaws, showing how impressed he was. I hope my humble advice was helpful. So, how did you do it? What was your act of defiance? Evil boy? Did you go against your vicious nature and spare someone? Or did you kill some great powerful being instead? Sunny chuckled. Oh, I did have to kill someone. Not sure about the great and powerful part, though. You see, I killed myself. Yuri's remained silent for a while. Oh my, that's one way to go about it, I suppose. He paused for a few moments and then added neutrally, breaking the absolute law of death is no simple feat. Few ever managed, so congratulations. Sunny smiled. It is odd to be congratulated on managing to commit suicide, but it is even stranger to be alive while being congratulated, I guess. He laughed. To be honest, it wasn't that difficult. A bit painful at most. Yuri's ground his teeth against each other. Now you're just mocking me, boy. Saying such hurtful things. You do remember that I can't die no matter how hard I try, right? Why don't you rub the salt in my wounds and tell me more about how easily it was for you to die, huh? Sunny coughed. Well, when you put it that way, it does sound hurtful. Yuri's let out a creaky laugh. Ah, don't bother. I'm already thankful that you remembered your promise and came back to try and kill me. Oh, but it took you long enough. Sunny shrugged. Sorry, I've been pretty busy lately. We saw each other last, a little over a year ago? So many things have happened in that year. The Realm War had ended around a year ago by now. Sunny was currently 27, a little shy of turning 28. Rain was already 22. Gods. How swift the time flies. Actually, that was not true at all. If anything, it felt like for each year that he lived, 10 years passed. The last year in particular was quite eventful. Sunny contemplated for a bit. Let's see. First, the war between the sword domain and the song domain ended. That was when I attained supremacy, actually. During the final battle, Naphis, too. We defeated Anvil and Ki Song, the previous sovereigns of humanity, immediately after becoming supreme. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then added, It is so strange their shadow loomed over us for so long. Unfathomable, inescapable, insurmountable. But in the end, it only took a few minutes for them to fall. I guess there were mere mortals, after all, even if they were demigods. He shook his head. Of course, those few minutes were the result of many long years of meticulous planning and arduous preparation. We really went above and beyond. Our conspiracy was quite thorough. I was just surprised that everything had gone according to plan. For once. Well, mostly. I did not foresee having to kill myself, obviously. He smiled. In any case, I had to disappear after our victory. Nephis, meanwhile, became the hegemon of humanity. Yuri stared at him in amusement. That horrid girl. Goodness gracious, it feels like she was dormant only a day ago. I blinked once, and the next thing you know, that brat is a supreme. You monstrous kids are really something, you know? Good for her. Sunny smiled dangerously. You can't really blink, though. You don't have eyelids. And also, did I not promise to break your remaining arm if you called her an abomination again? Yuri stared at him for a moment. Did I say abominable? Oh my. I must have misspoke. What I meant to say was adorable, that adorable girl. Sunny glared at him for a while, then nodded. Well, it's true, she is adorable. Then he sighed. I'll let it slide this once. Regardless, as you can imagine, we were a little dazed after attaining supremacy and defeating the sovereigns in one fell swoop. And we weren't the only ones. Everyone in Godgrave was stunned. Ah, right, I forgot to mention. Right there at the end, I staged a betrayal and died by Neff's blade while trying to usurp the throne. It had not been that long since most people learned of the existence of Supremes, but in the course of a single battle, 3 Supremes died. Imagine their shock. Yuri's clicked his jaw. You know, I have no context to understand the meaning of these events, and on top of that, I don't understand half of the words you speak. Sword Domain, Anvil, Keysong, Godgrave. I have no idea what these are, so why are you telling me all this? Sunny looked at him and smiled. Because I want to tell someone, and you can't run away. You have no feet. The skull's lower jaw fell open. Yuri's remained silent for a bit, then grumbled. Well, fair enough. Sunny laughed. So we spent a few days on the battlefield, and by we, and I mean them since I was busy hiding in the shadows while pretending to be dead. Usually, the healers would have been tending to the wounded, but Nephis had already healed everyone, so all that was left was to bury the fallen. The soldiers assembled the pyres while the officers spent these days in council, and by the end of the council it was proclaimed that the immortal Flame Clan would be restored, and that Nephis would become the ruler of a new domain, the human domain. He shook his head in amusement. Of course, things went so smoothly because we had prepared for the immediate outcome of the war as well. Nephis had won the loyalty of the saints during the war. Oh, and it was not like they had a lot of choice. She is considered to be the only supreme in existence now, after all. So who could defy her? Sunny let out a wistful sigh. It was very poetic, really. The war for the throne had begun because of an attempt on her life. She was the only one who opposed it, and she was the one who ended it, thus becoming the new ruler of humanity instead of the tyrants who had started the war. People were elated and happy. It seemed like divine will for the most benevolent and righteous person to receive the crown. His smile dimmed. Of course, no one knew that it was all a meticulously crafted performance, that Nephis and I had been prepared to sacrifice hundreds of millions of lives to achieve our goal, and that all those people were only saved by luck, that we were neither benevolent nor righteous, just stronger than our enemies. Strength is the only virtue in this godforsaken world after all, and weakness is the only sin. Still, history will never know the truth, and therefore it will remember Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan as the noblest of heroes, while I will be remembered as a villainous traitor who died by her blade, if at all. Sunny laughed. Right, I am officially dead now, again. So I took my citadel and returned to the Forgotten Shore. It is kind of fitting, don't you think, Euryce? The nameless temple is now standing on the Forgotten Shore, sheltering its nameless master who must be forgotten. Yuri stared at him silently for a while, then offered words of consolation. I have no idea what Forgotten Shore is. Actually, I understood very little of this entire tirade. But if you think that it's fitting, then I'm sure it is. Sunny looked at him resentfully. I'm going to enjoy killing you, you know? The ancient skeleton stared at him with a grin. I'm going to enjoy being killed. Sunny sighed and cursed quietly. Chapter 2262, Foundation. Sunny stared at the grinning skull for a while, then shook his head. You know, Euryce, I'd thought you would have learned the true meaning of boredom while hanging on that tree. Can't you just appreciate me sparing time to entertain you? These are history-defining events that I am describing, the stuff of legends. When else would you get the chance to hear something as thrilling and fascinating as this? The ancient skeleton stared back at him for a while, then clicked his jaw. Well, true. He turned his skull slightly and asked in a lively tone, So, what happened next? A satisfied smile appeared on Sunny's lips. That's better. Let's see, it is hard to describe, actually. Needless to say, the entire world order was upended, and a new one had to emerge from the ruins of the old regime. Fortunately, we weren't unprepared. Jet had the government under her control, more or less, and since there was no reason for anyone there to oppose Nephis, quite the opposite, actually, we had a vast pool of administrative talent to help us make the transition happen as smoothly as possible. In fact, there had already been established plans worked out, disguised as mock exercises until it was time to implement them. He shook his head. The government was only half of the equation, though. The other half was the great clans, Song, Valor, and Night. They had been the ones actually governing human enclaves in the Dream Realm, after all. We had hoped that these established powers would be absorbed into the new domain after the war ended, and to a degree, they were. Sunny sighed. The 7 princesses of Song accepted Nephis as their new queen, despite the fact that she had slain their mother. That was a great stroke of luck. With them on our side, the western reaches of the Dream Realm experienced very little tumult during the transition. Ravenheart itself is now ruled by Kai. I think his official title is the Steward of the West. His expression darkened slightly. The West? Things are more complicated in the West. Morgan had helped us salvage the remains of Valor at the start, but then she disappeared without a trace. Even Cassie doesn't know where she is now, and most of the remaining members of the branch families of Valor, those who had not perished in the war, died gruesomely soon after. It's not a big secret who killed them, of course. Mordred, that madman. Sonny let out a chuckle. That guy had always been strange, but he became outright eerie after failing to kill Anvil with his own two hands. No one knows what goes on in that sinister head of his these days. One thing is certain, though. He knows to hide from the new Supremes. Retaking the Stormsea citadels he had conquered was a time-consuming, but surprisingly easy affair as a result. Mordred simply abandoned them and vanished, so both children of the fallen Valor dynasty are missing now. It is unlikely that they jumped into the fourth nightmare, but who knows? He remained silent for a while, then shrugged. Well, in any case, a great clan is far more than just those who carry the clan bloodline. There are also the knights, the spellsmiths, the servants, the craftsmen, the workers, the administrative staff, thousands of people, really. Those were either absorbed into the immortal Flame clan or taken by Effie. Oh, Effie is now in charge of Bastion as the steward of the East. The Beast Farm is back in business, too. Sunny smiled wistfully. That leaves the House of Night. House of Night doesn't exist anymore. The survivors were absorbed by the government, so the government is more or less the third great clan now. They are responsible for the waking world just like before, but now their role in the dream realm is far more prominent. Oh, and they rule the Stormsea as well. Jet is in control of the Night Garden as the steward of the South. He chuckled. Funny, isn't it? A woman who can never know rest is in charge of the ship built by the Demon of Repose. Well, she has her hands full. I think she is more sleep-deprived now than she had been as a government master. There are millions of settlers living aboard the Night Garden, after all. The House of Night had not had a sovereign, but now it belongs to Neff's domain. So she can open a dream gate, leading to it from the waking world, allowing the refugees to arrive. Actually, the importance of the Night Garden is far greater than simply the third largest city in the dream realm. He looked at Yuri's with meaning. One of its components allows Nephis to connect her dream gate to two places in the dream realm, after all. So, the East and the West are not as isolated as they were before. There's the Stormsea connecting them in the south, the road across Godgrave connecting them in the north, and on top of that, Ravenheart and Bastion are a few steps away when the dream gate is opened between them. Works wonders for the logistics of the whole domain. Sunny fell silent for a few moments, then continued in a neutral tone. Actually, that is the most glaring change that has happened to the world. It is all far more interconnected now, both geographically and politically. Everyone had been mostly isolated from each other before, but now, everyone is a part of one larger whole. Everyone is together. The various regions of the Dream Realm are not independent enclaves, but territories of a single empire. Socially, too, the difference between mundane people, independent awakened, legacy clans, and the great clans have all grown thinner. And above it all is the Ivory Tower. Quite literally, it usually hangs above Bastion. He chuckled. Oh, right. No one really knows it, but there's actually a Steward of the North as well. That's me. I mean, no one appointed me officially, but I'm the only one in the North, so I can't be the only one without a fancy title, right? Yuri stared at him for a while, then clicked his jaw. I have no idea what these places are and who these people are, you know? A single man was sent to take care of 7 princesses as in the West. What a cruel punishment. Someone farms beasts in the East, and there are gardens in the Southern Sea. Sounds fun. Sunny sighed. You have no idea. Chapter 2263, Beginning of the End. Sunny remained silent for a while, then said somberly, Of course, not everyone went smoothly. Far from it, really. Nephis had managed to compel countless people and most of the saints to swear fealty to her. However, there were still loyalists who refused to accept her. Some were even hell-bent on avenging the fallen sovereigns. So, there was a quiet purge of sorts. He sighed. It was not as bloody as you probably imagined. Very few people were actually killed, but Quite a number of them were exiled. Nephis rules both the waking world and the human territories in the dream realm, though, so it's not like they had somewhere to go. So we allocated them a settlement in Europe and a citadel in Gograve. Old Jest is in charge of it now, spending his retirement leading those men in a perpetual battle against the Scarlet Jungle. Gilead, that buffoon, chose exile as well. What a waste. Sonny shook his head, a grim expression on his face. He did not speak for a while, then scoffed. Well, those guys are the least of our problems. Truth be told, everything sort of exploded after Nephis took over. His lips twisted into a bitter smile. That is because her style of leadership is more or less the direct opposite of how the sovereigns used to run things. One of the first things she did after establishing her domain was give a very solemn, very inspiring speech that revealed to everyone how our world is being consumed by the dream realm. You can imagine what kind of chaos ensued after that broadcast. Sonny chuckled. We are still dealing with the consequences. It had to be done, though. Since we are not planning on leaving most of humanity behind, the great exodus must be accelerated, and we need for everyone to work together in order to make it happen both in the waking world and in the dream realm. His expression fell. There are numerous problems facing us, of course. For example, the entire western quadrant is infected by the skinwalker now. A few cities are already lost. And worst of all, it is very hard for me or Nephis to return to the waking world for extended periods of time. Feels quite weird, by the way, to be rejected by your own world. In any case, there is a full-scale war against that damn nightmare creature going on in Australia, and most of our best saints are holding the creature back. He sighed. Meanwhile, the number of the nightmare gates opening each month only continues to grow. We had to abandon the initial plan of gradually resettling people from across the globe and concentrate on bringing away the population of the eastern quadrant first. If everything goes well, the western quadrant will be next. And finally, the northern quadrant will be last. That will take years, though, if not decades, because resettling the entire population of a world is not as easy as ushering them through the dream gate. Sonny grimaced. They also need shelter, food, and means to survive on the other side. So we need to prepare the dream realm to accept them first. That is not an easy task, you see. Although we call large swathes of that dreadful world human territories, in truth, most of these territories are still abomination-infested wilderness. Only the citadels and the immediate areas around them are truly safe, and while that is enough for a small number of awakened to get by, there is no space for cities, arable fields, and so on. The situation started to change in the aftermath of the chain of nightmares, but it is not changing fast enough. Glancing at Uriz, Sonny added with a smile, which is why a subjugation crusade unlike anything that has ever happened is now in process. All across the dream realm, numerous awakened are cleansing the lands from nightmare creatures and preparing them to welcome settlers. Despite how bloody and arduous that process is, the morale is surprisingly high. Well, maybe it is not that big of a surprise. The very nature of warfare in the dream realm has changed, after all. His smile turned a little wistful. That is because humans have a living goddess now. Well, a demigoddess to be precise, but most don't know the difference. And Nephis actually answers prayers, unlike the dead gods. What I mean to say is that she can feel the distress of her subjects and bestow her blessing upon them from a distance, so they can be saved from the jaws of death by her flames, as well as be empowered by her radiance. It's no joke, Uriz. I'd say that the overall combat effectiveness of humanity has increased manifold due to Nephis and her domain. Just like that. Can you imagine a difference between an army that has to be cautious of each wound and an army that is not only empowered by divine grace, but also practically immortal? Sonny shook his head. She still has her limits, though, so we are still struggling, and there are still many casualties. The progress is stunningly fast, but it is also not swift enough. He remained silent for a while, then sighed. You might wonder what the Second Supreme is doing while Changing Star toils night and day for the sake of humanity. What I am doing? Well, I am quite busy as well. It is just that while Nephis is in charge of governing the great exodus from the waking world, I am preoccupied with preparing for what comes after. His voice turned somber, because what comes after is more terrifying than words can express. All the work we are doing can be rendered meaningless if we can't stop the calamity that will start once the dream realm swallows the waking world and shifts. Sunny looked at Eurydice, lingered for a few moments, and then chuckled. Well, I am also doing quite a few things here and there, like entertaining an obnoxious skeleton. Actually, he looked into the distance and shook his head with an amused expression on his face. You won't believe it, Eurydice, but I found myself in charge of a legacy clan of my own. Chapter 22064, Two Sides of the Same Coin. Eurydice went so far as to nod. I don't know what a legacy clan is, but congratulations. Sunny smiled. Ah, well, you see, when I was growing up, I was at the very bottom, and legacy scions were at the pinnacle. But now I am the pinnacle. You were a slave, no? Imagine becoming a prince all of a sudden. That is how it feels. Yuri suddenly let out a creaky laugh. Oh, actually, I used to be a prince before becoming a slave, so I would not know. Sunny blinked a couple of times, then looked at him with curiosity. You used to be a prince? The skull stared back at him, grinning. Did I say prince? I meant priest? Or did I? Oh my, who can tell? My memories are all scattered. Oh no, Sunny scoffed, then turned away. Well, in any case, the legacy clans as a whole are not what they used to be these days. Too many new awakened emerged in the wake of the chain of nightmares, so the prestige of the old families has lost some relevance. Even the great clans, the symbol of the legacy power, are overshadowed by the immortal Flame clan now, which is so above everything else that it exists in a realm of its own. He remained silent for a moment. Nephis is the only living heir of the immortal Flame bloodline. Of course, she has her firekeepers, in fact. The firekeepers are the most incandescent military force of humanity now. The tip of the spear. The original members of the Dreamer Army are still the core, but each is leading 100 elite awakened warriors now, the best of the best. He suddenly laughed. Actually, they recruited this fresh blood through a huge tournament. Hundreds of thousands of awakened participated, but only around 4,000 were accepted into the ranks of the firekeepers. It was a very festive week. Both worlds were watching with bated breaths. A perfectly timed distraction and reprieve for the masses as well. It will probably be held every few years from now on, I think. I had fun too, by the way. Turns out tournaments make me feel nostalgic. Sunny looked into the distance for a while, reminiscing. I once won a tournament myself, you know? You know. Regardless, the firekeepers are everywhere under the spotlight, serving as the valiant heralds of the new domain. But there are certain tasks that they can't perform, tasks that require a delicate approach or have to be accomplished without anyone being the wiser. That is where the Shadow Clan comes in. My clan. He scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. For reasons that I won't explain, I found myself in dire need of anonymity. That doesn't mean that I have to go live somewhere in solitude for the rest of my life, though, just that my exposure to the world must be. Limited. So Shadow Clan is far smaller in scale than the Firekeepers. There are barely 200 people, and only half of those are combatants. Sunny smiled darkly. Each and every one of those combatants is an exceptional killer, though. I chose them myself. Most know a thing or two about stealth, too. Oh, and since they bear my mark, they have certain advantages when operating in the shadows. Overall, they've been very effective in dealing with various problems we faced, like terrorist cells created by the unhinged loyalists, doomsday cults that began popping up after Neff's speech, nightmare creatures that required a special approach to be surgically removed, and so on. Glancing at Eurydice, he hesitated for a few moments and then grinned. The Shadow Clan does not officially exist. Naturally, there are scary tales about my minions. I mean, about my brave subordinates being told around campfires, but most people know nothing. He sighed. The Shadow Clan resides on the Forgotten Shore. That is where it all started, so returning there as a ruler, instead of a prisoner, feels strangely emotional. Of course, I did not choose it simply out of sentiment. It is an important strategic location for many reasons. Sunny raised a hand and began counting on his fingers. First of all, we don't know where the pieces of the waking world will land and after being absorbed into the dream realm. So it's important to have a strong presence north of the Hollow Mountains for a variety of reasons. Second, we need a base of operations in case we decide to stage a military expedition into the Nightmare Desert. Third, I need to find an easily accessible entrance to the underworld. Fourth, I need to make my domain stronger. The burned forest is a perfect place for that. Fifth, I can stay out of sight there. He grew quiet and then added somberly, and lastly, it is our contingency in case everything else is overrun by the nightmare creatures once the waking world is consumed, the last stronghold. At the same time, two more fingers grew out of his hand. Sonny bent the sixth, stared at the seventh for a while, then dismissed both and sighed. We are in quite a predicament, you know. There are the death zones in the dream realm and the profane beings that dwell there. There is also the waking world itself, which already has at least one Category 5 gate there, and maybe even something worse on the moon. There will be more such gates in the future, perhaps soon. That means that more cursed and unholy nightmare creatures will crawl into our world before it is consumed. Creatures like that are suppressed by the laws of the war realm, but once it is swallowed by the dream realm, these laws will be no more. So nothing will stop those horrors from roaming free. Imagine Earth's moon rising above Bastion. It will be total annihilation. Yuri's clicked his jaw. My oh my, it certainly will. Sonny remained silent for a while, looking at him with strange intensity. Eventually he said, "So, this is our deadline. In fact, we don't even know when the pieces of Earth will start popping up all across Dream Realm en masse. So there is no time to waste at all. We must become gods before our world is entirely consumed, Nephis and I. If not that, then at least sacred." The ancient skeleton laughed. Oh, that's all? You want to become at least spirit boy? Sonny nodded and smiled pleasantly. I do, so how about it? You knew a thing or two about attaining supremacy, Yuri's. Do you know a thing or two about the apotheosis as well? Yuri's laughed again, then said in an incredulous tone, I might. Chapter 2265, One-Man Army. The ancient skeleton remained silent for a while, studying Sonny with his empty eye sockets. Then he said in an unexpectedly nonchalant tone, How is being supreme treating you? Sonny considered his answer for a while, then raised a hand. Soon a bottle of antique wine appeared in it. Removing the cork with a blade made of shadows, he took a sip and smiled contentedly. Well, it's a bit terrifying, to be honest. The wine was supposed to taste exquisite, considering that he had pilfered it from the wine cellars of the Valor clan, but Sonny honestly couldn't tell the difference from the normal wine he sometimes used for cooking. He was not going to get drunk unless he wanted to regardless, so drinking this relic of the bygone eras was mostly to amuse himself. Before, my power grew exponentially every time I attained a new rank. But it was still just that. My personal power, no matter how great it was, I was still merely an individual, or a few individuals at best. But now that I am supreme, there has been a qualitative change to it. My personal power is like a natural force, and I am not merely a person. I am more of a walking kingdom. He paused for a moment, and then added, It is strange even to say out loud, but one of me is enough to conquer the world, or destroy it, should I wish. I grew up in the outskirts of NQSC, surrounded by stories about valiant awakened masters and saints who were so lofty as to seem unreachable, inconceivable, unimaginable. But as I am today, I could overrun NQSC with all its valiant warriors, then the Northern Quadrant, then all of Earth. It would not even take me much time, and I will only grow stronger as a result. Yuri's chuckled dryly. My oh my, how scary. Sonny smiled. This is to say that the power of a supreme is not personal. It is territorial, conceptual. It is larger than themselves is what I mean to say. It is a domain. That is why Nef's own power can increase the power of the entire humanity manifold. He took another sip of wine, then offered it to the ancient skeleton. Seeing no reaction, Sonny shrugged. Well, suit yourself. Now, back to being supreme. There are a few differences. First of all, my attributes. The authority granted to me as the Lord of Shadows has grown. I can even command the shadows of living beings now, albeit only those much weaker than myself, and with great difficulty. Shadows are a very loyal sort, after all. The onyx shell has become jade shell. So I guess I am a bona fide jade beauty now. Sonny leaned back and exploded with laughter. Yuri's looked at him with reproach. That's enough wine for you, boy. Sunny grinned. The flame of divinity has grown much more powerful, too, and my lineage as well. Obviously, my body and soul have been reforged, becoming even closer to perfection than before. My soul especially has undergone a big change. He pointed to the bottle of wine. I can actually store physical items in my soul sea for one only inanimate objects, though. I haven't managed to bring a living being there yet. But that is all right, because there are plenty of unliving things in my soul already. All the lifeless shadows I've been collecting throughout the years are much livelier now. They walk around, stare at the temple, and rest on the water from time to time. They're not exactly living beings, but it seems like they retain faint traces of their former selves. If I had to describe it, I'd say that they don't possess a sense of self. They have neither will nor spirit. Sunny hesitated for a while. Which brings us to my new aspect ability, the domain ability, I guess. I call it the Shadow Legion. It allows me to open the gates of my soul and unleash all the shadows gathered there into the world. I can also control them, albeit not quite intricately. The shadows fight in my stead, and every enemy killed by them becomes a new soldier in my army. The shadows are also quite deadly because it is impossible to destroy them. At best, they can be dispelled and sent back to my soul, where they will be restored to form after a while, he sighed. They retain most powers they possessed as living beings as well, although that is a bit complicated. Shadows don't really have the will, for one, and neither do they have domains. Some shadows also seem to retain more of their former selves than others, so their learned skills and combat techniques are sharper. Oh, and since most of the shadows in my soul used to be nightmare creatures, they have lost those powers that were granted to them by corruption. My legion is still vast and dreadful, though. I guess all I could say is that I would not have wanted to be my enemy. Sunny smiled. Right, I also received a few other abilities, and my old aspect abilities have grown stronger. Every shadow of my Shadow Legion can serve as a vessel for my Shadow Sense, for example. The maximum range of Shadow Step has become even greater than it had been before. Actually, I guess it's limitless now. The only limitation there is how much essence I have. Shadow Manifestation allows me to create far more intricate items, and I can also make them stay manifested permanently, although that will diminish their potency quite a bit. And since I am a shadow now instead of a human, I can maintain my incarnations indefinitely, although manifesting them as humans still requires some essence. He chuckled. But I have more essence than I can spend now, too, which is to say, it replenishes faster than I can waste it. The only way for me to empty my reserves of essence is to travel a truly great distance in a single moment or summon truly powerful members of the Shadow Legion for a very long time. Even then, I'll be back to full power in a relatively short amount of time. Sunny looked at Yuris while sipping his wine. Oh, and I can strike directly at the shadows of living beings, too. Quite an insidious power, that one, although not an unfamiliar one. I knew a guy once who could do just that. I was a bit envious of him back then, but lo and behold, I gained the same power as a bonus while becoming supreme. Sunny turned the bottle and poured some wine out for Shadowblade Kurt. He was certainly not missed, but Sunny was going to use his newfound power well. He smiled. So I'd say that being a supreme has been treating me quite well. Chapter 2266, Out of Time. Sunny remained silent for a while, then nodded. I think that's it. I might be forgetting something, but overall, that is how being supreme is different from being a saint. I'd say overall, I feel like a demigod. No, actually, I feel like a god, because my point of reference is being a mundane human, not an actual deity. From the point of view of a mortal man, my power is no different from that of a god. Of course, from the point of view of a god, I'd probably seem like a child. He looked into the distance, but it's different, the way I am. Because of how domineering my will is, the world feels far more malleable than before, and I also feel them all at every waking moment. My shadows. My connection to them is subtle, but it is always there, as if tens of thousands of voices are whispering quietly into my ears. I can also sense them all, moving, fighting, killing. It is as if I have tens of thousands of bodies and hundreds of thousands of eyes. It is enough to drive a man mad, to be honest. Sunny's expression turned somber. It is even worse for Nephis, whose domain includes billions of people. The longing, their desires wash over her like an ocean, and although she rarely speaks about it, I know that she sometimes struggles not to drown in that ocean. He sighed. Sometimes I wonder how much we will change as time goes on. Yuri stared at him for a while, then clicked his jaw. Ah, but that is the bane of being a demigod, boy. You are not quite a mortal, but you are not quite a god either. That is the burden all supreme humans have to bear. Or maybe it is a blessing because that burden will gradually make you less and less human. Sunny frowned, then stared at him darkly. Less and less human. What do you mean? How is that a blessing? The ancient skeleton let out a creaky laugh. Well, you asked me about the apotheosis, didn't you? The step of becoming a spirit, a sacred being, so to say. You described how different being supreme feels from being transcendent, but, boy, being sacred is an entirely different state of existence. Apotheosis is the act of becoming a deity, a god, a lesser deity and a minor god, but still something fundamentally different from a mortal. It is as much about your consciousness and your capacity to encompass the vastness of it all as it is about the quality of your soul and your power. Yuri shook his skull. A supreme is someone who expands their soul to dominate a portion of the world. A spirit is someone whose soul can encompass the whole world. Needless to say, that is not something a human mind, a human self can withstand. So that is why becoming less human can be a blessing for a supreme, because it changes them gradually, slowly turning them into beings capable of attempting apotheosis. Very few ever succeed in that attempt, of course. Sunny remained silent for a while, trying to come to terms with what he just heard. Becoming less human. A shiver ran down his spine. Sunny cherished his humanity quite a lot. More than that, losing it sounded frightening because it was an integral part of his being. Losing some of his humanity was no different from losing himself, and losing himself was no different from death. It was quite ironic to say, but even despite having killed himself once, Sunny was still afraid of death, just like any human would be. He couldn't help but remember Anvil and Key's song, whose inhuman callousness had been the very reason he hated them so much. But still, it was not like he or Nephis had a choice. They had to become sacred. They would not be able to survive or save those they cared about otherwise. He drank his luxurious wine in dead silence for a while, then asked somberly, "So how does one go about attempting apotheosis?" Yuri stared at him a bit and pretended to let out a sigh. "I am sorry to say this, boy, but you have absolutely no chance of becoming sacred." Sunny was surprised. He looked at the ancient skeleton with raised eyebrows, then frowned. Huh. Aren't you underestimating me too much? I thought you'd know by now that I can accomplish quite a lot, as long as I put my mind to it. Yuri's just shook his skull. No. I will be the first one to admit that you are a startling existence, boy. A singular talent even by the standards of my tumultuous era. I have no doubt that you would have had a good chance of becoming sacred, or even divine, in normal circumstances. But that's just the thing. Your circumstances are not exactly normal, are they? Sunny's scowl deepened. Sure, I guess. But what exactly do you mean? Yuri stared at him for a bit, then spoke neutrally. Why, I mean time, of course. As I already mentioned, becoming someone capable of attempting apotheosis is a slow and gradual process. There is no way to cheat that process. No way to solve the problem with brute force. The only thing you can do is spend a great amount of time preparing yourself, experiencing the world, seeking enlightenment, and learning to perceive existence as a god instead of a mortal. That can take thousands of years, centuries at least. His tone turned wistful. But didn't you say that your world might not even last a mere decade? No matter how much of a genius you are, you won't be able to fundamentally transform yourself into a being worthy of becoming a deity in a measly decade, let alone actually becoming one. There are plenty of insurmountable obstacles on the path to apotheosis, other than simply being suitable to attempt it. Obstacles that you have neither time nor resources to overcome. So, sorry, I'll have to disappoint you today. Sunny studied him for a few moments, then sighed and looked away. He stayed quiet for a while, finishing his wine in silence. Once the bottle was empty, Sunny shook his head. You say that there is no way to cheat the process, but you are wrong. There is one way. There was the nightmare spell. However, therein lay the problem. Sunny, after all, was not a carrier of the nightmare spell anymore. Even if he wanted to attempt the fifth nightmare, he simply could not. The spell would not send him into a nightmare, and all he would get for approaching a seed was an irresistible dose of corruption. Uttering a curse, Sunny tossed the empty bottle into the depths of the ivory maze. Then he sighed, disappeared from his chair, and returned a second later with the bottle in hand. Whether he was supreme or not, there was no excuse for littering. Sitting down once again, Sunny frowned and looked at the distant radiance of a fierce essence storm. How troublesome! His mood had turned somber. Chapter 2267, Unwelcome Choice. Sunny remained silent for a long time, looking into the distance with a somber expression on his pale, eerily beautiful face. His eyes were drowning in darkness. So that is how it is. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. Against all odds, he had become a demigod, a being of such great and dreadful power that almost no one else could ever hope to endure its crushing weight. A walking calamity of apocalyptic proportions. A creature who was much closer to a mythical force than to a mortal man. He had gone from being a nameless slave to being a nameless king, but a king nevertheless. And yet in the age of the nightmare spell, even that great power was not enough. Simply being supreme was not enough to achieve his purpose, which meant that he had to grow stronger. But to do that, he had to become a carrier of the nightmare spell again. He had to possess a true name again. He had to become entwined into the vast tapestry of fate again. That was easier said than done. In truth, there was only one way that Sunny knew of, and even then he could not be sure that it would work. That way, of course, was to hunt down the vile thieving bird and get his fate back from its talons. That odious thing was a cursed terror, though, and he had a sinking suspicion that even among the dark deities of the dream realm, the loathsome thieving bird was a singular existence. Otherwise, it would not have survived being hated both by the gods and by those who dwelled in the void. It would not have been able to steal Weaver's Eye, and it would not have been able to resurrect itself by crawling its way back to reality from the depths of a nightmare, which was what had happened, most likely. Sunny had not even defeated a cursed beast yet. But even if he could brave the nightmare desert, enter the real tomb of Ariel, which he most likely would, considering the future version of himself he had encountered in the estuary, and somehow slay the thieving bird. Sunny was not sure that he wanted to. After all, getting his fate and true name back would give him something he wished for desperately, but it would also give him something that he had strived to escape desperately. One had to be careful what they wished for. After reclaiming his fate, Sunny would be remembered by those he cared about, but he would also become chained by the shadow bond again. Ah, how poetic. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sunny did not know if he wanted to have his fate back. He felt ambivalent about the whole ordeal. That was why he had taken steps to prepare for his eventual return to the tomb of Ariel, but also why he did not press the issue, allowing himself to go with the flow of events and remain indecisive. Natural apotheosis was not completely out of the question yet either, precisely because of the nature of the tomb of Ariel. Uris had said that one needed time to become a spirit. That was what humans of the sacred rank were called, apparently. And there was a great river of time conveniently hidden in the depths of the Black Pyramid. In any case, whether Sunny would try to face the thieving bird to become a carrier of the nightmare spell once again, or achieve apotheosis without its help, he would have to prepare thoroughly. There were quite a few things he had to accomplish first before leaving on this uncertain journey. So he could make the fateful decision later. Letting out a sigh, Sunny glanced at Uriz and smiled. Why are minor deities called spirits anyway? I expected that title to be more. I don't know, awesome. Something like angels, for example. Uriz suddenly shivered, his teeth clattering. Angles, goodness boy. Why would you mention those dreadful beings? Sunny raised an eyebrow. Well, no reason really. Why, what is so terrible about them? Aren't angels supposed to be divine heralds or something like that? The ancient skeleton slowly shook his skull. What? No, of course not. Who told you that? Angels are not heralds of the gods. Angels are of the void, They are an especially harrowing kind of void beings. Needless to say, people like you and I have no business knowing of them, let alone beholding them. So keep that word out of your mouth, boy. Better yet, keep it out of your mind entirely. Sonny stared at him with a confused expression. Well, okay, wait, no. Then what about the Nephilim? Aren't they children of those beings you mentioned? Of those beings and the gods? Yuri's chuckled. For someone who is best friends with a Nephilim, you sure are ignorant about the Abomi, adorable kind, huh? Why, yes. They are indeed children of an unholy union between the divine and the profane, something that should not have existed but did. It does make some sense, I guess, considering that the gods themselves were an especially harrowing kind of void beings. The most harrowing kind, maybe. He laughed. You know, it feels quite liberating to spout heresy about the gods, knowing that the gods are long dead. Ha! In any case, no one really knows for certain how the Nephilim came about, how their existence was even possible, or which god had sired them. But it must have been Sun God. Who else but the god of passion, after all? His laughter died out slowly, and after falling silent for a short while, Yuri's added in a tone of melancholy. Nephilim were not welcome anywhere, so they usually kept to themselves. Still, they joined the army of the demons when Nether rebelled against the gods and fought side by side with us against the divine host, and they died with us one after another. The darkness nestling in the eye sockets of the ancient skulls suddenly seemed deeper than before. Chapter 2268, Unbroken Curse. The ancient skeleton let out a sigh and turned his skull to stare at Sunny. He remained silent for a while, then said neutrally, "As to your original question, sacred beings are called spirits because that is what they are. They are spirits of places, of concepts, of laws, well, in a way. Actually, the word daemon meant the same thing originally, because daemons were the first sacred beings and therefore the first spirits." Sunny raised an eyebrow. What? Weren't daemons divine? Yuri's nodded. Oh, they were. However, they were not born divine. At the dawn of the age of gods, the 7 newborn daemons were merely sacred. They became divine swiftly, though, as if it was in their very nature. Weaver was the first, and Nether was the last. Quite fitting. As he said those words, a few sparks of light drifted above Sunny, forcing him to grimace. His soul was still being destroyed by the Shadow Realm. Therefore, he did not have much more time to waste. Raising from his chair, Sunny glanced at Euryce and asked, I guess you won't simply tell me all about the demons, the gods, the Doom War, the Nine, and most of all about Weaver. The ancient skeleton chuckled. I think I already told you enough. No, Sunny grimaced, then nodded briefly. Prepare to die, then. He hesitated for a few moments, then added in a less resolute voice, or, I don't know, prepare to be prepared to die? I am not sure that I can actually kill you just yet. The ancient skeleton stared at him with a grin. There is only one way to find out, is there not? Sunny remained motionless for a while, collecting himself. Then he reached into the shadows and manifested them into the shape of a fearsome black Odachi. Since his essence was supreme now, the shadow sword he had created was akin to a supreme weapon as well, and a tremendously lethal supreme weapon. At that, considering that it had been created from the ancient darkness of the Shadow Realm, Sunny studied Euryce for a few moments. Killing an undying skeleton was not a straightforward task. After all, Euryce did not have a beating heart or a functioning brain that could be destroyed. He could not bleed to death or succumb to debilitating wounds. In fact, he did not even seem to possess a soul, at least not one that Sunny could see or sense. Even his shadow was no different from the shadows cast by inanimate objects. Their surroundings were dark, but the distant light of a vast essence storm still reached them. So, the shadow of the ancient skeleton could just barely be seen, laying on the black dust beneath him. Taking a deep breath, Sunny raised his Odachi and shaped his will into a slaying blade. Then, he thrust his sword down, imbuing it with tyrannical killing intent, as lethal and deadly a strike as he could muster. The blade of the Odachi slid between the skeleton's ribs, passed through where his heart would have been, and plunged into the shadow below. A powerful gust of wind rose above the graveyard of serpents, and the towering pillars of ancient bones groaned, a few of them toppling thunderously somewhere in the distance. A cloud of dust rose into the air. By the time the dust settled, Uriz was laying motionlessly on the ground, staring at Sunny with lifeless, empty eye sockets. A few seconds later, he said, "Well, that was disappointing." Sunny clicked his tongue. "Damnation. Hey, it's not me, it's you. I am not bad at killing things, you are just too damn hard to kill. Can you even be killed?" Uriz let out a long sigh. "It should be possible. I guess you are not powerful enough to break Shadow God's curse yet, boy." Sunny remained silent for a bit, then dismissed the black Odachi and took a step back. "Then I'll get stronger. I am relatively new to being supreme. Maybe things will be different when I learn to wield my power better." He hesitated, then asked neutrally, "You are not in a hurry, are you?" Uriz did not answer immediately. Eventually, he laughed. "Well, you saw those unfortunate fellows in the White Desert. They have been fighting each other for thousands of years already, and are not going to stop anytime soon. However, while they bear the same curse as me, they are different from me. That is because they have long lost themselves, turning into mindless husks." His laughter dimmed. "I, on the other hand, have managed to preserve most of myself intact. Not through sheer willpower or because I am special, though, simply because I was nailed to that damn tree before the battle ended. It was the tree that kept me whole. Now that I am free, however, I'll become a mindless beast just like the rest of them soon. My, oh my. I hope to die before that happens." Sunny stared at him somberly for a little while. "How much time do you have left?" Yuri shrugged and responded nonchalantly. "More than your world has left, I'd say." Sunny nodded. "Then I'll come back to try and kill you when I am stronger. Perhaps once I become a spirit, maybe sooner." As he dismissed the shadow chair and turned around to leave, Yuri's called out to him in a creaky voice, "Didn't you hear what I said, boy? You have no chance of becoming a spirit. It's impossible." Sunny grinned. "I heard you well. But, says who? The world has changed a lot since your time, Yuri's. And if it didn't change enough, why then I'll just have to go and change it more." A rat from the outskirts had become a king. If something like that was possible, then why would becoming a god be any different? Especially considering that his companion was none other than Changing Star. Walking away, Sunny raised a hand and waved. "I'll kill you soon, Uris of the Nine." Chapter 2269. Let There Be Light. It's definitely going to work this time. A group of tired engineers, scientists, and awakened stared at a young woman wearing a formal suit, a buttoned-up blouse, and a white lab coat with numb expressions. The woman looked just as tired. There were dark circles under her eyes. Many strands of hair had escaped her messy bun, and her lab coat was charred in several places. However, her scathing gaze was still full of vigor and energy. "Chief Bethany, how about we call it a day, please? Somebody find Master Quentin. Only he can save us." Hearing the complaints, Beth frowned. "What is this I'm hearing? A mutiny?" The engineers, the scientists, and the awakened paled. "And no, of course not, Chief. We were just joking, Chief." She nodded in satisfaction, then turned to a complicated control board in front of her. Outside, Bastion was shrouded in darkness. A bright moon hung above the lake, bathing it in pale radiance, and although the streets were illuminated here and there by mundane or enchanted lanterns, most of the city was resting in the embrace of shadows. The city was too large and populous to be entirely asleep, but most citizens were sleeping in their homes, waiting for dawn to come so that they could continue their work. After all, nobody could work in darkness. Well, few people could. Beth turned her head and looked at one of her awakened subordinates, a stunning girl with pale skin and raven-black hair, barely out of her teenage years by the look of it. The girl was a recent addition to the team and worked as somewhat of an intern, assisting everyone who needed help with menial tasks while she was learning the ropes. Unlike the rest of the sorry bunch, the youngest member of the team never complained. "You there, Ronnie. You just returned from building the road across Godgrave, right?" The girl nodded with a smile. "Yes, Chief. I've worked on the Dark Road." The Dark Road stretched across the arms of the dead deity and the entire Collarbone Plain, connecting the human territories in the north. Some of its sections lay under the open sky, but most of it was shrouded by the eternal darkness that the Lord of Shadows had summoned before slaying the King of Swords and being slain by Changing Star in turn. Needless to say, building a road across a death zone had not been an easy project. Beth looked sternly at the rest of her subordinates. You see, Ronnie spent months doing arduous manual labor in total darkness while terrifying nightmare creatures and carnivorous plants were trying to eat her. So what are you, sorry lot, complaining about? When was the last time one of you was eaten? The team members looked at each other. Wasn't Russell eaten last week, though? Yes, I was. I spent a whole minute in an abomination's stomach. Luckily, Master Quentin was there to kill the beast, thank the immortal flame. The cable-laying crews are getting attacked all the time. Beth grimaced. Whatever, we are doing another run. You guys can sleep tomorrow. As groans resounded in the control room, Ronnie summoned a leather backpack and pulled something out of it. The team members looked at a tin can with burning eyes. Wait, I'm not seeing things, am I? Is that coffee? It's coffee, guys, real coffee. Ronnie smiled. Yeah, they are growing coffee trees in Ravenheart now, you know. I got a few cans as payment. How about I brew some for everyone while Chief Bethany does the calibrations? The team members exploded with cheers. Some even shed tears. Beth, meanwhile, was studying the control board, half of it mechanical, half etched with runes and embedded with soul shards. I don't get it. Everything should have worked. She remained silent for a minute, then called for an awakened operating the communication memories. Rivergate Hydro, its center. Are the turbines spinning? The generators are powered up too? Okay, 1. C. Keep an eye on the readings and let me know if something seems out of the ordinary. Honey, 1 mean, Master Quentin, you repaired the cable, right? Are you sure that there are no other burned sections? What? What do you mean a nightmare creature chewed through the cable? Why would it? Never mind. Just let me know when you finish mending it. Fire crews, stand by. The delay was caused by a severed cable. We will make another attempt in 10 minutes. No, it's not going to explode again. There is absolutely zero possibility that it will explode again. Nothing is going to explode. But just in case it does, you know what to do? Soon, the delicious aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the control room. The team members savored the invigorating drink while Beth was staring at the panels and discussing various details with her subordinates through the communication memories. From time to time, she looked into the wide window to study the dark landscape of the city below. High above, the graceful silhouette of the ivory tower was contoured against the pale disk of the moon. Finally, Quentin sent a message confirming that the cables laid from the dam built on the ruins of former Rivergate to Bastion were mended. The team members ran to their posts, and a tense silence settled in the control room. Beth remained near the control panel, accompanied by the young assistant, Ronnie DeLu, originally from NQSC, right, Ronnie? The girl nodded. Beth took a last look at the readings, then inhaled deeply. I'm from the Southern Quadrant myself, although I spent quite a few years in NQSC as a student. Oh, and I visited later as a refugee to pass through the Dream Gate. She lingered for a while. The infrastructure there, it's simply divine, a work of pure genius, but Beth placed her hand on a large switch and suddenly smiled brightly. In a few decades, Bastion will not be inferior in any way, and every other city in the Dream Realm too. With that, she pulled the switch. A strange hum suddenly filled the control room, reverberating through the walls. And then, the city outside the window suddenly lit up, just like her face had. Countless street lamps shone with the bright, steady electric light, like stars in the night sky. The darkness was chased away, replaced with pure, soft radiance. Beth exhaled slowly and smiled with satisfaction. Told you, Chapter 2270. Food for the People. Far away in Ravenheart, a woman with stunning emerald eyes was standing on a stone platform hiding from the falling ash under an elegant umbrella. The lower part of her face was protected from the wind by a fluffy scarf, and she was wearing an exquisitely embroidered dress under a fashionable coat. The woman was looking down at her dainty shoes with regret. The soft leather was already covered in soot, and the silver buckles had lost their shine. She sighed. I really hate this place. All around her, the city was boiling with life. Ravenheart had expanded greatly in the last year, spilling over the slopes of the volcano like a stone forest. The settlement on the Great Bridge had grown as well. In fact, the length of the bridge was not enough to house every awakened anymore. So there were enormous platforms hanging from it like terraces, with their own streets, buildings, gardens, and parks. The latter were encased in glass, of course, in order to protect the fragile plants from the bitter cold. There was another platform being lowered from the side of the bridge at the moment. Its unimaginable weight was supported by enormous cables, which in turn were being held by towering nightmare creatures. The hideous abominations were grinding their fangs and growling, their hulking muscles drawn taut under their hides below. A swarm of awakened builders were getting ready to receive the platform and affix it to the rigid frame. Nightmare creatures were everywhere in Ravenheart, actually performing all kinds of tasks, all thanks to Beastmaster and her eerie aspect. That was in large part why the city had been able to change and expand so swiftly. Only the magnificent black palace on the other side of the bridge remained unchanged. Well, the palace itself was the same, but its master was different. The woman looked at the distant palace with a dreamy smile, then caught herself and turned back to the city with a sigh. What a dreary place. Since the most readily available resource here was dark stone, most of the buildings were of the same color. In fact, there used to be very little colors in Ravenheart at all. Only black stone, white snow, and ash. Now, however, there were plenty of vibrant islands in the stark sea of black and white. Here and there, crowns of crimson trees rose above the buildings and crimson flowers bloomed along the streets. Overall, the aesthetic sensibility of the city was vastly improved. The woman looked at the splashes of vibrant crimson with satisfaction. After all, she was the one responsible for introducing color and vibrancy to Ravenheart. Even if it was just to pass the time, soon enough she saw a caravan climb the slope of the volcano and enter the city. Nightmare creatures were pulling the heavy carts full of precious cargo, with human guards walking alongside them with confident strides. Finally, soon after the caravan arrived, a tall figure entered the platform and looked at the woman's dainty shoes and elegant umbrella with a dubious expression. "Hey, Bliss." The woman looked at the stranger coldly. "Welcome to Ravenheart, St. Healy." Then she smiled brightly behind her scarf, took a step forward, and gave the taller woman a hug. "You're finally here." Helly grinned as well, then laughed. "You're going to poke my eyes out with that umbrella." Bliss took a step back and held the umbrella higher to shield both of them from the falling ash. Come, come, I just bought this coat. Do you know how hard it is to wash off soot?" The two saints left the platform and headed deeper into the city at a brisk pace. As they walked, Healy looked around and then said hesitantly, "This place does not quite seem to suit you, Bliss." The other woman sighed. "Oh, I hate it here. But what could I do? Not everyone has an ancestral citadel to return to like you lofty legacies. We, newer saints, are a transient sort. Granted, Summer Night did offer me a prime piece of real estate during the war." She smiled brightly, but I turned him down. So, when Song Seishan invited me to come here personally, there was no reason to say no. Don't worry, though. I'll be done in a few years and come back east, in fact. Her emerald eyes glistened. "You brought it, right?" Healy looked at the lively saint with a hint of resentment and nodded. "I did, I just returned from the Eastern Quadrant. But instead of welcoming me from the battlefield with open arms, you sent me on a lethal errand to Godgrave instead. Have you no shame?" Bliss grinned. "What I don't have are hooves. But you do. So you can get to Godgrave and back way faster." Healy looked at her in disbelief. Wow. Just wow. How callous. Soon enough, they entered a large building on the outskirts of the city. It was guarded by dozens of awakened warriors and a handful of masters, all wearing tense expressions on their faces. Helly glanced at them briefly, then frowned. Somehow it did not seem like the soldiers were protecting the building from potential threats from the outside. Instead, it seemed like they were protecting the city from the building. "Bliss, just what did Seishan ask you to do?" The woman folded her umbrella, took off her scarf, and smiled. "You'll see." A younger woman appeared out of nowhere, looked at them, and then asked nervously, "Saint Bliss, is it here?" Bliss nodded. "Indeed. You two should know each other. Healy, this is Ascended Shakti. Shakti, this is Saint Healy. She brought the new samples. Healy studied the younger woman. She vaguely remembered seeing her among the firekeepers. Let's go. A few minutes later, Helly was standing in front of a heavily reinforced glass dome, looking inside with a troubled expression. Inside the dome, a sea of scarlet moss was growing on the rich ashen soil. Here and there, bones of nightmare creatures protruded from the carpet of moss, growing smaller at an alarming rate. In front of the cell, there were various tables loaded with different, quite mundane plants. Bliss and Shakti were preparing to open the dome to allow Healy to deposit the plants of the scarlet jungle she had scavenged and stored in a special memory to be transported. She hesitated for a few moments, then asked, "Can you tell me now?" Bliss looked at her, then pointed to one of the tables. "You see that? That is a common potato, then." She turned and pointed at the glass cell. "And that is moss from the Godgrave jungle." Healy nodded. "And why is the moss from Godgrave here?" Bliss smiled. "Do you have any idea how miraculous that jungle is? How fast its flora grows and how resilient it is? Well, of course you do. We both suffered that damn jungle during the war, after all." Then she picked up a potato and showed it to Helly. "On the other hand, there are 3 billion people that need to be fed once they are all resettled in the dream realm. So if we can just transplant some qualities of the scarlet moss to a common potato, imagine the possibilities." Healy stared at her silently for a while. "Bliss, don't tell me that you plan to crossbreed the horrors of the scarlet jungle with Waking World's plants?" The elegant saintess blinked a couple of times. "Well, of course not. I am not planning to." As Healy sighed with relief, she added, "I already did. Where do you think all those trees and flowers on the streets of Ravenheart come from?" With that, she put the potato down like a precious jewel and turned back to the dome. "Come!" Chapter 2271, Bright Future. An endless expanse of tumultuous waves rested under a twilight sky, shrouded in mist and illuminated by the pale light of countless shimmering stars. Powerful winds blew above the surface of the undulating sea, while below it lay the unfathomable darkness of abyssal depths. The distant horizon was hidden behind a wall of heavy clouds, heralding the arrival of an obliterating storm. Indifferent to the daunting threat of the inevitable calamity, a colossal ship moved across the waves at great speed. At least a kilometer across from port to starboard, the ancient vessel still appeared narrow due to its great length. Its ancient hull was made of wood, but had no seams, as if someone had hollowed out a branch of an inconceivable tree once to create it. The ship was like a city in and of itself, with dozens of vast decks, beautiful palaces, tall pagodas built on its surface, and great mysteries hiding in its boundless holds. It had wild groves, rushing streams, deep lakes, and gentle meadows. It was Night Garden, the great citadel ruled by Saint Jet, the steward of the South. The miraculous vessel had been mostly desolate once, back when it belonged to the House of Night. Even though thousands of awakened had called it home, their number had not been enough to crowd its many decks and countless holds. Most of the palaces and pagodas had stood empty, many of the lower decks had remained unexplored, and the groves had grown untended. Things were different now. Millions of refugees had arrived aboard the great ship through the Dream Gate, and so the Night Garden was transformed. The palaces were now inhabited dwellings. The wild groves had turned into cultivated fruit gardens. The meadows had become fertile fields. Children were playing on the shores of the lakes and swimming in the clear water. Countless colorful lanterns illuminated the floating city, making it glow like a vibrant jewel in the dim twilight of the misty sea. Nave was observing the lively landscape of the night garden from a vantage point on the bow of the ship with a complicated expression on his face. It was good to see the great citadel braving the perilous expanse of the storm sea once again. It was also rewarding to see it become so lively and thriving, home to countless people, but at the same time he could not help but remember the desolate tranquility of its former self, the starlit peace of how the night garden used to be under the rule of his clan. His former clan, the House of Night, did not exist anymore. "Daddy!" Hearing a childish voice, Nave erased the melancholy from his face and turned around with a smile. In the next moment, a girl with vibrant indigo eyes and hair lunged herself into his embrace at full speed. He caught her and laughed quietly, spinning her around. Wait, wait, you're too big now to ram you poor dad like a hungry shark. The girl frowned fiercely. I'm not. Nave laughed again. His daughter was already 12, a fact he sometimes found hard to believe. His family had finally rejoined him aboard the Night Garden a few months ago. Even then, he did not get to spend as much time with them as he would have wanted to, since there were too many ships in need of guidance and too few Nightwalkers left alive. So, their lives were split unevenly between the Stormsea, where the Night Garden and the rest of the citadels needed to be settled and defended against the perils of the Dream Realm, and the Waking World, where naval convoys had to serve as the last tenuous connection between the isolated quadrants. It had gotten somewhat better after the last of the Stormsea citadels were reclaimed, and especially after Changing Star used her Dreamgate to evacuate the last remaining humans from South America. Still, with the war raging in the eastern quadrant and the infrastructure of the waking world slowly collapsing, nobody had time to rest. Putting his daughter on the ground, Nave patted her on the head. So you're done with school for today? Schools were a relatively recent development. With millions of people settling in the Dream Realm and countless more on the way, there were naturally many children here now, some having arrived with their parents, some having been born under the alien sky. All these children had to be educated and taught. The sword domain and the song domain had done little in that regard in the 4 years prior to the war. There had been schools, of course, but too few, and even those that had been established lacked a unified teaching program and vision. So most children were either homeschooled by their parents or handed off to caretakers chosen from the members of small refugee communities while the parents worked. Creating a comprehensive school curriculum for children who were destined to grow up in this strange new world was not an easy task either. After all, the Dream Realm often refused to follow the laws that had seemed axiomatic on Earth. Were the teachers supposed to instruct their pupils on how electricity worked, considering that it did not work the same way or at all here? Granted, Nive had heard that someone in Bastion managed to build a functioning hydroelectric power plant. If so, the Night Garden was certain to benefit soon, considering that the great ship itself was known to attract and absorb lightning from the endless storms. In any case, things had changed after the war. The government got involved, employing the services of many renowned Dream Realm experts. From what Naive knew, the head of the project was someone named Julius, a seasoned explorer and esteemed academic of the first generation, formerly employed as an instructor of the Awakened Academy. Under the energetic old man's leadership, the Universal Education Guidelines were swiftly developed, iterated, and implemented. The Night Garden was largely under the government's control, so it was the first city to benefit from the education initiative. The other cities in the Dream Realm would be opening enough schools to accommodate every child soon, but here kids were already receiving a proper education. Nave's daughter, it seemed, was enjoying school greatly, which was why he was surprised to see her before the classes were supposed to end. She nodded with a grin. Teacher let us go early. Something about needing to return home before the transition. Nave lingered for a few moments, then sighed. Right. So why aren't you home, young lady? The girl grinned. Why would I go straight home when there's no homework? Dad? Are you crazy? Then she giggled and said, I met Grandpa on the way. He brought me here. As she did, there was a sound of uncomfortable coughing from behind her. There, a man with smooth ebony skin and perfectly white hair stood, his eyes glinting with shades of indigo and deep blue. His towering figure was broad and fearsome, but at the moment there was a deeply somber expression on his face. Brat, I told you not to call me Grandpa. She looked at him innocently. But Grandpa Bloodwave, you're my dad's uncle. That makes you a grandpa. Saint Bloodwave looked at her silently, then sighed. Great uncle. At least call me a great uncle. Nave caught himself looking at his daughter, feeling both warm and cold at the same time. Good. It's good. It was good that she could smile, grin, laugh, and tease her elders without a second thought. Still, after everything that they had gone through 2 years before, all the terror, all the loss, and all the change, Nave himself could rarely smile without forcing himself to. Children were much more resilient than adults. That was why he hoped that his daughter and her peers would build a better world in the future, a kinder world, even if it was not the world their parents had been born into. Letting out a sigh, he turned to Bloodwave. Uncle Nave hesitated for a few moments and then asked tentatively, "Is she going through with it?" He did not mean his daughter, of course. He meant Soul Reaper Jet, the ruler of the Night Garden and the de facto leader of the government. Bloodwave nodded. She is, in fact, because of the storm, it is going to happen sooner. It is going to happen now. Nave closed his eyes for a moment. The war against the Skinwalker was not proceeding smoothly, and the evacuation of the Eastern Quadrant was not happening as fast as it had to happen. After all, there was only one Dream Gate. The refugees had to be brought to a single gathering point from all across the continent first, then screened thoroughly to not let any vessels of the vile abomination pass through. The Western Quadrant was drowning in the flood of nightmare gates as well, so Changing Star and her steward had come up with an emergency measure, something to tip the scales in favor of humanity, at least for a while. But their decision was not without risk. Nave opened his eyes and looked at his uncle. "Are we sure that it is the best course of action?" Bloodwave shrugged. "I am not. But if you have objections, you can go talk to Soul Reaper yourself." Nave raised an eyebrow. "Why don't you?" His uncle looked at him silently, then cleared his throat. "Well, it's because that woman. I am scared of her." Nave's daughter looked at her great-uncle with wide eyes. "I thought you didn't fear anything, Grandpa. Why would you be scared of Auntie Jet?" Bloodwave was not a very expressive man, but at the moment he looked like someone stabbed him in the heart. He remained silent for a bit, then grumbled, "How come Soul Reaper is an auntie, but I am a grandpa?" Nave wanted to chuckle, but at the moment he felt a subtle change happen to the world. The stars seemed to have grown brighter, and the great ship trembled slightly below their feet. "It's starting. Look." The three of them looked ahead. There. A white line suddenly cut the fabric of reality in front of the night garden, falling from the heavens into the turbulent waters below. Then it expanded, turning into a towering, wide rift. The rift was filled with nothing but brilliant radiance for a moment. Then, for the first time in thousands of years, pure daylight shone onto the surface of the storm sea from the titanic Dream Gate. Neve took a deep breath, then smiled faintly. "I guess we are really doing that." Soon enough, the bow of the colossal ship plunged into the wide fissure of the Dream Gate, and a moment later, it cut the waves of a different sea. To be specific, the Night Garden had entered the abomination-infested expanse of the Indian Ocean. It had arrived on Earth. Chapter 2272, Shady Business Autumn, was slowly surrendering to the tyranny of winter, and frigid winds were blowing across the crowded streets of NQSC. Awakened June had neglected summoning a PTV, so he had to walk quite a distance from the nearest public transport terminal to his destination. It had seemed like a good idea at first, but by now he was regretting his choice. He found himself weary of cold weather ever since returning from Antarctica. But then again, he also found himself weary of hot weather ever since returning from Godgrave. Sinking deeper into his coat, June sighed. Truly, nature has nothing good to offer at all. People of his generation were truly unfortunate. There was a reason why he had decided to walk, though. June had not been to his hometown for a long time, so he was curious to see how much NQSC had changed. The changes were subtle but undeniable. The buildings were the same, the roads were the same, and the crisp tastelessness of the filtered air was also the same, here in the center of the city at least. However, the atmosphere was entirely different. It was both much more lively and much more feverish, with excitement and fear mixed together in equal measure. Most of the people seemed oddly uplifted and confident. They were full of energy. It was as if bright sparks were shining in their eyes. Metaphorically speaking, for most, June found it odd that they looked so vibrant despite knowing that the world was coming to an end. But on the other hand, he understood. Even he, once a bitter cynic, felt the same. It was hard not to feel awed after having his life saved by the miraculous flames of a living goddess. People everywhere had spent decades living in a world that they secretly knew was dying. Now its death sentence had been officially pronounced. But at the same time, they were given hope and shown an unambiguous path to salvation. They had been given a clear goal. More than that, there was someone to guide them on that thorny path. A person who exemplified the very ideals of benevolence, virtue, and righteous power, changing star of the immortal Flame Clan. A living legend, someone who was known to make miracles happen. In simple terms, she had a stellar reputation and a proven track record of leading people out of impossible situations. So, instead of giving up, people were reinvigorated, throwing themselves into working toward a common goal with abandon. Of course, not all of them. That was why the atmosphere in NQSC was so feverish. There were also those who were panicking, surrendering to despair, and just plain losing their minds. As June walked, he noticed the carcasses of several burned PTVs on the side of the road. The walls were marred with scars left by the war. A crowd of protesters had gathered near a tall barrier constructed around an active nightmare gate. Police officers were wearing riot armor and staring at the protesters coldly from behind the transparent visors of their alloy helmets. They looked like a group of knights grievously outnumbered by a horde of angry peasants. June shook his head. What are these folks even protesting against? Well, it did not really matter to him. He doubted that he would spend a long time in NQSC. There were too many emergencies happening every day all across the world, and even more work to be done in the dream realm. So his unexpected vacation would most likely be short. Finally, he reached his destination, the central government headquarters. It was a vast and heavily defended complex built with utility in mind and no regard for aesthetics. June studied the automatic turrets towering above the walls and the awakened warriors standing guard around the perimeter, his trained eye discerning many details that many others would have missed. Being a government grunt himself, June had no reason to seek out vulnerability points and potential escape routes, but old habits died hard. He was allowed inside the complex after going through a complicated security check and eventually found himself in the depths of one of its underground levels. There, a few other awakened were waiting patiently in front of an unmarked office. When June arrived, they studied him with wary gazes. He studied them as well, feeling pins and needles in his sword arm, professionals. There was an imperceptible quality that those like themselves recognized in each other. A subtle mark of a specialist, of a person who had reached the hidden heights of their bloody vocation. Not all of them were consummate killers. There were those with utility aspects as well. In fact, those were often much more precious than the combat specialists, but most of them were smiling amicably. June nodded at the awakened elites and took a seat. I do wonder what it's all about. The reason he had returned to NQSC and was now sitting in front of an unmarked office was a bit strange. It was a rumor. No, more of an urban legend among the seasoned government grunts like him. A scary story about an absolutely separate, intangible elite force that operated in the shadows of the human domain. A force more elite than even the exalted firekeepers themselves, and arguably more deadly. Most people dismissed these rumors as a scary story, but some dug deeper. June was one of those who had investigated the rumors more seriously. As a result, he found himself participating in a vicious and, quite honestly, more than a little shady trial. Having ruthlessly defeated all other contenders, he finally found himself here. His curiosity was going to be sated. He spent about an hour in the waiting room before being summoned into the office. There, an awakened woman was sitting behind a desk, checking something on the screen in front of her. She had a petite build with mousy hair and an unassuming face. However, her gaze was calm and confident, making June feel a little flustered. "Awakened June?" He nodded. "I am Awakened Kim. Please take a seat." June sat on the only free chair in the office and looked at Awakened Kim quietly. After checking her screen one last time, she turned to him and said in an even tone, "June, City of Origin, NQSC, infected by the nightmare spell at age 16, awakened an aspect of the ascended ranks, supposedly. Stellar marks at the academy, joined the government after awakening. Member of the 1st Evacuation Army, 2nd Irregular Company, East Antarctica Distinguished Service. Later retired from service, employed at various private outlets as a security specialist and bodyguard. In Godgrave, Soldier of the Sword Army, Vanishing Lake Expedition, Godheart, Siege of the Greater Crossing. Rejoined the government forces 6 months ago." She paused and looked at June, who smiled. "That's me." Awakened Kim nodded. What she said next, however, made June freeze and feel a cold shiver run down his spine. Clandestine alias Corsair. Black market nightmare creature hunter, enforcer, assassin. 76 confirmed contracts, actual number unknown. 94% success rate. Fallen nightmare creatures unhinged ascended. An unsanctioned death zone expedition? Impressive. June remained silent for a few moments, hiding his shock and unease. Eventually he coughed. That's also me, awakened Kim, whomever the hell she was, seemed to know everything already, and in chilling detail at that. So there was no reason to play coy. She studied him intently for a bit, then asked with a hint of curiosity, Say, the Pandavar massacre, that wouldn't happen to have been you by chance? June met her gaze, considered his next words for a moment or two, then smiled. Those guys, well, they got into some really abominable business for a fallen noble house. Otherwise, the bounty on their heads would not have been that high. Awakened Kim lingered for a few moments, then chuckled suddenly. A corsair hunting down pirates, huh? The irony. She paused and seemed to hesitate for a short while. Eventually she asked, You're Vandal's grandson, aren't you? I met your grandfather in Antarctica. He was a great awakened. June looked at her for a few long seconds, his expression turning stiff. He wasn't great enough, I guess. Otherwise, he would have survived. Then he crossed his arms and asked, So, are we done with the interrogation part? How about you tell me what this is about? Awakened Kim gave him an evaluating look, then nodded. It's simple, really. There is important work that needs to be done, and you've been evaluated to be the right person to do it. It is a special kind of assignment. You won't be working for the government anymore, but know that what we do is exclusively for the sake of humanity. The only entity we report to is the ivory tower itself. Well, when our boss feels like it, at least. June blinked. When the boss feels like it? What kind of boss would be audacious enough to neglect reporting their business to a literal goddess? And who would be important enough to report directly to Changing Star? Noticing his reaction, Awakened Kim smiled faintly. Note that I can't tell you anything else until you agree. You'll be sworn to secrecy, of course, and if you break that oath. June raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me? I'll be killed? Awakened Kim chuckled. Killed? No, nothing that amateurish. She shook her head and smiled benevolently. Instead, you'll be brainwashed and have your memories erased. Then, we'll return you to where we took you from. June laughed, thinking it was a joke. But under the unassuming woman's calm gaze, his laughter slowly died down. Wait, is she serious? He stared at her in silence. There were all kinds of aspects out there. Awakened Kim raised an eyebrow. Any questions? June contemplated his answer a little, then shrugged and nodded readily. Only one. The most important question. He paused for a moment and with a glint in his eyes. How's the pay? The unassuming woman blinked a couple of times, then looked down and sighed. Oh, she's going to like this one. Shaking her head. Awakened Kim raised her head and gave June a piercing look. The pay is stellar. He nodded in satisfaction. Great. Where do I sign? Standing up from behind her desk, she smiled. There's no need to sign anywhere. Awakened Kim paused for a moment, then added hesitantly. Oh, but I should ask, how do you feel about tattoos? Chapter 2273, Shadow Clan. The next morning, June returned to the government complex at the break of dawn. He had finished his business in the city and packed a bag as instructed, informing those who still bothered to check on him from time to time that he would be gone for a while. Awakened Kim met him in the depths of the complex, looking just as plain and unassuming as yesterday. This time, however, she was wearing a dark suit of combat armor. The armor, in fact, gave June pause. It was matte black and unembellished, looking neat, but entirely unremarkable at first glance. However, there was something about the armor that made him look again. June had a good eye for these things, so he could not help but notice the subtle signs of sublime craftsmanship. How flawlessly the armor fit her figure. how well it maintained the balance between rigidity and flexibility, thus providing stellar defense while remaining relatively light and not at all cumbersome. The artistry of how seamlessly it incorporated subtle elements of modern design into the time-tested archaic framework. Strangely enough, he could not identify the materials that had gone into crafting the armor. All he could tell was that they had come from nightmare creatures of the corrupted rank, and that there was an array of powerful enchantments hiding beneath the unassuming surface of the plain black armor. It was, for all intents and purposes, a masterwork. More than that, it was clearly custom-made as opposed to being bestowed by the spell, which meant that Kim, a mere awakened, was wearing a bespoke suit of transcendent armor. June glanced at her with a distant expression. With her calm gaze, the mysterious woman looked quite comfortable and sharp in her black armor. She showed no sign of knowing or caring that she was wearing an entire fortune on her body. Just who was awakened Kim, really? What kind of funding did the nebulous force that had recruited her enjoy? As she turned to meet his gaze, June finally noticed something that stood out on the plain black surface of the black armor. It was a circular insignia in the shape of a coiled serpent. He studied the sharp-looking woman for a moment, then asked, "Awakened Kim, if I may ask, where were you assigned in Antarctica? Was she a former member of the Special Reconnaissance Unit? Or maybe even one of the irregulars companies just like him?" No. Clan, if she had really met his grandfather, then she would have been in the Antarctic Center. And apart from Soul Reaper herself, barely anyone from the first irregular company had survived. Everyone in Antarctica had gone through hell, but those people were said to have met the devil himself. Awakened Kim shrugged. "Oh, I was just a pencil pusher. Yeah, no way." Somehow, June strongly doubted it. He did not press the issue, though. Instead, he pointed to the serpent insignia and raised an eyebrow. "Is that the enchanter's signature?" He was really curious to know which famous master had created this masterpiece. Awakened Kim glanced at the insignia and sighed. "Sort of. It's our crest, I guess. Kind of defeats the purpose of being a secret organization, I know. But our boss and his foremost minion will not listen to my objections. Something about brand recognition and customer loyalty." Shaking her head with an aggrieved expression, she headed into the depths of the complex and gestured for him to follow. As they walked, June asked, "Do I get to know who we are now?" Awakened Kim nodded. "You will learn everything in the next few days. For now, know that we call ourselves the Shadow Clan. Our purpose is to perform delicate tasks that the Firekeepers cannot undertake themselves, gathering information, eliminating threats, dealing with special kinds of nightmare creatures. We are also responsible for establishing a secure base in a remote region of the Dream Realm, as well as for preparations against a potential hazard in the future." June raised an eyebrow. "What kind of hazard?" Awakened Kim pursed her lips. "I don't know. In fact, none of us know. That is because, as we were told, the nature of the hazard itself is such that simply knowing about it is dangerous." He blinked a couple of times. "How can we prepare to face a threat if we don't know what the threat is?" She smiled faintly. "By doing what our boss tells us, you'll understand when you meet him." They reached the gate of a massive cargo elevator. Awakened Kim entered a security code, and the gate opened slowly. A few moments later, it lowered behind them. An elevator started to move down. June was surprised. They were already quite deep underground, but there seemed to be an even deeper layer to the government complex. He subconsciously timed the descent, calculating the depth. Awakened Kim spoke by his side. "The Shadow Clan is primarily based in the Dream Realm. You will be anchored at our citadel. Our work takes us all over the two worlds, though, so be prepared to travel a lot. Needless to say, it is preferable if no one notices our presence. In case contact with other humans is inevitable, though, you will be provided with a suitable cover identity." June scratched the back of his head. "Wouldn't it be problematic to be anchored to a citadel in a remote region of the Dream Realm if we need to travel a lot?" She chuckled. "Don't worry about it. Our boss can bring you to where you need to be. The citadel itself can travel, as well." So the mysterious boss was a saint. Only saints could transport people between worlds, after all. But more importantly, a citadel that can travel? June suddenly had a suspicion. The nameless temple? The citadel of the Lord of Shadows was known to be able to move. It had disappeared mysteriously a few days after the sinister man's death. People assumed that Lady Nephis bestowed it to one of her saints, but nobody knew for sure. The Lord of Shadows, Shadow Clan. June looked at awakened Kim with suspicion. No one knew where the Lord of Shadows had come from. Considering his great power and vast resources, though, there had to be some sort of faction standing behind him. It was simply unthinkable for a solitary awakened to achieve all these feats alone. The Lord of Shadows was dead now, having without a doubt left behind a masterless faction. People assumed that it had been quietly obliterated by the Ivory Tower. But what if Lady Nephis assumed control over its members instead? Nephis assumed control over its members instead. That would explain a few things. How many members does our clan have? Awakened Kim looked at him calmly. Around 200. Half of us are operatives. The other half is involved in information gathering, logistics, and construction. Don't worry, though, most of us are friendly people. You'll fit right in, Corsair. Just, apart from the boss, you need to be wary of 3 individuals. June tensed a little. They are. At the same time, he shook his head slightly, bewildered. The elevator was still descending. Just how far down are we going? Awakened Kim spoke in a serious tone. First and foremost, our mare, Aiko, also known as the Shadow Fairy. If she starts demanding rent money or charging you for mission supplies, come find me. I can't guarantee that I can stop her, but I'll at least try to distract her. June stared at Kim, trying to understand if she was joking. Surely she was. But why was her tone so somber? Meanwhile, she continued, Second is our Princess Rain. She's actually wonderful. But our boss might kill you if he catches you looking at her funny. And just so that you know, being killed by our boss is not an escape from suffering. It is merely the beginning. June coughed. Don't look at the princess funny. Got it. But what if she started looking at him funny? June was not very self-absorbed, but he knew that he was quite a handsome man. Tall, cold, with black hair and blue eyes, he had been known to get a lot of attention from women, which was actually a bit of a detriment in his profession. So, June suddenly felt uneasy. Princess of Shadows. Yeah, I'd better stay away. Who's the third? Awakened Kim gave him a long look. The third is a man called Luster. If you hear him talk nonsense about the female members of our clan, come tell me immediately. June's expression soured. Why? Does he have unsavory habits? He hated people like that. Awakened Kim lingered for a bit, then suddenly let out a laugh. No, he's my husband. I'm going to give him hell at home. June's calm and collected expression cracked for a moment. At that moment, the elevator finally stopped. The gates slowly opened, revealing a vast underground chamber. The chamber was cylindrical in shape, the ceiling towering somewhere far, far above. June guessed that it used to be a water reservoir, now empty and repurposed for some other use. The scale of the underground reservoir, it was still quite daunting. However, he was in no mood to pay any attention to the size of the secret chamber, because at its center, something that should not have existed stood, towering at hundreds of meters in height. It was a black rift in the fabric of reality, full of cold, impenetrable darkness. At first, June tensed, assuming that it was a nightmare gate. However, he did not hear the maddening whispers of the call, which meant that it had to be something entirely different. It was a dream gate. Chapter 2274, Dark Lord. The dark fissure in the fabric of reality was a dream gate. But a dream gate could not be hidden in an underground reservoir beneath the central government HQ, because there was only one supreme in the world and only one dream gate, the radiant dream gate of Shanig Star, the living goddess of humanity. This gate, however, was out of place. It brimmed with an impenetrable darkness, making June shiver as if chilled to the bone. He was not someone to deny what he saw, however, a second dream gate. If there was a second dream gate in the world, that meant that there was a second supreme in the world as well. He almost staggered. Awakened Kim patted June on the shoulder. Relax, Corsair. This secret is fully sanctioned by the Ivory Tower. June gulped. But the Lord of Shadows, he's dead. I saw him die with my own 2 eyes. She smiled. Did you? With that, awakened Kim left the elevator and entered the reservoir. It was only then that June noticed that there were various cargo containers placed chaotically here and there on the floor of the underground chamber, as well as several people busy unloading building materials and supplies from them. Kind of creepy, isn't it? He flinched, hearing a friendly voice speaking into his ear. Turning around, June noticed a young man looking at him with an amiable smile. Quite disturbingly, he had not sensed the young man's approach at all. It had been years since anyone had managed to sneak up on June. He still had scars from the near-fatal encounter. The young man pointed to the Dream Gate, a creepy black portal hidden in a secret underground chamber. I nearly fainted the first time I saw it. June looked at the towering fissure once again, trying to regain his composure. The Lord of Shadows is alive? Not only was the sinister fiend alive, he was also in charge of an elite clandestine force that supported the ivory tower from the shadows. So, Lady Nephis and him had staged the fateful duel for whatever reason. June tried to come to terms with that fact. Somehow it made a comforting sort of sense. One Supreme was like a radiant sun shining upon Manking from the heavens. The other was like a vast shadow hiding in the eternal darkness deep underground. Both were working hand in hand to protect humanity. The goddess and her shadow. June exhaled slowly, then froze. Wait, that's our boss, awakened Kim kept talking about? He suddenly felt dizzy. Who went around calling a supreme boss? Wasn't that sacrilege? The young man turned to awakened Kim and saluted her respectfully. She smiled. Oh, Ray, are you and Fleur back from the Eastern Quadrant? He nodded. I am. But she stayed behind to treat the civilians. Oh, by the way, will Master Quentin be returning anytime soon? She wanted to thank him for his guidance. Awakened Kim shook her head. You know that he mainly stays in Bastion. Now that our princess is there as well, he won't be back for some time. The young man, Ray, sighed. I don't get it. I really oughtn't. When I first learned that Rain was royalty, I was honestly a bit envious, but she went straight back to a road crew after the war. And now she's delivering coffee in Bastion. Isn't our boss a little too ruthless to his sister? It was only then that June noticed Ray wearing a suit of black armor similar to that of awakened Kim. Everyone in the underground chamber was, in fact, all emblazoned with the coiling serpent insignia that suddenly made his heart flutter. Does this mean that I'll get one too? Would he be getting a bespoke suit of transcendent armor? She did say that our benefits were stellar. Awakened Kim, meanwhile, pointed to June and said neutrally, This is our new recruit, Corsair. Corsair, this is our best stealth specialist, Ray. Be nice to him. His girlfriend is a healer. June looked at the young man and smiled. Let's be friends. Anyone who knew anything understood that befriending healers was a matter of first priority. After saying their goodbye to Ray, June and Kim walked past the cargo containers and passed through the Dream Gate without much fanfare. June had been wondering what he would encounter on the other side with a bit of trepidation, but to his surprise, he saw nothing. Absolutely nothing. He was surrounded by impenetrable darkness, the kind one rarely encountered in a world that was full of stars, moons, and city lights. All June could feel was the wind on his face, hinting that he was not underground anymore. He could also hear various sounds reaching his ears from a distance. Awakened Kim was somewhere near. Her voice reached him from a few meters away a second later. You will receive the mark soon. For now I will use my aspect ability on you. It will help you see. Then, suddenly, June could see again. The darkness did not disappear, but he was somehow able to see through it clearly. The world was devoid of color, but other than that, it was as if he suddenly received perfect night vision. A vast starless sky was above him. All around him were the crumbled, dilapidated buildings of a dark, ancient city. He was standing in the middle of a spacious square that rested under the black branches of a colossal tree. The Dream Gate towered behind him, while a wide road led into the depths of the city in front of him. Awakened Kim spoke calmly. This is the Saint Square. Apparently this is where our boss met Saint for the first time. June hesitated to ask, Which saint? She shook her head. Not a saint. The saint, the Onyx Saint. She is the general of Shadow Legion, as well as the combat instructor of the Shadow Clan. She'll be training you too, he trembled. Wait, she doesn't mean that terrifying living statue. June was actually quite familiar with the Lord of Shadows and his infernal servants, having followed the Sellsword Saint into battle during the conquest expedition of the Vanishing Lake. The graceful Onyx Knight, the towering Steel Fiend, and the shape-shifting Serpent. Weren't they simple echoes? Apparently they weren't, and one of them would be training him soon. He sighed. I'm looking forward to it. Awakened Kim nodded. First, you will need to meet the boss and receive the mark. We'll settle you in the Dark Castle after that. June raised an eyebrow. The Dark Castle? Instead of answering, Kim simply pointed. Turning around, June looked up and froze for a few moments. Out there, standing on a tall hill above the city, was a sinister castle built of black stone. It was grand and magnificent, with dozens of towers rising into the air, each supported by a number of elaborate arches and columns. Grotesque gargoyles were staring down on the ruins from under the eaves. A grandiose staircase led to the castle gates. In front of it, there was a vast stone platform meant to serve as the gathering ground for the soldiers in case the enemy was to somehow scale the hill. Now, however, a stunning temple of black marble was perched on it instead. The Nameless Temple. It was at this point that June finally asked, I'm sorry, Awakened Kim, but where exactly are we? She looked at him in confusion, then smiled faintly. Where else? This is the Forgotten Shore. June inhaled sharply. The Forgotten Shore, the nightmarish crucible where Song of the Fallen, raised by wolves, Nightingale, the Fire Keepers, and Changing Star herself had been forged. The cradle of humanity's goddess. A subtle frown creased his brow. Wait, but wasn't there a bright castle here, rules by a bright lord? Awakened Kim laughed quietly. There was. Now, however, we have a dark castle ruled by a dark lord. June blinked a couple of times. That's a little on the nose, isn't it? She coughed. Oh, it is. Don't say it to the boss's face, though. Granted, he probably heard you already. He hears everything after all. June paled. What I meant to say was that it is beautifully poetic and highly symbolic. Yeah. Kim looked at him with a hint of disdain and shook her head. In any case, let's go. I need to get back to NQSC soon. They walked across the dark city together as she explained a few more things. June was a little bit distracted, however, by the sight of countless harrowing nightmare creatures, or rather their silent shadows, moving along the desolate streets, clearing them of stone debris or transporting building materials. It seemed like the entire city was being slowly restored to its former glory. At some point, they passed a magnificent ruined cathedral. Rhythmic sounds of a hammer striking an anvil could be heard from the inside, ringing far and wide in the silence of the desolate city. June looked at it with curiosity. What is happening there? Awakened Kim glanced at the cathedral and frowned slightly. There, our blacksmith is there, working endlessly to arm the members of the Shadow Legion. He is a shadow, just like the rest of them. June thought he heard a reverent note in her voice, but wasn't sure what it meant. Finally, they ascended the tall hill and stopped. The Nameless Temple was to their right, while the towering gates of the Dark Castle were in front of them. Looking at the dark chasm, June couldn't help but shiver. You know, Awakened Kim, looking at this gate, I can't help but feel like it is the maw of a giant, insatiable beast. She gave him an odd look, then headed towards the gate with a nonchalant shrug. Well, that is because it is. This entire castle is one giant transcendent devil. June chuckled. This Awakened Kim, she really has a strange sense-off humor. You're joking, right? The unassuming woman entered the castle without responding. June hesitated in front of the gates for a few moments. Right? Chapter 2275, Shadowy Bossman. The insides of the Transcendent Devil were strangely no different from the interior of an actual castle. The place did not even seem haunted or especially sinister. In fact, it was clean and neat, almost cozy. Of course, that was only because Awakened Kim had granted June the ability to see through the darkness that drowned the spacious corridors. He would not have wanted to wander them alone while carrying something as unreliable as a lantern. Overall, everything he had seen so far, the abyssal chasm of the hidden dream gate, the crumbling city resting under the dark expanse of a starless sky, the silent shadows populating its ancient streets, the black edifice of the magnificent temple, the towering black castle that possessed a malevolent life of its own, was more than worthy of being the domain of a dark deity. And June was about to meet that deity. Of course, he knew that Supremes were not really gods. However, from the point of view of a mundane human, or a mere awakened for that matter, they might as well have been. The King of Swords and the Queen of Worms had mostly kept their power hidden, but the Lady of the Ivory Tower was far more generous with her grace. She was rarely seen, but there was hardly a person in the world who had not felt the presence of her radiant power. Those of them who had fought in that fateful last battle of the Realm War knew how miraculous it was especially well. The power to nurture, the power to destroy. June had no doubt that if Changing Star wanted to, she could annihilate the entire world in the incandescent inferno of her flames. She could also embrace all of humanity and carry them all to salvation. If that was not a god, then he did not know what was. The Lord of Shadows was a comparable existence. So June, who more or less had ice flowing through his veins, found himself struggling to remain calm. His composure was crumbling with each step he took. It's going to be all right. After all, I've already met the Lord of Shadows, right? Out there in Godgrave, he had seen the fearsome saint many times. Granted, June had been creeped out by him even then. Who wouldn't be? That fearsome black armor, the sinister mask, the cold and insidious presence, the oppressive force of his chilling, killing intent, the frightening mystery of it all. The thought of looking directly at that monstrous mask made June shiver. People had speculated that there was something inhuman hiding behind it even when the Lord of Shadow was merely a saint. No one had ever seen him bleed after all. He was not a saint anymore. How much more frightening had he become after attaining supremacy? Penny for your thoughts. June flinched slightly and looked at awakened Kim. He hesitated for a few moments, then said, "I'm a bit nervous to meet my new employer, to be honest." She smiled faintly. "I was too the first time I met him." He raised an eyebrow. "If I may ask, what is he like?" Awakened Kim remained silent for a bit, then said with a neutral expression, "Well, his waffles are to die for." The corner of June's eye twitched. What in the world? What did she mean? Before he could continue the conversation, though, they reached tall wooden gates. The heavy doors opened by themselves, and awakened Kim ushered him into the throne room of the dark castle. The great hall was grandiose and majestic in appearance, its vast expanse drowning in impenetrable darkness. The walls were decorated with intricate carvings that spanned dozens of meters like a regal tapestry, depicting scenes of fearsome battles and fantastical landscapes. At the far end of the hall, a set of stairs led to a dark alcove, and there, on a raised dais, stood a black throne. Sitting on that throne, June stumbled, momentarily stunned. All this time, he had been mentally preparing himself to face the Lord of Shadows, the fearsome figure encased in an intricate suit of dark armor, wearing an eerie mask that depicted the face of a snarling demon, with long white hair cascading down its back. Reality, however, was very different from his imagination. Instead of the familiar, if deeply frightening, visage of the Lord of Shadows, a slender young man was sitting on the throne in a relaxed pose, wearing a simple black tunic. The young man had skin as pale as flawless white jade, silky black hair, and eyes that were like two onyx gems. His delicate beauty was almost sublime, making June feel like he was looking at a piece of art, not a human being. What was more, he could not sense the cold indifference, disdainful arrogance, and chilling bloodthirst that people had associated with the Lord of Shadows. Instead, he felt nothing at all, as if the young man had no presence whatsoever. No, wait. This was the Lord of Shadows? The Lord of Shadows was this young. More importantly, he had been hiding this face behind a mask all this time. June was stunned. He was dazed, but only for a moment. When the moment passed, June realized that he had been staring at the Shadow Sovereign with wide eyes. But even knowing that, he still had to force himself to look away. "Stop ogling your boss, fool." At the moment, June wanted nothing more than to find the bastard who had said that the Lord of Shadows was constantly wearing the mask due to being horribly disfigured and drown him in a puddle. The silly rumors that the mysterious saint and Lady Nephis had been lovers suddenly did not seem that silly anymore. In fact, they made too much sense. Boss, awakened Kim bowed slightly. The Lord of Shadows looked at her and smiled. His smile was beautiful enough to stop hearts, but sadly enough, Kim seemed to be immune to it, while June was not in the mood to appreciate beauty. In any case, he was quite scared. Ah, Kimmy. Is this the new recruit? She nodded. Yes, only one from the latest batch passed the selection. The Lord of Shadows shifted his gaze and looked at June. Surprisingly enough, his gaze wasn't terrifying, suffocating, or oppressive. It was quite friendly, which only made June tense up more. After all, people in his field of work knew that there was nothing more dangerous than a being that was supposed to be threatening, but did not feel like a threat at all. The Lord of Shadows slowly raised a hand. What? What is he going to do? And waved at June lazily. You must be Corsair. Welcome, welcome. Wow, your dossier. Damnation, you are so cool. June froze. Excuse me? The Lord of Shadows shook his head dejectedly. The black market, huh? Why didn't I think of that? More importantly, why didn't Aiko think of that? I should seriously deduct her pay. June blinked a couple of times. Huh? And that was how he met his new boss, the Dark Lord, for the first time. Chapter 2276, Wholesome Awakening. Sunny woke up from the warm touch of sunshine on his bare chest. Sunlight was pouring through the curtains, the white fabric murmuring quietly as the gentle wind made it stream and flutter. He remained motionless for a while, basking in the warmth and the softness of the bed. It was truly one of life's greatest joys to wake up with a smile on his face. A few moments later, he turned his head and looked at Nephis, who was sleeping peacefully by his side. Her silver hair was scattered across the pillow, and her beautiful face was blissfully calm and endearingly vulnerable as she slept. He enjoyed the view for a few minutes, not in a hurry to wake her up. Opening the dream gate for the night garden had taken a lot out of her yesterday, so she deserved some rest. He would have loved to share the burden of yesterday's undertaking, but sadly that was something only Nephis could have done. Both of them could accomplish unique feats while opening dream gates. Sunny, for example, was capable of opening 7 of them instead of 1. Meanwhile, Nephis could open a dream gate that allowed passage in both directions. Nightmare gates led from the dream realm into the waking world, while dream gates led from the waking world into the dream realm. However, Nephis was a dream spawn, a being existing on the edge between nightmare and reality, and therefore belonging to both worlds, and perhaps because of that, her dream gate was special. That was why only she could have sent the night garden to Earth. As Sunny wondered what would happen to her power when the two worlds completely fused, Nephis stirred and opened her striking gray eyes. Sunlight reflected in them, making her pupils spark. She turned her head sleepily and looked up at Sunny, then smiled. Were you staring at me again? He nodded shamelessly. Absolutely. Why wouldn't I stare at the most beautiful woman in the world? Nephis lingered for a moment, then scoffed and pushed his face away. Sunny laughed, surrendering to her gentle push. He did not fail to notice the slight blush appearing on her cheeks, though. Rising from the bed, Nephis summoned a light tunic from a storm of radiant sparks and raised her hands above her head, stretching with a satisfied sigh. Sunny climbed out of bed, as well, manifesting simple clothes from the shadows. The uppermost chamber of the ivory tower was spacious and permeated with golden light, but where there was light, there were also shadows, so he never had trouble summoning them to do his bidding. That said, Sunny appreciated Neff's graceful figure for a few moments, then said in a pleasant tone, I just had a brilliant idea. How about we climb back into bed? He did not really need to say anything, really, because she could sense his desire. Nephis looked at him scornfully over the shoulder. Unlike you, I only have one body. Sunny tilted his head. What was that supposed to mean? Was she hinting that he had worn her down last night? But she was capable of recovering from any strain in moments. Her single body was literally inexhaustible. Had he exhausted the inexhaustible? Sunny was suddenly torn between pride and disappointment. At that moment, Nephis frowned slightly and threw a pillow at him. I meant that I can only be in one place at a time. I'm already late to a meeting with Effie. Erase whatever lewd thoughts you're thinking from that dirty head of yours, scoundrel. Sonny allowed the pillow to hit him in the face and smiled innocently. Welp, I guess I have a grudge against Effie now. Nephis stared at him sternly for a few moments. He could see that she was suppressing a smile, though. Eventually she shook her head. I need to get ready. Soon enough, Nephis left her living quarters and descended the steps of the ivory tower. Sunny, of course, was hiding in her shadow by then. That was where this incarnation of his spent most of its time while his other avatars were busy with their own tasks. That way he could both stay close to Nephis and be aware of all important developments happening on her side without having to use Cassie as a messenger. If there was one unfortunate side to this situation, though, it was that Sunny could not be with her in his human form all the time. After all, he was officially dead. It was all right to appear in front of the people who knew the truth, at least. Effie was waiting in a parlor on one of the lower levels of the ivory tower, enjoying the plentiful tray of snacks. Hearing Nephis approach, she smiled and waved a hand. Damn, princess. These are to die for. Who's your chef? Please tell me. I'm definitely not going to steal them. Then she frowned for a moment and then looked at Nephis with a mischievous smile. Oh, I guess I can't call you princess anymore. Our princess is more of an empress now. Ah, they grow up so fast. Nephis smiled faintly and sat down opposite Effie, the wide desk separating them. Sunny made the snacks. Effie froze. The vivacious huntress had been affected perhaps the most by the revelation that the menacing Lord of Shadows was, in fact, none other than charming Master Sunless. Sunny still could not help but laugh wickedly every time he remembered the array of mortified expressions that had flashed across her face at that moment, from stunned silence to the slow realization that it was the sinister saint who had been pampering her son with ice cream, to a sudden horror at the memory of slandering him in front of Nephis to win points for the delicate, gallant enchanter, and so much more. No, really, it was a priceless memory for Sunny now. So priceless, in fact, that he generously forgave half of the times Effie had forced him to listen to the talk about the birds and the bees on Alethia's island. In any case, she had been acting uncharacteristically subdued and borderline meek around him ever since. Now, too, Effie grew tense at the mention of his name. She cleared her throat. Right, about him. Listen, princess, I know that you are a big girl now, but… Effie froze for a moment, then asked cautiously, He's not behind me, is he? Nephis looked at her in confusion. No. Effie instantly turned into her usual lively self. That guy. The Lord of Shadows. I know that he is stupidly hot, rich, charming, powerful, and stupidly hot, as well as an amazing cook who is also great with his hands. Wait, did I say hot twice? Whatever. What I mean to say is that there's plenty of fish in the sea. You should find yourself a kind and honest man instead of settling for the first random supreme you met on the street. But Nephis was not done talking. Technically, he's under the desk. Effie froze. Sunny chose that exact moment to assume his human form and sit down on a chair next to Nephis. He smiled pleasantly at Effie, remained silent for a moment, and then said in a pleasant tone, Yes, you did say hot twice. She let out a groan. Chapter 2277, This Ain't No Him. In the end, Effie gave Sunny an angry look and grumbled. I liked you better when you were Master Sunless, he chuckled. But I'm still the same person. She sighed and leaned back, picking up a pastry from the tray. But you're also a powerful supreme who walks around and beheads sovereigns. Sunny raised an eyebrow, then shrugged his shoulders expressionlessly. You're the sweetest mom in the world, but you're also a transcendent who tears great nightmarish creatures apart with your bare hands. There can be more than one person. Effie swallowed the pastry and gave him a pleased look. Then her eyes flashed dangerously. Not just one, you say? That reminds me. Thankfully, everything she wanted to say was interrupted by the sound of the door opening. Cassie came into the living room, carrying a stack of documents with her. Oh, you're all here already. Let's get started. Nephis has to move on to the next item on her schedule in 34 minutes. That's how their short meeting began. As the supreme ruler of mankind, Nephis was endlessly busy. If she wasn't on the battlefield, she was usually immersed in an endless parade of strategic meetings and discussions. Every day she had to make many decisions, many of which could affect the future of humanity. Of course, the advantage of being at the top of power was that she had enormous resources at her disposal, primarily human resources. The best and brightest representatives of humanity were ready to respond to her call, advise her on the best course of action, and take on various tasks. With Cassie's help, Nephis built an effective delegation pyramid. The great apparatus of humanity's domain worked like a well-oiled machine. The most valuable resource in the world was talent, and countless talented people worked together to achieve her goals. And yet, even that wasn't enough. Therefore, one of the most important priorities of the new regime has become the search and nurturing of talents. Administrative talents, scientific talents, engineering talents, all kinds of people were hired and given ample opportunities to realize their diverse talents as well as to grow. But most of all, of course, Nephis wanted to cultivate strength. After all, humanity needed warriors more than anyone else. Therefore, everyone was encouraged to become stronger. The awakened ones were encouraged to become masters, saints. The saints were encouraged to reach the very peak of their potential and even challenge the fourth nightmare if they so desired. So far, no one has done so. As a result, the number of champions of all ranks has grown rapidly over the past year. This was greatly facilitated by the fact that countless inexperienced awakened ones returned from God's grave as experienced veterans. And of course, ordinary people were encouraged to become awakened. Now that people have migrated en masse to the realm of dreams, the nature of awakening has changed. Previously, only those chosen by the spell could challenge the first nightmare, but now anyone who passed through the gates of sleep could do it. All they had to do was ask for it. They didn't even need to return to the waking world with the saints' help or leave the Neph domain. It was enough to sincerely wish for it in my heart. By sensing their strong desire to challenge the nightmare, Nephis could free them from the protection of her domain. Oddly enough, people tended to do it together. The places where they gathered to prove their desire were solemn and quiet, and people meditated in silence for hours and sometimes for days. For Sunny, they looked like believers kneeling in a temple for prayer. In fact, it was creepy to see how easily people forgot that Nephis was also human and treated her like a goddess. He knew for a fact that this strange development had nothing to do with what Nephis and Cassie wanted. If anything, they wanted just the opposite, because faith in a benevolent deity eventually inspired people with subconscious confidence that they would be saved, instead of inspiring them to seek enough power to save themselves. Nephis wanted to become what people thought they could become themselves, rather than an eternally unattainable supreme being. Anyway, there were more and more awakened ones every month. They no longer had to wait for the winter solstice. It was enough to go through the gate of sleep and bind themselves to the citadel to become awakened, even if some still decided to pass the second test of the spell without help. This new reality had unforeseen consequences. For example, for the first time since its foundation, the Awakened Academy was forced to change and open its doors to ordinary people. Since anyone could become a sleeper if they wanted to, it made no sense to deny aspiring young people the best education. The other side effect was much darker. People were encouraged to become stronger, but not forced. However, more and more ordinary people were challenging the first nightmare, more and more awakened ones were challenging the second, and more masters were challenging the third. The number of human warriors of the awakened, ascended, and transcendent ranks grew. But not all the challengers survived. For everyone who succeeded, there were several who failed. The grim harvest of lives gathered by the nightmare spell was as abundant as it had never been before, with the possible exception of the first days of its descent. At the same time, more and more nightmare gates were opening in the waking world, and every day more and more young people were infected by the nightmare spell. Unfortunately, there wasn't much Nephis could do about the latter, even if she wanted to. The sword domain and the song domain stood on the foundations erected by the nightmare spell, the citadels. However, her domain had no boundaries, existing in the hearts of those who were inspired by her. It encompassed both worlds. But Nephis and Sunny quickly found out that the overwhelming effect of the domains on the tiny seeds of corruption hiding in the hearts of the challengers was not actually a manifestation of the sovereign's power. In fact, it was a function of the enchantment in the citadel, just as the nightmares themselves were a function of the enchantment, giving people a chance to destroy the seeds before they bloomed. Thus, only those followers of Nephis who lived in the area of influence of her citadels could escape from the first nightmare. That is why the inhabitants of the Night Garden could cross over to Earth and be spared the deadly ordeal, but the infected youth of the waking world could not count on their goddess to save them from meeting him. All they could do was pass through the gate of sleep to delay the onset of the nightmare if they so desired, and they had plenty of time to escape. In the end, humanity took heart and began to strive for greater heights. However, in the shadow of his rebellion, there was still a mountain of broken dreams hiding from the ruins of a ruined world. Chapter 2278, Field Reports. Sonny was not involved in most of the matters discussed that morning, so he listened to the meeting only with half an ear. Cassie was giving a short talk on various issues. I received the first information about the state of the Night Garden. He is indeed somewhat suppressed by the laws of the waking world, but this is not beyond our expectations. Jet managed to get it under control with relatively little difficulty, and it continued on its intended course. However, his speed had greatly decreased. It will take them at least a week to complete the Northeast Corridor and reach Australia. Moreover, the ship does not seem to be able to replenish its fuel reserves, whatever they may be in the waking world. They will have to return to the dream realm before the end of the month, at least for a few days. Agricultural research at Ravenheart is well underway. St. Bliss asked to place additional reinforcements in the laboratory in case of an unexpected violation of the conditions of detention. Healy is there now, and I asked her to stay. Everything should be fine, but the seismic signals coming from the depths of the volcano are causing some alarm. We know that once in the past, a powerful nightmarish being emerged from it. Kai is monitoring the situation and will inform us if there is a real threat. I hope we can handle everything that happens before there's an earthquake or an eruption. Oh, I'm not sure if you noticed, but last night the test launch of the Rivergate complex was finally successful. People all over the city are celebrating. Nephis, you will need to personally congratulate Director Bethany. I've scheduled it for tomorrow. Sonny smiled faintly. So Beth finally fulfilled her bold promise. He was glad. Wait, last night. How could he miss that the whole city was ablaze with electric lights? In any case, Rain will probably not get enough sleep when she visits the ivory tower today. Next, Effie reported a few problems. Most of them concerned the development of the citadels east of the God's Grave, but there were also a few interesting news. Both Eastern conquest campaigns are going smoothly. We are clearing the interior of the domain at a good pace. Especially great progress is being observed on the chained islands. Tyrus and Roan also came up with a way to prevent new islands from falling into the sky below, something about lifting the ebony tower from the depths and using it as an anchor. And just so you know, it took all my willpower to hold back the joke about plugging a huge rift with, "Oh, it doesn't matter." In any case, research groups exploring territories in the Far East have not discovered any new citadels since those two, according to their reports. We will reach the land's edge in the next few months. From there, we will move north along the coast. The situation in the eastern quadrant is still difficult. The skin changer, that damn thing, he learns faster than we come up with countermeasures. There have been 3 outbreaks in the last week. The victims are not as numerous as they were before the introduction of the latest security protocols, but our saints are getting tired. We need to change them more often. The cohort that conquered the third nightmare last month improved the situation somewhat, but only a little. Besides, the skin-changing one seems to be getting stronger. I'm afraid he's close to evolution. If that's not enough, then the 4th category gate opened in the western quadrant last night. I will personally go there, but before that we need to transfer the wolves from Australia. Princess, I will count on you in this matter. Due to the unique property of the Neff Sleep Gate, they could serve as a means of quickly transferring troops through the waking world. It was enough to enter the realm of dreams through the gates of sleep, and then exit through them as soon as Nephis moved the entrance. Thus, the bastion became a transit point for countless soldiers. Of course, only the awakened could use this method, since ordinary soldiers fell into the first nightmare as soon as they returned to the waking world from the realm of dreams. Nephis nodded. If the sleep gate's schedule is adjusted properly, then there won't be any problems. They continued to discuss various issues related to logistics and the numerous fires that needed to be put out in the 2 worlds. Soon, Sonny got a little bored, or rather, he got a little lost. It happened to him from time to time, in moments when his concentration weakened. The sensory information he received from the countless shadows that served him overwhelmed his sense of self like a sea, making it difficult for him to remember that he was human. Sure, he was no longer human. Although Sonny drew a line between himself and the shadows, in fact, he himself was nothing more than a shadow, even if this shadow was divine. Things were even worse for Nephis. Not only did she have the burden of 3 billion souls on her shoulders, she also acted as a guardian angel. No, Evris forbade him to use that word. A guardian deity for the warriors of humanity fighting nightmarish creatures in two worlds. Even if her powers barely reached the ground, she still persisted. This meant that she was using her aspect almost constantly, which meant she was in excruciating pain almost constantly. This was the price that the people who worshipped Nephis did not know about, and which she paid in order to be a shining beacon of hope for them. If there was anything good in all this, so it was that she was no longer inclined to lose her humanity in the process. This was facilitated by Sunny's help, Neff's own efforts to connect with everything human, and the strange connection she maintained with numerous people and their human desires. And yet, I hate it. He didn't like the selfless nature of Neff's efforts, regardless of whether people saw her as the Messiah or not. "What about you?" Hearing Effie address him in a teasing tone, he belatedly turned to her and scratched the edge of his nose. "Oh, well, I'm still busy in the north, in the scorched forest. The Shadow Clan's information network is spreading, but Mordrith is still undetected. My people are watching the famous gates of the fourth category, though. All right, we'll have to send someone to the western quadrant. And on the Forgotten Shore, everything is settled down, so I no longer have to pay so much attention to it. I'm thinking of going to Ravenheart." Effie raised an eyebrow. "Ravenheart?" Sonny hesitated for a bit and then smiled faintly. "Let's just say there. Part of my inheritance." Chapter 2279. Damned If You Don't. Sonny found himself in his current situation because of the Weaver's bloodline, the forbidden lineage of a mysterious daemon that the Anvil once described as a terrible curse. Because of it, he had to stay hidden and avoid drawing too much attention. Still, since he was already cursed, it would be foolish not to make full use of the daemon's twisted gift. Having more of it than he currently did wouldn't make much difference. And it wasn't like Sonny had to completely disappear and spend the rest of his life in hiding. Daemons were known to many people after all. It was just that they were always distant and strange. They existed in the shadow of the gods, other beings of divine rank, and unspeakable horrors. The seven demons hadn't exactly stood out in the mix of fantasy figures. It was only when hope descended into the human world and tore the skies apart that everything truly unraveled. The issue was that humanity now had only three supremes, with no higher authority above them. So if Sonny ever revealed himself, he would attract even more attention than Hope did. Anyway, he had already tracked down 3 of the 7 fragments of the forbidden lineage: the blood weave, the bone weave, and the soul weave. Each had made him significantly stronger, saving his life on many occasions. 4 fragments remained. They had weighed on his mind ever since he encountered the Nether, the demon of fate, on the wall of the Ebony Tower. Sonny thought about them often. The gods created all living creatures, but not everything they made carries divine lineage. Only those born of the gods or their descendants do. Why did the gods forbid us 7 from having children? Why were we made to be alone? Is it because we come from the Forgotten One who sleeps in the void? Now Sonny had the answer. It was strange, realizing he had discovered something even demons hadn't. The Nether had merely suspected the truth, but the demon of fate must have known it. After all, the next part of the carving spoke of the Weaver. Where is the void, and where is its door? How did the Weaver enter it, and what did the Weaver see? Why did the Weaver defy the gods and begin a lineage? Sonny was just as clueless about the Weaver's plans and motivations as their kin had been. What he did know, though, was that the Weaver had cast 7 pieces of his forbidden legacy across the threads of fate, leaving them to be discovered someday. Blood, bone, flesh, soul, spirit, mind, and shadow. One was lost to dreams, one to fear, another to peace, one to night, one to sorrow, another to decay, and the last stolen by a thief. Sonny had found the one taken by the vilesome thieving bird, the blood weave, and the one lost to rot, the bone weave in the Ebony Tower. He had also recovered the one lost to grief, the soul weave, in the corrupted version of the Tomb of Ariel, near Oblivion's final resting place. Flesh, Spirit, mind, and shadow were still missing. He was convinced the first three were hidden within the remaining three grand citadels left behind by the demon of terror, the demon of silence, and the demon of fantasy, the Ravenheart, the Night Guarder, and Bastion. The final one seemed to have been discovered by the broken sword leading to his downfall, so it must be somewhere in the underworld, close to where Broken Sword's remains now lay. Now that the early chaos of leading people had mostly settled, and the responsibilities Sonny had carried were fulfilled, he could finally send out a version of himself, or several, to resume the hunt for the Weaver's missing fragments. The underworld was dense with true shadow, making it a natural counter to Sonny's powers, so he planned to save that for last. But the mirror maze beneath the real bastion was strange in a different way. Sonny knew a lot about true darkness by now, but he still didn't understand enough about the others. He figured he'd start with either the Ravenheart or the Night Guarder. Since the latter existed in the waking world, the decision was simple. Sonny would begin with the Ravenheart, the domain of the Demon of Dread, and once he collected the final fragments of his inheritance, then he would return to the Tomb of Ariel. While Sonny mulled it all over, Effie stared at him with a puzzled expression. Inheritance? Aren't you already rich, Shadow Boy? Who would be giving you anything? Sonny blinked a few times. Esh, Shadow Boy? That's a new one. He frowned. Look, I'm not a boy. First of all, I'm a grown man. Second, I'm a supreme, a proper king. Effie narrowed her eyes and looked him over. Still kinda small, though. Sonny's eye twitched. He stared at her for a moment, then sighed and looked away. Wicked beanpole. It wasn't like he couldn't change his appearance if he wanted to. He was the shadow now, and shadows were inherently mutable. He could look however he wanted, tall or short. But his original form felt the most natural. Plus, he liked the way he looked. His body was fine. Actually, it was kind of cool. Oh, and Naphis liked it too. And even if Effie would never admit it, she kinda did as well. Sonny smiled softly, the sting of his flaw reminding him that he'd sort of dodged her first question. Yeah, I'm wealthy. And if you're wondering who'd leave me anything, well, gods and daemons fought to make me their heir. Actually, parts of my inheritance are scattered around. One in the Ravenheart, and another here in the Bastion. Effie blinked, surprised. Her grin widened. So you and I are going to be spending more time together, huh? In the next instant, Sonny's smile vanished, and he winced slightly. That was because Nephis kicked him under the table. What? What was that for? Looking as expressionless as ever, Nephis said plainly. I believe what he meant was that his journey will soon bring him to the Bastion. Your help would be appreciated, Effie. Effie looked at her, then at Sonny and back again. After a moment, she smiled. Sure. I'm always up for a smart adventure. Just then, Cassie cleared her throat. Can we please return to the list? Since Sonny's going to the Ravenheart, we can set the volcano discussion aside. But we still have. As the conversation continued, Sonny found himself growing bored again. So seizing the opportunity, he shifted his focus and checked on what his other shadow selves were up to. Chapter 2280, Hidden Dagger. Now that his original body was gone, Sonny's existence was divided between 7 incarnations. He could maintain all 7 avatars endlessly or give up control of some, returning authority to his shadows. One incarnation stayed in Bastion, remaining with Nephis and keeping watch on Rain. It also worked as a point of contact between Sonny and the Ivory Tower, helping both the public and the secret forces of the human domain to better coordinate their efforts. Human domain. As far as Sonny cared, it was a name that lacked the needed weight, and he was definitely someone who knew how to give things powerful names. No one had listened to him on this matter, though, for whatever reason. At first, people used to call Neff's domain all kinds of names, like the Star Domain, the Light Domain, the Immortal Flame Domain. However, Nephis had clearly chosen to let go of those names and instead went with a more general title, separating the identity of the new human empire from her own. Names carried strength after all. More importantly, she was thinking ahead. In the future, more human sovereigns would rise, while Nephis herself might reach a greater rank or possibly die trying. The human unity that she and Sonny had earned in Godgrave needed to survive even in their absence. In any case, while one of Sonny's incarnations was hiding in the middle of the human domain, The rest of them were far away on the forgotten shore. His main avatar was playing the part of the Dark Lord, staying in the shadowy throne room of the marvelous mimic. He commanded the Shades rebuilding the city and handled matters involving the Shadow Clan. The Shadow Clan was a group made up of extraordinary elites, each with a mix of rare gifts. For instance, there was Corsair, their latest member. His record of service could make most people faint. A good reminder that while Sunny and his team had been going through their terrifying trials, countless remarkable people all across the world had been living their own wild stories inside the awful reality of the nightmare spell too. Even though Corsair was amazing, he was not unusual among the members of the Shadow Clan. Most of them had files just as thick and incredible as his Sunny, had picked every single one of them himself after all. Still, the total strength of the Shadow Clan was not that high, not when compared to famous awakened groups like the Firekeepers, the Wolf Army, the Night Singers, and others. Most of its members were simply awakened with just a few masters leading them. There were a few reasons for that. The most important was that it was simpler to stay hidden when recruiting awakened. There were more masters in the world nowadays, but they still attracted attention. So Sunny wanted to create a strong base of gifted awakened, train them as much as he could, and later help those who were ready to rise along the path of ascension. If things went well in a few years, he would have many masters on his side, all trained and raised by the Shadow Clan. And maybe, just maybe, he would even manage to bring in a couple of transcendent allies before that happened. For now, though, the power of the Shadow Clan was enough. His fighters were not meant to take part in long fights anyway. They were meant to strike from the shadows, destroy the target in a single hit, and vanish without a trace. The Mark of Shadows gave them extra benefits, and Sunny could even strengthen them himself if they were ever in trouble. Fighting skill was not the main thing that made the members of the Shadow Clan precious. In truth, Sunny needed them for another reason, just like his Shade Warriors. People with the Mark of Shadows acted as carriers of his supreme shadow sense. Wherever they traveled, Sunny's awareness followed, and since it was very hard for him to enter the real world these days, the Shadow Clan agents worked as his sight and hearing there. They were spread out across all three remaining quadrants, finishing missions and collecting data. Even better, the Mark of Shadows let Sunny access their soul seas, which meant that the Shadow Clan was a group untouched by Mordred's sneaky powers. The Princes of Nothing had completely vanished, and there was no trace of him anywhere. Still, Sunny could not rest easy, knowing the enemy was out there, likely planning another nightmare. Even if not, it was safer to be ready for the worst. There was another threat that the Shadow Clan was meant to guard against. Maybe not like a sword, but like a finely hidden and deadly dagger. It was the third sovereign of humanity, Asterion, the Dreamspawn. Very little was understood about him, and even now that Nephis and her group had become rulers of the world, they had not uncovered much about this mysterious supreme anvil, and Key Song had done a very good job removing all traces of him and his followers. There was still some knowledge of him in printed books, though those were already quite rare today, and even those had very little detail. Cassie was searching hard for any hints of Asterion, but even with her impressive data skills, she was turning up empty. All they knew was that the third sovereign had been cut off and locked away on the moon. Maybe he had died there, but none of them truly believed that, which meant he could still return. The lack of knowledge about such a serious threat was very frustrating, and the only person who knew Asterion best, Mordred, was missing. Without him, they had hit a wall. In fact, they could not even say for sure that Asterion was a danger. He might hold no hate toward Nephis and her domain, even though he had played a role in her father's death. But just like none of them thought he was dead, none of them thought he was harmless either. From all that Sunny had heard about the Dreamspawn, he was a strange and dangerous being, so the Shadow Clan was preparing to handle whatever might happen if Asterion came back. Even Sunny himself did not know what those plans should be. All he knew was that Asterion's domain seemed to be tied to the idea of others knowing about him, meaning it needed followers to grow. Asterion himself was not someone the Shadow Clan could battle, but his followers were. That was why the Dark Lord sat on the throne, his mind stretched through countless shades and many members of the Shadow Clan, soaking in knowledge and scanning for signs of trouble. Of course, he was very busy while looking totally lazy. At this moment, Sunny was just about to send Kim and Corsair on their way. Chapter 22081, New Recruit. Sunny was seated on his throne, gazing down at Kim and Corsair. The former had just finished giving the report, while the latter was observing him with a somewhat distant look. Corsair, Master Randall's grandson, occasionally lowered his eyes, studying the tattoo of a dark onyx serpent now coiled around his arm, peeking from under the rolled-up sleeve. The newest addition to the Shadow Clan was a tall man with jet-black hair and intense blue eyes. He had sharp features and a detached expression, radiating a calm certainty and deadly danger. Overall, if there was one word Sunny would use to describe Corsair, it would be striking. No, truly, Sunny would have given anything to look like that back when he was awakened. It was like watching the lead actor of an awakened action movie. Corsair was definitely going to blend in with the other members of the Shadow Clan. They were an eclectic mix of personalities. Of course, the new recruit had lost a bit of his composed edge after meeting Sunny. Most people were taken aback when first encountering the Dark Lord, although not everyone could hide their surprise quite as well. That was because they all anticipated meeting the terrifying Lord of Shadows, but were instead greeted by a laid-back and quirky young man. There was a reason why Sunny insisted on being called boss, referred to himself as the Dark Lord, and occasionally behaved like an overgrown child. First of all, because he simply wanted to. Now that he was a supreme, there was no need to wear a mask, so Sunny could act as his genuine self instead of pretending to be some ominous figure. And his genuine self was nothing like the solemn nobility that people typically associated with a sovereign. So the real question wasn't why he would call himself the Dark Lord. The question was, why wouldn't he? It sounded incredible. There was another reason, too: the strange reverence people showed Nephis, the meditation halls that looked like shrines, the silent devotion that felt like worship, the admiration that had the flavor of cult-like awe. Sunny had no desire to be idolized like a god. It made him uncomfortable, and beyond that, the blood of Weaver flowed through his veins. So he acted the way he did to crush any temptation his subordinates might have to treat him like some kind of half-formed deity. His behavior seemed to have worked perfectly on Corsair, who had entered the throne room with a quiet sense of awe in his icy blue eyes, but was now leaving in complete confusion. Sunny yawned, then gestured toward Kim. "I understand. That's good to hear, Kimmy. And yeah, I'm aware that we need more healers than just Quentin and Fleur. But come on. Convincing a healer to join a suspicious clan full of deadly spies isn't simple." He smiled at her playfully. "Oh, I have a suggestion. What if you just tell our people to improve and stop getting hurt to begin with?" Kim looked back at him blandly. "This suspicious clan full of deadly spies has spent 3 million credits on medical goods this quarter. Boss." Sunny froze for a second. "Let's steal some healers, Kimmy. Let's do it quickly. Those Song Sisters have too many anyway. Maybe we can snatch a blood sister or two from Seishan." She inhaled deeply and watched him quietly for a moment, then lowered her eyes. "I'll try." A few minutes later, the report was finished and Sunny dismissed them with a lazy grin. "Welcome to the Shadow Clan, Corsair. Rest well today. Your training begins tomorrow." Of course, there's no sunlight here on the Forgotten Shore. A friend of mine kind of ruined it. So day and night are exactly the same, which makes the idea of tomorrow feel strange, but you'll get used to it. Oh, and don't let your teacher down. I practically raised her back when she was a tiny awakened monster. Ah, how time flies. Corsair went pale. Destroyed a sun? Wait, boss, you raised a monster?" Sunny blinked in surprise. "Well, yeah. Why haven't you ever destroyed a sun?" Corsair slowly shook his head. Sunny paused for a moment, then scratched his nose awkwardly. "Oh, no, that's nothing to be ashamed of. You're still young." The new recruit turned to follow Kim, his face showing a hint of distress. Before he left, Sunny suddenly called out, "Hey, Corsair, you were a professional assassin, right?" Corsair glanced at him and frowned slightly. "To be specific, boss, people paid me to solve problems. If the problem happened to be some lowlife or a bunch of lowlives, well, then I had to solve them instead." Sunny stared at him in thought for a moment, then grinned. "Wow, that sounded amazing. I had to solve them instead. I'm totally stealing that line. But anyway, give me some expert advice. How would someone go about killing a sea?" Corsair blinked. "Killing a sea boss?" Sunny nodded a few times. Yes, you see, there's this sea, a very vile one. We have unfinished business, but I haven't quite figured out how to destroy a sea yet, so I thought maybe you'd know since you're a pro. The new recruit stayed quiet for a while, then replied calmly, I must apologize, boss. That's a little beyond my specialty. I'm mainly focused on dealing with humans, nightmare creatures, and an occasional rogue killer machine. Sonny sighed. I understand. Well, no worries. I'll think of something. With that, Kim and Corsair exited. Sonny remained on his throne, gazing at the ceiling with a weary expression. Of course, his mind was very busy. Hundreds of shadows were moving across the dark city, clearing rubble, preparing less damaged buildings for restoration, and marking ruins that had to be demolished. On the surface, everything was proceeding smoothly, but the underground catacombs still posed a challenge. Sonny had to manage the process personally, not only because of the fragile work involved in tunnels, but also because the sun's devastating light had never touched the vast network below. There were still nightmare creatures down there. Taking control of the catacombs was crucial. A proper city began with a strong sewage system after all. What separated humans from animals? It was the fact that humans had plumbing, of course. He also needed to decide how and where to bury the countless remains resting in the catacombs. Additionally, he had to consider what to do with the collapsed lighthouse of the Dark City. Rebuilding it was an option, but every member of the Shadow Clan could see in total darkness. They did not need a light tower. However, possible settlers would. Then there was the matter of the 7 giant statues. The priestess stood right before the Dark City, badly damaged. Sonny could place its broken arm back in place, but that raised another question. Should he also return the severed heads of the statues to their rightful spots? There was a lot to do. Besides that, he was also watching the members of the Shadow Clan. One cohort was tracking a disturbing cult hidden within the depths of NQSC. Another group was getting ready to defeat a terror that had built a nest in the sewers beneath a small town in the western quadrant and appeared to be targeting children. A third group was preparing to rob a bank, or rather, recover a seemingly cursed book from a personal vault there. Why did I never consider robbing a bank? With his aspect, it would have been simple. Sonny sighed. Then he paused. Wait. Why did I never consider opening a bank? His eyes sparkled in the darkness. I echo. Chapter 22A2. Dark Explorer, far in the distance. A mountain of shattered black stone loomed above the dusty sea like a colossal gravestone. The terrain surrounding the monument was littered with the remains of countless nightmare creatures that had died here. The human bones, however, had been buried farther away, sheltered from wind and weather beneath a barrow. A stone colossus knelt silently on the ground, unmoving, gently holding its severed hand with both of its massive remaining hands. These were the remnants of the Crimson Spire. Sonny, or rather another one of his incarnations, was seated in the heart of the ruins, resting on the rim of a deep well with a thoughtful look on his face. At the bottom of the ancient well lay a massive pool of black water. Its surface was perfectly calm and flat, resembling a sinister mirror formed from pure shadow. Gentle ripples occasionally moved across the surface of the imprisoned sea of darkness, as though it yearned to escape its prison and surge past the edge of the pool. It was the Dark Sea. Once, long ago, the Dark Sea had appeared to be a force of nature, something unfathomably vast and devastating beyond anything Sonny could hope to oppose. He had barely survived encounters with scavengers that fed off the grotesque remnants it left behind, let alone the creatures that truly inhabited its depths. Confronting them had been a certain death sentence. But times had changed. Now Sonny understood that the Dark Sea was actually a great titan, a blasphemous entity born from the darkness that had once lived inside the radiant figure who fell to this land, back when it had yet to be called the Forgotten Shore. That radiant being had likely been a Nephilim or perhaps an angel, wounded in one of the ancient battles between gods and demons. The people of the land where it fell had slain the luminous being and, in doing so, unleashed a curse of darkness upon their world. That curse later transformed into the Dark Sea. In any case, the Dark Sea had become a great titan, and Sonny himself was now a supreme titan. Strangely enough, they were equals. It was an odd realization, but as strange as it felt to be considered equal to the Dark Sea, which had once represented certain and inescapable death, Sunny understood that he could destroy it. He just had not figured out how. There were legions of nightmare creatures inhabiting the sealed sea. Slaying them would significantly boost the Shadow Legion's capacity for naval warfare, but those beings were not the Great Titan itself. In truth, Sunny could sense 7 vast masses of darkness hidden somewhere in the sea's unreachable depths. He did not know what they were, but he was convinced that locating and eliminating them would likely lead to the Darksea's demise. He was weighing whether or not to dive into the black waters and take the risk. But something held him back. Curses. The issue was not with the Dark Sea itself. The problem was the seal that confined it beneath the shattered Crimson Spire. Even if Sunny succeeded in destroying the Great Titan, he might simply end up trapped at the bottom of the well in its place. At least one of his incarnations would. So he either had to be willing to sacrifice an incarnation or find a way to unravel the sorcery of the 7 heroes of the Forgotten Shore before plunging into the depths to kill the Dark Sea. Ah, damnation. Even after spending a full year studying the well, he still had no idea how the seal had been constructed. It was not woven magic, nor did it appear to be based on runes, and he was fairly certain it was not shaping either. Shaping was a fleeting form of sorcery. It was not meant to last, or at least it was not supposed to. There were exceptions to every rule, of course. His own sister was one such exception. But Sunny still did not believe the 7 heroes had been shapers. He reviewed everything he knew about the creation of the Crimson Spire, which was not much, honestly. All he was sure of was that a massive human sacrifice had taken place to create it, resulting in the birth of an artificial sun. At the same time, the curse of darkness had been bound beneath the spire. He also suspected that one of the 7 heroes, the Builder, had been heavily inspired by Nether. There were traces of the Builder's attempts to imitate the Demon of Destiny scattered throughout the Dark City. The Black Knight in the ruined cathedral had been one such imitation. Sunny was rather sure the monstrous devil was the outcome of the Builder's efforts to produce his own variant of the Stone Saints. The enormous statue of the Builder now kneeling behind him was another such imitation, albeit far more ambitious. That was why Saint had looked upon both the Black Knight and the Walking Colossus with scorn. So what kind of sorcery had they used to forge the seal? There was no answer for now, which meant Sunny could not slay the Dark Sea, not yet. How frustrating. Why was it so difficult to destroy one minor Great Titan? If Sunny had still been fated, he probably would have stumbled face first into the answer by sheer luck. He could not even ask Cassie for help, since there were no runes left for her to analyze. Shaking his head, Sunny cast one last look into the dark abyss of the well and rose to his feet. Count yourself fortunate. I will be back for you someday. The Dark Sea gave no reply. With a scoff, Sunny stepped backward and vanished. A heartbeat later, he was somewhere far away. Specifically, he now stood in the eastern crater, nestled between the Dark City and the Ash Barrow. The ruins of the Crimson Spire, on the other hand, lay west of the Dark City. When the Dreamer army had once marched to siege it, they needed a full week to reach the foreboding tower, but now Sunny could cross that distance instantly without even expending much essence. All right, next on the list, here and there on the crater's dusty floor, bones of monstrous sea creatures lay in scattered heaps, looking like mountains of yellowed ivory. Closer to the crater's center, however, the ground turned to black glass, and at its very heart, a large round hole plunged into the Earth's depths. That was where the Dark Sea had emerged each night, and where it had retreated at dawn. Vast caves existed beneath the Forgotten Shore, accessible through several such gaping wounds in its surface. Sunny had a theory that one of those cavern systems might hold a hidden passage to the underworld, so he had been exploring them at a relaxed pace lately. Transforming into shadow, Sunny dove headfirst into the darkness. Chapter 2283, Deal with the Shadow. The exploration of the caverns beneath the Forgotten Shore was progressing steadily, albeit gradually. The Dark Sea, along with the corrupted monstrosities inhabiting it, had spent countless centuries evading the annihilating sunlight that once reached this place. As a result, the ground was blanketed in endless layers of muck, shards of crushed coral, shattered bones of fallen nightmare creatures, and every other bit of detritus that the retreating tide had dragged with it into the depths. All of it lay undisturbed in eternal darkness, and there were dreadful things hiding in that darkness. formidable abominations that had avoided being devoured by the Crimson Spire when the great Titan was sealed. Colonies of microscopic parasites capable of consuming a person in seconds, pockets of pure darkness that rendered Sunny completely blind, and far more beyond description. None of these posed a genuine threat to him, but he still had to remain cautious. After all, despite his overwhelming power, Sunny was not indestructible. He could face any nightmare creature lurking on the forgotten shore as long as he remained alert, but even a few careless seconds could cost him an incarnation. His resistance to soul and mind assaults was significant, yet not absolute. Moreover, no matter how mighty someone was, there were always strange and incomprehensible beings within the dream realm that defied all logic. Prudence was always worth the effort. For now, Sunny had not found anything of major value in the vast shadows of the hidden caverns. He had uncovered a number of fascinating ancient relics left behind by the extinct civilization of the Forgotten Shore, but those satisfied only his curiosity as an explorer of the dream realm. They did little to advance his goals as a supreme. Still, he pressed on with patience. Every nightmare creature he vanquished strengthened his shadow legion, and every pool of pure darkness was a treasure, since Sunny was searching for ways to help Saint ascend to a higher rank and class. While he explored the caverns, another incarnation of his was lying on the icy marble floor of the nameless temple, breathing in shallow gasps. His body was a map of cruel injuries, and although his jade skin had long since healed, the muscles and sinews beneath were still in bad shape. Ah, damnation! Groaning softly, Sunny winced and slowly sat up. He summoned the endless spring, drank deeply, and then rose to his feet with effort. This particular incarnation was recovering from a task that each of them took on every few weeks. That task was battling Slayer. Sunny kept the deadly shadow confined to the dungeon beneath the ruined cathedral of the Dark City now, in the stone cell where he had once discovered Weaver's mask. Every 7 days, he summoned her to the lower chamber of the nameless temple and engaged in combat. That cycle had continued for an entire year. The duels were relentless, savage, and enlightening. Each week, Sunny barely managed to defeat Slayer, and each week he ended up in this miserable condition. As a result, one incarnation was always in recovery while a newly restored one prepared to challenge her again the following week. The healing avatar took care of the duties of the nameless temple's custodian. Still grimacing, Sunny headed toward the back garden. I should take her on a picnic north of the city someday. She'll probably enjoy the Slayer statue, even if that Slayer is missing her head. 2 Slayers in one place, would that be amusing? Or too much? I wonder. A pained smile crossed his face. The pain was genuine, but the weekly duels were paying off. At first, Sunny hadn't known what to do with the ruthless shadow. He hadn't wanted to destroy her, but he also hesitated to compel her into servitude against her will. That violated his sense of ethics. Unlike the silent shadows, or shades, as he called them now to prevent confusion, who lacked independent thought, his true shadows each had their own identity. They were as much individuals as they were extensions of himself. Saint, serpent, nightmare, fiend, and mimic all followed his commands willingly. Slayer did not, so he refused to force her. But he could not let her go free either. Slayer was a creature of terrifying precision and hostility, and releasing her into the world out of moral guilt would be reckless. So he fought her. Their duels had started as a form of communication. Sunny had hoped to reach some understanding with Slayer. Instead of listening, however, she had immediately attacked. So their dialogue became one of blades and battle. Sunny had initially been annoyed by her relentless hostility, then indignant, and eventually furious. Slayer remained unwaveringly aggressive, always seeking to kill or maim him. As much as Sunny learned from fighting her, she too learned and adapted from their battles. None of his victories had been effortless. At one point, he had begun questioning why he continued subjecting himself to these brutal weekly clashes. But they had become a habit, nearly a ritual, and he decided to embrace them as worthwhile training. He sparred with Nephis regularly on the Ivory Island and with Saint or Slayer here on the Forgotten Shore. Honestly, life had blessed him with excellent combat partners. Then something unexpected occurred. After losing to him repeatedly, Slayer had begun showing him a certain reluctant respect, perhaps even a hint of kinship. She still would not submit, but she had become willing to strike a deal. If Sunny defeated her in their duel, she would follow his command for the following week. In return, she demanded payment. Naturally, as a shadow, Slayer had no need for coin or physical riches. What she demanded instead was Sunny's blood. Slayer did not speak, but she made her desire clear through powerful silence. It was strange and more than a little unsettling, but she seemed to have developed a fascination with Sunny's blood, perhaps even a craving for it, ever since a few drops from his torn knuckles had fallen onto her during one of their battles in the Shadow Realm. Absorbing his blood made her appear more real somehow. Regardless, that was the bargain now, and that was the cost Sunny paid for harnessing the strength of his sixth shadow. That and the pain. Groaning once more, Sunny limped through the great halls of the nameless temple, stepped into the garden behind the grand obsidian citadel, and used the endless spring to water his tree. Then he looked up at the black sky, devoid of stars, and sighed. I wonder when the next storm will arrive. It hasn't rained in months. His expression darkened, and he muttered under his breath. Am I going to have to start managing the water supply too? More work for me. Wonderful. Chapter 2284. Shadowsmith. While the battered incarnation was tending to the nameless temple, another stood in the vast hall of the ruined cathedral, which had gradually become something akin to a forge. At the far end, beneath the unwavering gaze of the nameless goddess, the solemn shadow of the King of Swords was crafting a massive breastplate. He used the altar as his anvil, and the material he shaped into the towering suit of armor was manifested shadow. His hammer rose and fell in steady rhythm, giving form to the darkness. The former king's expression remained still and unreadable, his gaze curiously both filled with cold intellect and devoid of vitality. He retained the remarkable skill of a blacksmith and artisan, along with the discerning mind needed to use it. But he lacked the spirit and will that made one truly alive. The shadow of Anvil possessed no desires and no emotions, existing in a serene state of quiet emptiness. Still, he appeared at peace, even satisfied, having been offered the chance to devote himself to his craft beyond death. Or so Sunny believed after watching Anvil's shadow for many days. At first, Sunny had been tempted to destroy it. He knew that losing the shadow of a supreme being would be a severe blow to the Shadow Legion, even without its will. But despite that, he had still wanted to erase Anvil's shadow out of pure resentment, feeling that its presence alone polluted his soul. Eventually, though, he chose not to. Then he considered sending the Royal Shade into battle. In the end, Sunny concluded that Anvil's shadow was best suited to this, laboring as the blacksmith for the ever-growing Shadow Legion. Sunny personally crafted the memories for the members of the Shadow Clan, but the Shadow Legionnaires dwelling in his soul were too numerous and too unlike awakened humans. None of them were capable of possessing or summoning memories. Many, however, required weapons and armor, especially the human shades like Solvain, Daron, and the 7 saints of the Song domain that he had slain. They had lost their own arsenals of memories before being absorbed into his soul, and so were forced to fight unarmed as soldiers of Shadow. The shadows of the nightmare creatures were less disadvantaged in that regard, since their primary weapons were their claws, fangs, talons, mandibles, or other appendages whose names Sunny didn't even know. Still, that didn't mean they couldn't benefit from crafted equipment. What was more terrifying than a monstrous beast clad in a suit of impenetrable armor undoubtedly. And while being torn apart by claws was already dreadful, being shredded by claws encased in sharpened metal was undeniably worse. Sunny's answer to this problem was to appoint the former sovereign as the Shadow Legion's master of arms and armorer. Now, Anvil's shadow resided in the ruined cathedral, endlessly forging weapons and fearsome armor from the essence of shadows. Sunny had moved his own workshop and laboratory into the cathedral as well. The space was abundant, and someone needed to keep watch over Slayer in her subterranean cell anyway. Crafting the memories for the Shadow Clan had been a massive undertaking, not because the process was particularly difficult, but simply because of how many there were. Some of these refined memories, like the Black Canteen, successor to Rain's beloved Green Canteen, were standard issue and given to every member of the clan. Others shared similar appearances but were individually crafted and fine-tuned to fit the unique aspects of the Shadow Clan members. For example, the suits of armor Sunny forged each held a reservoir that he personally filled with shadow essence, enabling even ordinary awakened to activate powerful, life-saving enchantments in dire situations. Corsair's complete set of memories had already been prepared. The Shadow Clan had observed the potential recruit for quite a while, and with Cassie's assistance, Sunny already had a full understanding of his aspect. So at the moment, Sunny was focused on something different. He moved slowly across the dark expanse of the ruined cathedral's great hall, gazing upward with a thoughtful expression. Above him, an intricate web of black stands spread into a vast and mesmerizing design, a formation as awe-inspiring as it was intimidating, stretching the full length of the hall and reaching all the way to the ceiling high above. The pattern was not formed from strings of shadow essence. Rather, it consisted purely of manifested shadows. It was a visual model of the weave Sunny had been developing for a long time, created to ease the burden on his overstressed mind. Focusing on one particular section of the elaborate design, Sunny sighed. The last solution only caused more issues to emerge, didn't it? The weave he was constructing was meant to become the framework for his very own shadow-bound memory, a charm usable by all of his incarnations. Unlike with the blessing, this time there was no spell to guide or complete the process, so Sunny had to oversee every part of its creation on his own. Given the value and rarity of the resources that would go into forging this charm, he wanted to be absolutely certain nothing would go to waste. Turning his attention to the problematic segment of the vast design, Sunny allowed the steady rhythm of the dead king's hammer to wash over him. He then directed the strands of shadow to realign themselves, creating a new configuration. He studied the result with a serious look. Eventually, a faint smile lit up his face. Much better. Now on to the next complication. There were still numerous flawed areas within the enormous and astonishingly intricate weave, but he was drawing closer to completing the ambitious structure. Once finished, it would hopefully grant him significant power and versatility. Far away, Sunny's final two incarnations were engaged in a different task altogether. They were at war with the burned forest. Chapter 2285, Legion of Death. The burned forest stretched beneath an ashen sky like a bleak and lifeless monument to total destruction. Here and there, the blackened trunks of colossal trees rose into the sky like broken towers. Their branches vanished, their leaves long reduced to ash. Beneath them, an impenetrable labyrinth of charred deadfalls soared hundreds of meters above the ground, completely hiding it from view. Sunny stood atop one of the rare burned trees that had stubbornly remained upright even after death, gazing down at the vast sprawl of scorched tangle from an immense height, or rather, two versions of him stood there. One clad in a stunning suit of black jade armor, the other dressed in plain dark fabric. The one in armor looked down with a smug expression. "I think we're going to lose again." The one in the dark clothing smiled faintly, a mischievous gleam in his eyes. "Don't underestimate our legion." Beneath them, a dreadful battle was underway. The scorched thicket had come alive, frothing with a slick black substance. That substance was composed of countless monstrous millipedes, some several meters in length and others stretching dozens, their bodies encased in glossy black chitin. The millipedes surged up from the depths of the fallen forest, flowing to the surface like a frenzied tide. Each one was at least a corrupted beast, and some had reached the great rank. There were terrifying champions among them as well, monsters, demons, and devils, the latter surrounding the indistinct forms of the swarm's elusive tyrants. A few bore carapaces that shimmered with vivid colors and haunting patterns, pulling attention to their ominous figures. The sight of the enormous vermin was enough to unnerve even someone like Sunny. And here we go. Facing the flood of monstrous millipedes was another army, equally shadowy, but far more haunting. This force encircled the massive trees Sunny stood upon like a wall, composed of silent shadows who met the oncoming tide of abominations without a hint of fear, hesitation, or uncertainty. At that moment, the first ranks of the Shadow Legion advanced, pushing forward to halt the momentum of the enemy wave. In a cruel twist of fate, the vanguard consisted of those very same monstrous millipedes. They were the shadows of nightmare creatures that Sunny and his legion had previously slain within the burned forest. Despite his incredible strength, Sunny and his undying army were still not formidable enough to claim the charred remnants of the Heart Realm. In the earliest stages of his bold invasion, He could scarcely step into the burned forest without being forced to retreat. Most of the shades under his command were drawn from creatures of lower ranks. Only a few hundred were great nightmare creatures, and although these silent shadows could not be permanently destroyed, they could be driven back into his soul sea to recover. That recovery was not immediate either, with stronger shades taking longer to mend. Thus, in those early days, the Shadow Legion had been easily overwhelmed by the sheer number of nightmare creatures populating the forest's periphery. Their endless onslaught had smothered the undying army of the newly risen sovereign. Once most of his forces were crushed, Sunny had no choice but to flee. Progress wasn't just slow, it was nearly non-existent. However, there was something insidious about the Legion of Death. With each battle, even the ones they lost, Sunny and his domain only grew stronger. Every abomination slain by him or his minions during these hopeless battles was absorbed into the ranks of the Silent Shadows. At first, he had a dozen shadow millipedes fighting on his side. Then, he had 100. As the days passed, their number grew into the thousands, and the Shadow Legion began to push deeper into the burned forest, slowly but steadily gaining ground. Now, after a full year, he had ventured close to the nests of the millipede tribe. That was why their elusive tyrants were finally appearing on the battlefield in person. Sunny's objective was to locate and destroy the nests. Once those nearby were found and eradicated, the southern outskirts of the burned forest would fall under his control. He even held a faint hope that one of them might conceal a hidden citadel. Of course, these were just the edges of the Heart God's ruined domain. Far deeper into the cursed land, beings far more horrifying than the monstrous millipedes waited. It would likely take years for Sunny to conquer the death zone entirely if he could even achieve such a staggering feat, but that was acceptable. Subjugating the burned forest wasn't his main goal. His true aim was to fill the ranks of his Shadow Legion with powerful shades, and in that pursuit, he was making remarkable progress. Down below, the wave of millipedes clashed with the shadows of their fallen counterparts. A shrill chorus of chitinous grinding and inhuman screeches echoed across the scorched landscape, and the ground trembled. Sunny had never imagined that he would command a force composed of thousands of corrupted nightmare creatures, or rather the transcendent shadows of thousands of such beings, and yet today, that same force was consumed by the overwhelming flood of his enemy and under a minute, vanishing without a trace. The shadows of the millipedes were obliterated and returned to his soul sea. Almost a full minute today. Not bad. His armored self glanced at the smiling version and scoffed. Not impressive either. Still, the shadow swarm had accomplished its purpose. They had been sacrificed to blunt the force of the enemy, inflict significant losses, and allow Sunny to acquire a few hundred more shades. Now it was time for the cavalry to honor that sacrifice and carve further into the enemy. The armored incarnation smirked. There she is, far below. A graceful knight in fearsome black onyx armor urged her terrifying steed forward. Her sword cut through the air, and the Shadow Legion stirred to life, shrouded in a chilling veil of absolute silence. Even if they were defeated again today, they would eventually triumph. Death, after all, was patient, and more than anything else, it was inevitable. Chapter 2286, Bountiful Harvest. As Nightmare leapt across the twisted surface of the charred deadfall and landed on the trunk of a massive fallen tree, easily hundreds of meters wide, the champions of the Shadow Legion surged forward. The rushing millipedes recoiled as the oppressive aura surrounding the black steed washed over them like a wave of cold dread. A heartbeat later, Saint's dark blade descended, slicing through their chitin as if it were paper. Not far behind her, something massive stirred, the ground trembling in its wake, as though a dark mountain were shifting across the ruins. Then the towering form spread its forearms and released a guttural, terrifying roar that rolled across the battlefield like the voice of an erupting volcano. Infernal flames flared in the depths of the steel giant's throat, and his eyes burned with fire. Fiend had experienced a tremendous transformation following the war in Godgrave. The tiny imp who had once barely reached Sunny's knee now loomed over the battlefield at more than 40 meters tall, his immense frame encased in an invulnerable steel shell, bristling with countless jagged spikes, like a demonic colossus forged from 1,000 greatswords. As the crimson fire within him roared to life, Fiend lunged forward, flattening millipedes underfoot and tearing through them with his monstrous razor-edged claws. A moment later, King Daron charged into the fray, clad in regal armor forged from shadow and wielding a massive mace. Windflower, the twin shadows of Solvane, and the seven saints of song followed soon after, some in human form wielding sleek weapons, others having taken on their transcendent forms. The latter were also protected by armor tailored to their bestial shapes, forged by the shadow of Anvil. So too were the shades of the great nightmare creatures that Sunny had slain in Godgrave. These ancient predators of the abominable jungle had always been deadly, but now, with their horrifying bodies reinforced by forged armor and their claws and fangs honed by steel, they were not only more enduring, they were far more devastating. Every elite of the Shadow Legion charged forward as well. The defiled Seeker of Truth, Goliath, the remnant of the Jade Queen, and the Asuras of Condemnation. Behind them, a sea of corrupted shades surged into the tide of monstrous millipedes. A scene of unspeakable violence unfolded beneath the watchful eyes of Sunny's incarnations. Countless millipedes were being annihilated, only to rise moments later as new additions to the Shadow Legion. His shades fell as well, vanishing beneath the ashen sky in stoic silence. "Do you think we'll win today?" Sunny looked at himself and answered his own question with a casual shrug. "Unlikely." Then he turned back to the battlefield and smiled coolly. "But today's harvest will be quite satisfying." He laughed quietly, shaking his head with amusement. "Listen to you, talking like the Grim Reaper." The Shadow Legion stood firm against the overwhelming tide of abhorrent black millipedes. Though the enemy vastly outnumbered them, Sunny's shades fought with ruthless precision and total fearlessness. His champions, Saint Fiend and the others, were especially brutal, leaving trails of torn and shattered bodies in their wake. Still, it was not quite enough. Before long, his forces would be worn down, most of them returned to his soul sea, and Sunny would be forced to retreat once more. Not yet, though. The earth quivered beneath them. His armored incarnation sighed. "I warned you. They're adapting. They used to rush us mindlessly, but now their tactics are becoming more refined." Just then, another wave of millipedes burst from beneath the deadfall behind the Shadow Legion, encircling them. A moment later, his shades were struck from the rear, many of them crumbling and dissolving into streams of darkness. The millipedes had already begun to display intelligent behavior once the demons and devils of their cursed tribe joined the battles. Now that the tyrants themselves were participating, their strategies had evolved significantly. For example, they made expert use of the chaotic terrain of the burned forest, moving silently through the depths of the deadfall to launch ambushes and strike unexpectedly from behind. The armored incarnation let out a low laugh. "Isn't it your turn to do something?" Sunny smiled. "Indeed." Taking a step forward, he leapt from the edge of the massive trunk, plummeting toward the scorched ground far below. A torrent of darkness erupted from the shadow lantern, engulfing his body. By the time Sunny landed, he was encased in the shadow shell, the body of a towering colossus of shadow, easily 100 meters tall. At last he was just as large as Effie's transcendent form. Drawing upon the shadows, he summoned a dreadful Odachi and summoned the jade mantle to wrap around his titanic frame. He then charged at the enormous centipede, attempting to devour a dozen of his shades in a single bite. His appearance on the battlefield caused a commotion, prompting several of the great devils leading the millipede tribe to converge on his location. Left standing on the scorched trunk, Sunny drew in a deep breath. He was far stronger than any of his champions, of course. However, unlike his shades, if one of his incarnations was destroyed, it would be lost forever, so he had to be cautious when entering a hopeless battle like this one, especially since he was using himself as bait. As dozens of millipedes swarmed up the limbs of the Shadow Colossus, searching for vulnerabilities in his armor where they could slip inside and bite into the shell with their mandibles, Sunny exhaled slowly. "I already gave you my blood. So now, if you will." A moment later, he stepped into the shadows, reappearing hundreds of meters away, and wrapped himself around Slayer's lithe frame. "Go and hunt." The deadly shadow moved. By now, she was armed with a wicked bow that Sunny had forged specifically for her, a quiver filled with eerie arrows, and two terrifying short swords strapped at her sides. Emerging from the shadows of the burned forest, Slayer moved like a specter, drawing the bowstring in one fluid, elegant motion. A breath later, a sharp arrow pierced the skull of one of the great tyrants, leading the monstrous swarm, causing thousands of millipedes to convulse and collapse into chaos. Chapter 2287, Will to Kill. Slayer was a strange existence. She was a shadow, her dark essence lit by the silvery glow of pure soul energy. Not quite supreme, yet no longer merely transcendent, and although she fought beneath Sunny's dark banner, she held no loyalty or care toward him. Her target, the great tyrant leading a large portion of the vile swarm, was a strange creature in its own right. In truth, Sunny had first thought the black millipedes to be nothing more than a mindless horde, driven by pure instinct with no central control. Only after suffering several brutal defeats had he begun to suspect the presence of a guiding force behind them. Even then, it took him far too long to uncover the tyrant's presence, which was quite late, considering how far his shadow sense had grown, nearly all-seeing when pushed to its limits. As it turned out, the great tyrants of the Black Millipede tribe were extremely elusive. Their twisted forms were tough to perceive, and catching them unaware proved even harder. That was because they existed in a state of strange ambiguity. Only unlike Slayer, who was caught between two ranks, the Millipede Queens seemed to exist between two moments. At least that was the conclusion Sunny reached after failing to kill them again and again. These tyrants did not live in the now. They floated always in the sliver between a moment just past and a moment not yet arrived. And since one could not kill something that was not truly present, Sunny had failed to strike them down each time. It was a strange and twisted gift, to say the least, but it was the kind of unfair power Sunny had come to expect from beings of the great rank. In addition to their time-hiding trick, the Millipede Queens were huge, wrapped in unbreakable chitin, able to birth an endless flood of smaller horrors, and typically nested safely inside strong hives. Sunny had found 7 of them in total. Today, his goal was to kill at least one. Facing 6 destroying swarms would not be much easier than facing 7, and the millipedes left behind would likely be pulled into the rest of the Queen's legions, making them even stronger. But this would still mark a turning point in the war, because once one of the awful queens joined his Shadow Legion, she would gain control over the thousands of shades of her dead spawn already within it. His own growing swarm of millipedes would instantly become far more deadly. So, being beaten by Slayer and giving her his blood was a small price to pay. While one of Sunny's incarnations kept the devils busy, Slayer had waited in silence, hiding herself among the endless tide of nightmare creatures, many of whom had odd senses unknown to humans, was no easy task, but she stayed unseen, even right under their whatever passed for noses. Either way, Slayer stepped out of the shadows and fired an arrow. She had always been a frightfully skilled killer, and now her power was boosted by Sunny. He could feel through her the perfect grace of her moves, the cold steadiness of her will, and the deadly sharpness of her mind. A great tyrant was a world-ending creature. Just one of them could wreck continents in the real world, level cities, and wipe out millions of lives in only days or even hours. Their huge bodies could flatten mountains. Their armor could shrug off nearly any blow, and yet Slayer's arrow hit the Queen's head without meeting any resistance. That was because her will was stronger than the tyrant's. Not just stronger, but also sharper, honed into a cutting edge instead of crashing like blunt force. Oh, so that is how it can work too. Even in the chaos of battle, Sunny never missed a lesson. His transcendent battle art was complete. His swordplay no longer needed deep insight, but a transcendent battle art could still be raised higher, changed into something greater, a supreme battle art. The difference was clear. A supreme battle art added a new layer. It was unseen yet key, the layer of will. To master that, Sunny needed to fill his will into every move, every hit. He had started learning this during his clash with Anvil, taking insight from the King of Swords' supreme battle art, and had made big progress in shaping his will since then. But there was still much more to learn, and Slayer was the best teacher. She was old, with the skill of a born killer. She had lived long before Sunny, had hunted more prey than he ever had, and had shaped her will into something sharper than his own. Else she would not have lived for thousands of years in the Shadow Realm, never giving in to death. Interesting. The arrow had struck the Queen's skull, but it had not killed her. The damage was far less than it should have been. He paused for a moment. Ah, I get it now. In fights at this height, Will was both blade and shield, but it did not stand alone, it needed a tool. That tool, of course, was the one who held it. But there was more. Will needed to be shown straight. The fewer things between the source and the goal, the stronger the strike. The closer the touch, the more deadly the result. Here, the source of the will was Slayer. Sunny was part of it too, not because he had made her stronger, but because he had made her bow and arrows, leaving parts of his will inside them. Still, the total weight of their wills should have crushed the queen, yet it only did small harm. That was because Slayer's will had not been shown straight. It had been sent from far, through a tool. It was like her will had faded over the space between them. If Slayer had hit with her bare hands, the will would have landed at full strength. A sword would also have worked, as it linked to her hand and body right away. But a far weapon was a weaker tool. A bow was better than most. The archer had to pull it by hand, using their own strength. But a crossbow would have been worse. A bullet, even worse still. Almost no will would stay in such cold strikes. No wonder modern tools became almost useless against nightmare creatures of the fallen rank and above. Even at that level, will began to matter. Cold, machine-made strikes could not cut through the armor of hidden will that wrapped such beings. But a sword held in an awaken's hand could. Sunny let out a low whistle. This is really quite something. Fully unscientific, of course. He also started to think about his own will, that of the Lord of Shadows, and how it moved through his created shades. But that was a mystery for later. Right now there was still a hurt great tyrant that had to fall. While far weapons might have been weaker in battles between truly great beings, they were not without worth. They just needed great skill from the one using them, and Slayer had that in full. That was why her arrow had found the queen's head with ease. And even if it had not done much damage, that had not been its main aim. The arrow was special, one Sunny had made while thinking of the in case of emergency memory Rain used to wear. That memory kept her in place, holding her where she stood in case of a full crash in Godgrave. The arrow's use was close to hold the target in place. The millipede queen was hugely strong, her will vast. She broke the magic binding seconds after it took hold, but in that short blink she was fully bare. Fixed in space and time, she lost the gain of her strange cover, and in that same moment, 3 more arrows hit the soft points in her armor. This time the harm was huge. The queen's neck burst open from the inside, shards of chitin and torn meat flying into the air. Streams of blood poured down in red waves, and thousands of lesser beasts stumbled, losing all form. The queen screamed, a sound that shook the air and twisted in pain and fear. The great devils who had gone to block Sunny turned back, rushing toward their mother's cries. But they were already too slow, because Slayer had already drawn 1 more arrow, and she had already let it fly. The killing arrow. A blink later, the queen's massive head was sliced clean off her body. Chapter 2288, Ember Queen. The moment Slayer's first arrow struck the millipede queen, Sunny saw the great tyrant clearly for the first time. She was truly immense, her swollen body encased in gleaming black chitin and adorned with stunning patterns of orange and red, as though her shell had been inlaid with glowing embers. The first segment of her carapace flared behind her head, making her appear as though she wore a crown of charred flame. She had no eyes, so the front of her armored head was perfectly smooth, ending in a monstrous and eerily human-like mouth. That mouth was open now, the final scream lost in its depths. The millipede queen stretched well over 100 meters in length. Her body was relatively slender for such a massive creature, and she had moved across the twisted surface of the burned forest like a river of glistening black. Her countless legs had torn the dead wood beneath her into splinters as she passed. But now the colossal being had come to a sudden stop, collapsing into a writhing heap of towering coils. Her severed head had not even touched the ground when Sunny heard a whisper in his ear. "You have slain an enemy," he sighed, slightly disappointed. Sunny had always missed the old announcements from the nightmare spell. Unlike the spell, his handy bracelet was not all-knowing. It didn't know the names of the creatures he killed, depriving him of the juicy tidbits of hidden information they often revealed. He sometimes half-joked to himself that it was a pity he couldn't just kidnap Cassie and have her whisper the names of every abomination he killed directly into his ear. Even worse, the handy bracelet could no longer determine the rank or class of slain nightmare creatures. That was because Sunny had designed this part of the enchantment around a simple concept. The bracelet sensed how many shadow fragments he gained from a kill and figured out the creature's nature based on that. But this time he had received no shadow fragments. Not because Slayer had delivered the killing blow, but because all 7 of his cores were already completely saturated. If he summoned his runes now, he would see. Shadow fragments 7,000, 7,000. He had reached that limit fairly quickly once the Shadow Legion had been unleashed upon the world. Every creature slain by one of his shades was counted as his own prey. Add to that his hunts in the Shadow Realm, and the saturation had been inevitable. Sunny was now as powerful as he could possibly become. Further kills no longer empowered him. They strengthened his legion instead. I should probably rework the handy bracelet. There had to be a way to enchant it to draw information from the incoming shades themselves, instead of relying on fragment counts. Who knew, perhaps it could even provide deeper insights about them. But now was not the time for magical theory. The millipede queen's head crashed to the ground with a torrent of blood and shattered chitin. Thousands of lesser abominations momentarily lost their form, then burst into a frenzy. The other great tyrants had noticed the fall of their sister and rival. More importantly, Slayer had revealed herself to the swarm. Now, she and Sunny were alone behind enemy lines, staring down a frenzied wave of monstrous millipedes. Still, he was content. More than content. I won. His victory over the Black Millipede tribe would take time to solidify, several months perhaps, but the decisive moment had already passed. The death of the monstrous queen meant that her shade now rested in his soul sea. With her under his command, the strength of the Shadow Legion would surge and continue to grow rapidly as more of the Black Millipedes fell and joined the ranks of his silent army. The nests of their loathsome tribe would soon fall. He briefly considered summoning the Ember Queen, the name he had chosen for the fallen tyrant, inspired by the fiery patterns decorating her obsidian carapace. But he quickly changed his mind. After all, the shades of the lesser millipedes had already been destroyed. They would not return for several days. Her presence would not shift the tide of today's battle. Sunny watched the tide of powerful nightmare creatures, rushing towards Slayer like a vengeful storm. I think they might be angry. Internally, he grinned, satisfied with his harvest. After all this time, one of the millipede queens was finally his. Slayer lowered her bow, letting it unravel into a thin black chain that wrapped itself around her wrist like a delicate vambrace. She then drew her short swords and turned to face the enraged swarm with calm, merciless resolve, as though fighting thousands of corrupted and great nightmare creatures was beneath her concern. You can retreat now. The objective had been achieved. Letting his shadows suffer needless losses was pointless. Slayer lingered a moment longer. Her lips were hidden beneath her veil, but he could sense her smile, not one of joy but a faint curl of cold, cruel contempt. After a final glance at the incoming millipedes, she sheathed her blades and turned, her movements fluid as a dancer's. The hem of her light armor fluttered behind her, and then she vanished, summoned back to her cell in the dark replica of the nameless temple. Sunny himself stepped through the shadows and appeared beside Saint, cloaking her in his presence and granting her more strength. As the battle continued to rage, its outcome was already sealed. Saint and Nightmare cut down several champions of the Millipede tribe, while Fiend gleefully lifted armfuls of writhing enemies and hurled them into his blazing maw. The voracious giant appeared deeply pleased. His most powerful shades distinguished themselves in the slaughter as well, but none were as lethal as Sunny. Within the towering shell, he battled several of the great devils, beings even larger than the tyrants they served. He had to kill a few. His new millipede queen would need strong guardians, after all. He succeeded in eliminating 2 of them before the situation worsened. One devil opened its gaping mouth and unleashed a stream of molten orange-red fluid. It struck Sunny's jade breastplate like a river of living magma. To his surprise, the jade mantle actually began to melt, corroded as though by acid. Another exhaled a plume of ash that enveloped him, then transformed into a swarm of spectral worms. They slithered into the armor's seams, boring through the shadow shell to attack the essence of Sunny's own shadow hidden deep inside. A third devil emerged from the underbrush, coiling its revolting body around his legs. Its thousand blade-like limbs scraped into the armor with relentless shrieking force. Even lesser millipedes were burrowing into the shell now, exploiting the cracks opened by the devils. With a twinge of frustration, Sunny abandoned the collapsing shell and continued the battle as himself. Soon after, the fighting came to an end. The Shadow Legion had been all but obliterated. Those champions who remained were on the brink of being overwhelmed. No matter how powerful Sunny was or how devastating his shades had become, the endless flood of the Black Millipede tribe was simply too vast to resist. Unwilling to wait weeks for his strongest shades to recover, Sunny recalled them to his soul sea, dismissed the rest of his shadows, and escaped using Shadow Step. Damn it. All those soul shards, if he had one regret, it was that he wouldn't be able to harvest the precious carapaces or soul shards of the slain millipedes. Instead, the surviving abominations would feast on their fallen kin, growing stronger and giving the remaining queens more fuel to birth new monsters. Still, it would all belong to him in the end. At the edge of the burned forest, both of Sunny's incarnations stepped from the shadows. Despite the bitter retreat, they smiled. Satisfied, Chapter 2289, Paid Leave. Sunny's incarnation stood at the very edge of the scorched tangle, gazing out over the rows of ancient barrows beyond. The land of barrows marked the boundary between the forgotten shore and the burned forest, separating two grim and haunted realms. One of the incarnations dismissed the battered jade mantle, letting it sink beneath his skin, or more accurately, into his skin. Then he smiled with a mischievous glint. How much would you wager that whatever is buried in those barrows is going to wake up one day and make us regret ever turning our backs on it? The other incarnation shrugged with an air of arrogance. When it does, we will kill it and give it a proper burial this time. Sunny had not returned to the barrows since that ominous first visit. He preferred to observe them from afar. Of course, the day would come when he had to deal with whatever secrets they held. But for now, he was content to let the ancient burial grounds remain undisturbed, as long as they did not cause him trouble. There was a reason he remained suspicious of the towering barrows, and it was not just their unsettling atmosphere. More significantly, the dark sea had never passed beyond them, which implied it had been cautious about their presence. Perhaps it was due to the sky overhead. Here, at the threshold between realms, the starless sky of the forgotten shore gave way to one still graced by sunlight. That change alone might have been what kept the dark sea at bay, but Sunny remained uneasy about the eerie barrows nonetheless. Letting out a quiet sigh, one of the incarnations asked, "So what do you think?" The other pondered the question for a moment. "It was not bad, I suppose. We did manage to kill the queen, and the harvest of lesser shades was generous." He paused, then added, "Still, I am not satisfied. We are lacking something." The first incarnation nodded. Agreed. This invasion of the burned forest served several purposes. Strengthening the Shadow Legion was one. Searching for unclaimed citadels was another. A third was exploring the Dream Realm in preparation for its eventual integration with the waking world. But just as important, Sunny had used this battlefield to refine his understanding of his supreme power. His supreme ability, Shadow Legion, was in many ways the purest manifestation of his aspect. He was not even sure it qualified as an ability in the traditional sense. It might simply have been the natural conclusion of all his other powers evolving to their apex. The silent shades were his domain. They nurtured his soul, amplified his power, and gave shape to his will. The Shadow Legion ability allowed him to unleash that domain upon the world. He could summon the shades from the depths of his soul, grant them form, and command them as loyal soldiers, an evolution of Shadow Step, Shadow Manifestation, and Shadow Control. The shades also served as vessels for his mind, bearing traces of his transformation ability. However, this power had limitations. Unlike the summoned swords of Anvil or the puppets of Keysong, the silent shades were independent entities. Sunny could not control them directly. He could only issue commands which they carried out to the best of their ability. Their capacity to follow orders varied wildly. Most were beasts or monsters, creatures that lacked intelligence. Even among these sentient shades, Cohesion was sorely lacking. They were not a disciplined army. In truth, Sunny's so-called Shadow Legion was more of a chaotic mob, not much different from the mindless tide of the Black Millipades, and in some ways, even inferior. Things had improved slightly due to the presence of certain champions. Saint could act as a general, enhancing control over surrounding units. Daron of the Twilight Sea could rally the human shades under his banner. The remnant of the Jade Queen appeared to hold sway over the weaker shadows, but each champion could only command a limited number. There was no true unity, no centralized leadership, no formation, and even Sunny's formidable intellect could not guide every shade with precision in real time. Complex strategies, synchronized formations, and advanced battle tactics were still beyond the reach of the Shadow Legion for now. Sunny had spent a year learning how to lead it more effectively. Yet, he was still far from achieving a satisfactory result. One of his incarnations chuckled and clapped the other on the shoulder. Well, at least we have the Ember Queen now. She should be able to control the millipede swarm. You will be fine. The other smirked. Naturally, why would I not be? Sunny laughed, then sighed and cast one last glance back at the burned forest. He was not going to miss it, especially because part of him was staying there. Well, my job here is done. Time for me to go. His other incarnation stared at him without sympathy. Get lost, then. Sunny gave himself an injured look. Wow, how heartless. No pity for your poor self. I will be all alone, surrounded by stunning princesses, stuck hanging out with Kai. The other scoffed. Idiot, go before I change my mind and take your place. Sunny grinned impishly. All right, all right. Sheesh, could you at least lend me a shadow? I doubt I can bring Saint, and Fiend is a bit too conspicuous. What about Nightmare? The other incarnation glared at him. You can take the feral one. Sunny scratched his head. Slayer? Well, maybe. Like a field trip. A paid vacation. With that, he laughed and started walking toward the distant barrows. As he strolled away, he waved behind him. You are going to miss me when I am gone. From behind, he heard his own voice growl, as if, and why are you walking, fool? Just shift back into a shadow. A moment later, one of the incarnations vanished from view. The other turned his eyes back toward the endless black wasteland of the burned forest, sighing. Tell Kai I said hi, you moron. Good speed, despite his grumbling. He could not wait. Chapter 2290, False Alarm. Far away, in Bastion, the morning meeting was wrapping up. Effie shot Sunny one last withering glare and departed, while Cassie swept Nephis off to fulfill her imperial duties. This time he did not follow. Instead, Sunny closed his eyes and took a deep breath, focusing on his shadow sense. So, I am finally heading to Ravenheart. He would not need to cross the Hollow Mountains again to get there, but the journey would still take time and be unpleasant. After all, he had to return to the waking world and endure its painful rejection. Still, Sunny was in a good mood. He was looking forward to finally exploring the Jade Palace. On top of that, he was curious about the city itself. Ravenheart did not quite feel like home, but Sunny had lived there for almost 4 years, hiding in Rain's shadow. He felt a certain nostalgia for many of the places in that stark, severe city. He was also curious to see how Ravenheart had changed after the fall of the Raven Queen. But most of all, he missed Kai. Sunny had reconnected with Nephis and Cassie after being erased from the world's memory. He had also grown somewhat close to Effie again, first as Master Sunless, then as Neph's enigmatic shadow consort. But he had barely seen Jet or Kai in the past 2 years. They only knew him as the cold, aloof Lord of Shadows, a mysterious ally who had joined their cause just before the war began. I wonder how he is doing. Sunny knew Kai had managed to conquer Ravenheart without spilling a single drop of blood. The local populace adored him, and of course they did, but it still had to be difficult, dealing with the fallout of the Song Domain's collapse and the lingering influence of the Song Sisters. Well, I will find out soon enough. As he redirected his awareness, Sunny sensed Bastion teeming with life far below. His shadow sense enveloped most of the city, allowing him to monitor activity and detect potential dangers in advance. Not that anything had actually posed a threat so far, apart from the nights when the moon was full. But that particular danger had been neutralized. There were far too many people and too much movement in Bastion for Sunny to perceive it all at once. He could try, but his senses would be overwhelmed. That said, his mind had grown exponentially stronger over the years, partly because he had ascended so far along the path, and partly because he had practiced managing countless simultaneous tasks. He was no longer the same person who had nearly collapsed while trying to scan the outskirts of NQSC. He even felt tempted to summon Weaver's mask and activate the "Where is my eye?" enchantment again. It had nearly killed him the last time, but who could say? Maybe he would survive it now. What would he see in the infinite, tangled, terrifying weave of fate? Would he see himself cut away from the world's threads, separate from all that had been, was, and ever would be? Would he recognize echoes of the future or shadows of the past within that cosmic tapestry? Or would he simply die a horrific death, all seven of his heads exploding in unison? Sonny did not know, and for now he was not eager to find out. Somewhere out there, one of the four remaining pieces of Weaver's legacy awaited him, the Mind Weave. He had resolved not to tempt fate before recovering it. But for now, even if he could not actively track everything happening in Bastion, he could still sense irregularities and shift his attention to anything unusual. He could also zoom in on particular places or people as needed. Right now, he was looking for Rain. Thanks to the mark of shadows, she was especially easy to locate. As long as she remained within range of his vast perception, he always had a general sense of where she was. Sonny did not follow her every move, though. He respected her space. After all, he was not that overprotective, and even if he was, who could blame him? His sister had a habit of volunteering for death missions and brawling with murderous monsters. And if some slimy degenerate dared bother her, she could not even kill him. She could not harm a fly. Well, actually, she could absolutely pulverize a fly, but she could not eliminate it permanently. Who would not feel protective of a sweet, gentle sister like that? Where is she? Wait, why is she dressed like that? Sunny's eyes snapped open. Far below, Rain was making her way through the busy streets of Bastion. She had probably worked through the night with Beth and her team, but instead of wearing her usual functional clothes or the puppeteer's shroud, she was wearing an elegant black dress. Its hem barely reached her knees. She also had earrings on, unenchanted ones no less, and a pair of adorable, impractical shoes. Her hair was neatly styled and pinned with a slender onyx hairpiece. Sonny could not determine it from shadow sense alone, but he was certain she had even applied makeup. His face turned pale. Alarm. Blissfully unaware of the panic in her brother's heart, Rain strolled through the city with a bright smile, humming softly under her breath. Eventually, she reached her destination, a luxurious cafe located on the loveliest stretch of the lakefront promenade. As she stepped through the doorway, she paused and scanned the interior. Then her smile widened and she waved. "There you are." Sunny let out a relieved breath. Oh, it is them. False alarm. Two stunning young women were waiting for Rain at a table with the best view in the house. One had bronzed skin and silver ash hair, her off-shoulder peach dress revealing the graceful slope of her collarbone. The other had fair skin and golden blonde hair, her amber eyes glowing in the soft dawn light. Her flowing white dress was adorned with delicate lace, making her look like a fairy tale princess out for morning tea. They were, of course, Tamar of Clan Sorrow and Telly of Whitefeather. Today, the three noble girls had set aside their enchanted armor, dressed in their prettiest outfits, and done their hair and makeup just to enjoy a carefree breakfast and remind themselves that they were still young women, not just hardened, awakened warriors. Rain approached the table with a beaming grin. "Sorry I'm late." Tella stared at her for a moment, then shifted her gaze to Tamar's bare shoulder. Her eyes narrowed. Did you guys get matching tattoos?" She pursed her lips, tilted her head slightly, and added in a small, offended voice, "Without me?" Chapter 2291. An Elegant and Noble Outing. Rain laughed and glanced down at the intricately inked snake that coiled around her arm and shoulder. Tamar was wearing a dress with long sleeves, so hers was mostly hidden, only the tail of the design peeked through against her smooth, caramel-toned skin. "Sorry, Telle, I can give you the artist's name, but I doubt your parents would approve." Clea leaned back, her expression sour. My mother has a wild side too, you know. Once she killed a Valor Saint. Our entire family got exiled to Antarctica as punishment. But whatever. She cast one more lingering glance at Tamar's shoulder, then turned away with a haughty scoff. I wouldn't want a snake tattoo anyway. Birds eat snakes. She didn't quite manage to hide the faint envy in her voice, which almost made Rain giggle. Tell and Tamar had something in common. Both had been raised by stern legacy elders and trained to maintain a cold, dignified exterior. However, Tamar's calm composure came naturally to her. Tella's attempts to appear aloof were often clumsy and transparent and entirely adorable. Rain suppressed a knowing smile. Of course, that side of her was only visible to those who knew her well. To a stranger, Tell of White Feather would seem like the embodiment of proud and distant legacy nobility. And to any poor soul unfortunate enough to find themselves at the other end of her blade, she would be nothing short of a cold, merciless nightmare, which naturally made her even more endearing. Rain waved down a passing waiter. Soon the three of them were seated in front of an array of exquisite cocktails. Each drink looked like a still-life masterpiece preserved in a glass, adorned with such elegance and care that consuming them felt almost like an act of sacrilege. Tell stared at hers hesitantly. So we're drinking alcohol. Despite her composed exterior, the lovely Feather Knight was rather inexperienced in worldly affairs. It was entirely possible she had never tasted alcohol before, which left her visibly unsure. Tamar shrugged. I suppose I'm more confused by the amount of ice. It feels like we're drinking cubes of ice with a few drops of liquor in between. Rain gave them both a scandalized look. You two have no taste. I studied the gourmet section of the Bastion Gazette thoroughly. This place is the trendiest spot on the entire lakefront promenade, and these cocktails are supposed to be phenomenal. She gestured to each glass dramatically. They're themed after the fallen sovereigns. That one's the Bloody Queen. This is the Old Valor, and mine is the Sweet Shadow. Tamar's cocktail shimmered crimson. Tella's was nearly transparent with jagged shards of ice, and Rain's was entirely black. She grinned. There's also a fourth one, the White Flame. That's the most popular. It's made with premium Beast Farm cream and strong spirits. Supposedly smooth, fiery, and heartwarming all at once. At least that's what the Gazette said. Anyway, cheers. They raised their glasses and clinked them gently. Each girl took a sip. Oh, so it's black because of coffee liqueur. Rain beamed. The Sweet Shadow was absolutely delicious. From now on, she resolved to trust the Bastion Gazette a bit more. Tamar lowered her glass and offered a rare smile, a true one. These days, her smiles were few and far between, making this one all the more precious. Oh, by the way, congratulations are in order. I saw the street lamps light up last night. You guys actually did it. Rain grinned brightly. We sure did. Tell looked from one to the other, took another sip of her drink, and sighed. I'm jealous you already have electricity. It'll probably take another 10 years before it reaches the Chained Isles. After the war, the three awakened girls had taken separate paths. The Whitefeather clan had reclaimed its ancestral land, and Telly had returned to the sanctuary of Noctis with her parents. Now she spent most of her time on the Chained Isles, only visiting Bastion every few months to represent her family and handle official matters. Tamar's circumstances, on the other hand, had been quite the opposite. Her father, the Saint of Sorrow, had fallen in the final battle of the Realm War. Many courageous souls had perished that day, and she was one of many who had lost loved ones in the crucible of that brutal conflict. Rain had wanted to stay by her friend's side in those dark days, but Tamar had received little time to grieve as the sole surviving child of the Saint of Sorrow. She had been forced to shoulder the burden of her family's legacy, and in its darkest hour no less. Despite taking on the title of the New Lady of Sorrow, Tamar was still merely an awakened. As such, she could not legally hold dominion over the ancestral citadel of Clan Sorrow. In the end, her family had to relinquish their land to someone who could. That someone was Saint Seishan, the former commander of the 7th Royal Legion. She had treated the Sorrow family with dignity and grace. No one had forced them out, and yet they had chosen to leave voluntarily. Thus, Clan Sorrow became one of the many noble houses displaced in the aftermath of the war. Of course, Rain knew Tamar well, and she had no doubt the clan would rise again. In fact, its reputation was already climbing. Tamar had been the first to join the Shadow Clan. Later, she had competed in the tournament organized by the Firekeepers and made a powerful impression. She fought her way through the arena with ruthless brilliance, defeating many formidable awakened in fierce and unforgettable battles. She had even reached the final round. Now Tamar occupied a curious dual role, though the two factions she served were closely aligned, not enemies. Officially, she was a rising talent among the Firekeepers. Unofficially, she acted as the Shadow Clan's field leader in Bastion, and on occasion Rain's personal bodyguard. Fate truly had a strange sense of humor. As for Rain, she had remained in Godgrave for a time, then moved to Bastion to learn shaping from Lady Nephis and civil engineering under the guidance of Chief Bethany. Oh, and somewhere along the way, she had also unsealed her aspect. Chapter 222, Name Giver Rain, had once believed her aspect would awaken during the war. Perhaps at the most desperate moment, when she was on the brink of defeat, so that she could rise and turn the tide in the most dramatic fashion imaginable. In hindsight, that had never truly been possible. She did not fully understand how the world worked, no one truly did, but Rain sensed there was a subtle poetry to the mysterious crossroads of fate. People and their choices echoed one another, just as did the events they could not control. In that way, lives were like poems. Not all of them, of course, or at least not all in equal measure. But the lives of those who held great power or were extraordinary in some way often were. Rain did not possess great power, and while she might have been a little unusual, she would never go so far as to call herself exceptional. Yes, she had accomplished something remarkable once. She had awakened without receiving the nightmare spell's cruel gift, but most of that feat belonged to her brother, not her. Still, it seemed her life carried its own quiet verse, and while the poem of her life described battlefields and bloodshed, that was not its true theme. Her flaw, the crown of thorns, revealed as much. What was the true theme then? The end of the Great War had left Rain in disarray. She had only just begun to understand that she was a legacy, a princess to be, not unlike Tamar. Then, in an instant, her brother betrayed everyone and died. So instead of a princess, she became the sister of a dead traitor, the most reviled villain in the world. Thankfully, Rain was only an awakened. She hadn't seen Lady Nephis strike her brother down with her own eyes. Her perception had not been sharp enough for that. She hadn't even known what had happened until much later, when Cassie's voice suddenly echoed in her mind, gently telling her not to worry. Only then did she learn that her brother was alive, and that he was supposed to have died. In fact, she had not even been given the opportunity to mourn him properly. More fortunately still, no one truly knew that Rain, or rather Rani of the 7th Royal Legion, had any connection to the enigmatic Lord of Shadows. In the chaotic days that followed, the world changed at a dizzying pace. When the dust finally settled, Rain chose to remain behind in Godgrave, helping to build the road across the Collarbone Plain, the road intended to connect the former Sword and Song domains. She made that choice for no other reason than a quiet love of creation. That love carried more weight than one might assume. She had thought long and hard about her future, and in the end made her decision with solemn conviction. Rain was weary of destruction, tired of war, tired of watching things crumble, tired of doing the crumbling herself. So she returned to her place on a construction crew, though this time she was not a mere laborer, but an elite among the awakened. And it was there, on a dusty work site rather than a battlefield, that her aspect finally revealed itself. Fitting, really, especially for someone whose flaw rendered years of painful training and hard-won battle experience almost meaningless. Rain had spent many hours speculating about what her aspect might be. In the end, it turned out to be something so strange, so unexpected, that no one could have predicted it. It was entirely unique. As an awakened, Rain now had access to 2 aspect abilities. She also held 2 essence pools, one of soul essence and one of spirit essence. Her dormant ability allowed her to bestow names upon things, not ordinary names, and not quite true names either, something in between. These names were permanent and imbued with modest power. The power was not overwhelming. She was still an awakened, after all, but it was real, and it belonged solely to her. Giving a name required a one-time infusion of spirit essence. The more she invested, the stronger the name's influence on the object and the world around it. The issue was, Rain still had no idea how to expand her spirit essence pool, And yet, by the time the road across Godgrave was complete, she had somehow accumulated quite a lot of it. The sky of her soul sea, once wide and clear, had become overcast, blanketed in thunderclouds and dripping with gentle, constant drizzle. Then she poured all that gathered essence into the newly completed road and named it the Road of Shadows. When she did, the skies above her soul sea cleared. Sunlight shone once more on the glistening sea below, and something miraculous occurred. Her brother had taken his citadel away, but he had left behind a strange thing, the Shadow Realm fragment, whatever that truly was. Sunny had explained that he could control it a little, now that he was supreme, but not well enough to use it where he was going. The fragment had manifested as a dome of impenetrable darkness at the heart of the Collarbone Plain, a sphere that stretched for dozens of kilometers. When rain gave the road its name, that darkness stirred and uncoiled, forming a thin veil that extended over most of the road's length. Just like that, the Road of Shadows was protected from the blinding radiance of the white abyss above Godgrave, and rain collapsed from essence exhaustion, causing quite a panic among the Shadow Clan operatives disguised as road workers nearby. Still, it had all worked out. Sadly, Rain had not managed to accomplish anything quite so monumental since. With the road complete, she traveled to Bastion to help with the construction of the Rivergate Dam and begin her shaping studies under Lady Nephis while continuing her engineering apprenticeship with Chief Bethany. All the while, she kept quietly experimenting with names and trying to understand her own soul more deeply. She discovered a few things. For one, using the runic language of the nightmare spell made naming more efficient. It required less spirit essence to achieve the same effect. She also discovered that naming something which already possessed a true name was nearly impossible. Her second aspect ability, her awakened ability, allowed her to assign descriptive titles to things. Epithets. Unlike names, epithets were temporary. They only lasted as long as Rain had soul essence to fuel them. For example, she could assign the epithet indestructible to a shield, greatly increasing its durability until her essence ran dry. In fact, as an awakened, she could apply two epithets simultaneously. So she could make it an indestructible magnetic shield, causing enemy weapons to cling to it after failing to break through. More powerful epithets cost more essence. Indestructible was much more potent and much more draining than something like durable. There were other factors too. The more an epithet conflicted with the nature of the target, the more essence it consumed. Making a shield tougher was easy. Making it brittle was harder. Assigning epithets to living beings always demanded more. Still, Rain could temporarily turn someone into an immobile person, especially if she knew their name, or better yet, their true name, at least for a moment, assuming their rank was not too high. In fact, using epithets on things that had true names or had already been named was cheaper and more effective. It worked in reverse, too. Assigning a known true name as an epithet cost less essence and produced dramatically stronger results than using ordinary words. For instance, calling an enemy's sword burning might heat it up until it became too hot to hold, but assigning it the true name of burning would melt the blade completely. In that way, Rain's epithets were often more powerful and versatile than even shaping. Shaping required one to speak the name aloud and channel it once the sound faded. The magic began to unravel. But epithets stayed active as long as Rain's essence held. She could even keep minor ones going almost indefinitely if she chose carefully. She could even assign them to herself. Rain took another sip of her cocktail and smiled at Tele and Tamar. They didn't know it, but she wasn't just promise of a distant sky at the moment. She was sober, well-rested promise of a distant sky, though that second epithet was eating through her essence at an alarming pace. Not even her aspect and shaping could keep up with the might of Chief Bethany, apparently. Chapter 2293, The Delights of Life. After the cocktails, it's baking time. The pastries were beautiful and delicious, though not as delicious as the ones Rain was used to, spoiled by her brother's pancakes and waffles. However, his repertoire was somewhat limited while enjoying the beautifully glazed eclair. Rain couldn't help to smile with delight. Maybe I should introduce him to Custard? Everything was wonderful this morning. Their beautiful clothes, the refined interior of the cafe, the sparkling view of the mirrored lake, the lavishly served cocktails, the delicate and delicious pastries. Ah, that's what I missed. Her last teenage years were spent in Ravenheart, where she hunted nightmarish creatures. At that time, the city was in the process of being built from scratch and was populated mainly by displaced refugees. There was a lot of work, but not much sophisticated culture. Later, Rain went to the front, and after the end of the war, she spent time among busy engineers and workers. Until now, the delights of life had mostly eluded her, so she was glad for the rare opportunity to feel like a real girl. In addition, the young cities of the Kingdom of Dreams now had similar establishments, as well as theaters, operas, dance halls, and more. People wanted to relax and have fun after hard work, so the local leisure culture developed rapidly. Rain, Tella, and Tamar chatted lazily while new delicacies and beautiful cocktails were brought to them. It seems strange, really. Now that there is no crushing, the shackled islands are completely different. It's much safer there, and we can fly as high as we want. Of course, the nightmarish creatures feel just as free, so even those of them who used to stay in place are now moving around. It's a real mess, but once we clear the islands in the vicinity of the sanctuary, we'll be ready to welcome the settlers. They are working on the creation of new flying ships. They have several thousand firekeepers now, but only one chainbreaker, unfortunately. Although it's not that difficult to build a flying ship, it's a big challenge to build one that doesn't shatter into pieces at the first sign of danger. So there is not much progress on this front. Instead, our spellcasters try to create flying echoes as a temporary measure, but they don't create them fast enough. Only the masters get them. Oh, I do not know. I'm very busy these days. That's right, girls. Have you heard? St. Tang seems to be working on a new version of the dreamscape, created specifically for the realm of dreams. It is supposed to serve as a space for communication between different cities, as well as a tool for preparing ordinary people for their first nightmare. Tell couldn't help but sigh. Really? Oh, that would be great. I love the shackled islands, but sometimes it's so boring to be stuck in the north. She sipped her cocktail, looking at the mirrored lake with a detached expression on her exquisite face, and then turned to Rain and Tamar. Speaking of nightmares, the festive mood suddenly became a little gloomy. The blonde hesitated for a few moments. I'm thinking of challenging the second nightmare in a year at the latest. What about you two? Although she didn't ask directly, her hidden question was clear. Tella asked if they would like to challenge the second nightmare with her. For the awakened one, there was no question more intimate than this one. There was also no clearer indication of how much this person trusted you. Rain felt both touched and dejected. She glanced briefly at Tamar and then smiled softly. Well, I can't, for various reasons. But Tamar was actually thinking the same thing. Rain would love to challenge the second nightmare with Thella and Tamar, but she wasn't the bearer of a nightmare spell, which meant she couldn't. She walked a different path than they did. Tamar nodded calmly. Actually, I've already gathered the bulk of the cohort. Including the healer, I also have a few people that I want to recruit. If you are not going to assemble a team of your clan's servants, then you will be welcome. After all, it's hard to find a warrior of the same caliber as Tella of the White Feather. The corner of her mouth curved up faintly. Tell was silent for a while, and then cleared her throat to hide a shy smile. Oh well, you're not wrong. I'm really quite impressive. She hurriedly picked up her cocktail, took a long sip, and then added in her usual calm tone, "At the moment there is no one in White Feather who could go into a nightmare with me. So I'm very interested in this cohort of yours, Tamar. Are they firekeepers too?" Tamar shook her head. "No. But we are. We train together, I suppose. And our instructor is a real devil." Rain pretended to be busy with her glass. Tamar, of course, was talking about the Shadow Clan. It was no secret that her brother and his graceful shadow, the Saint, were preparing their subordinates for the dangers of the second nightmare. Tamar, Tele, Ray, and Fleur are two formidable warriors, an elusive scout, and a healer, a good core for a cohort of applicants. If a few more talented people joined them, they would have every chance of becoming masters. When will I become a master? Rain didn't know, as things on this front were uncertain and progress was slow. She finished her cocktail, called the waiter over, and smiled at him, making the young man blush. "Can we get the check?" Then Rain looked at her friends and grinned. "You know what's going to happen next, don't you?" Tamar and Tele exchanged uncertain glances. "What?" Rain sighed languidly. "Ah, those greenhouse legacies. Shopping. Chapter 2294, The Eloquent Cavalier. Even though Rain's current circumstances were much more unusual than those of her friends, unlike them, she had a very ordinary childhood. Besides, she had more worldly experience. Tella and Tamar might have known better how to behave in high society, but on this elegant walk, Rain was their guide, and her guide was the Bastion newspaper. Following the plan she had been carefully developing since Telly's last visit to Bastion, they strolled along the lake embankment, made some modest purchases on Fashion Street, and eventually ended up in the park, safely packing their purchases in an invisible bag. Rain was in a great mood, and the weather was warm. The three of them were sitting on a bench and basking in the sun, enjoying the light breeze. Thel sighed, "Why don't we go to the beach and swim for a bit?" If the three of them had donned swimsuits and appeared on a public beach, it would probably have caused quite a commotion after all. Most of the people there hadn't woken up yet. Thel looked Rain up and down and sighed. "Indeed." Rain chuckled. "You two aren't that bad either. In fact, a couple of guys have been staring at us for about 10 minutes now." Tamar raised an eyebrow. She looked a little embarrassed after all. She was supposed to be a bodyguard, and yet Rain was the first to notice that someone was watching them. There were indeed two young men nearby who seemed to be enjoying a picnic. They weren't very noticeable, but Rain didn't lose sight of the intense glances that the young men cast in their direction from time to time. Tel looked around and then frowned. Her expression clouded a little. "Oh, I think I know one of them. Let's go somewhere else, please." Neither Rain nor Tamar objected, so they got up from the bench and headed out of the park. However, two young men caught up with them a minute later. Rain looked at them curiously. They were a little older than the three girls and looked quite sincere. They were quite beautiful. They are even too beautiful to be ordinary people or simple awakened ones. Their figures were slender and athletic, and their light summer clothes did not hide the clear outlines of their muscles. She wouldn't mind spending some time with them, but Tella's negative reaction had already made a bad impression. Could it be? One of the young men smiled and bowed slightly. "Greetings, lovely ladies. I'm very sorry that my friend and I interrupted your walk, but we couldn't help but admire your sublime beauty from afar. Truly, it can only be compared to the alluring wonder of a mirrored lake sparkling under the rays of the sun, fresh and lively, full of such charming promises that no sweet words can describe them." Rain blinked and stared at him with wide eyes. What is he saying?" The second youth froze, then turned pale and awkwardly raised his hand to cover his face. And so, enchanted by the three beautiful fairies who must have descended from heaven to illuminate this dreary world with their youthful charm, we can't help but hope that you will come to us on a modest picnic. Please, I'm begging you, are you giving us a precious gift in the form of your wonderful company? My heart is like a bird trapped in a cage, beating wildly in anticipation." The strange guy finally finished speaking, looked at their surprised faces, and hurriedly added, "Oh, forgive me for being rude. I was so charmed by your stunning beauty that I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Master Tristan, and this is my friend, Master Mercy." "Ah." Rain blinked a couple of times. Tella moved away slightly, and Tamar just stared at the two young men with an expressionless expression. After a few seconds, she said dejectedly, "Tristan? Are you Tristan from the Aegis of the Rose?" The young man beamed. "So you've heard of me. Well, I can't say that I'm surprised. After all, the stories of my military prowess have spread everywhere. Oh, I think I killed your cousin in the battle for the Heart of God." Tamar studied him for a few moments, and then shrugged her shoulders. "Well, who knows? I could have. I am Lady Tamar of Sorrow, a former centurion of the 7th Royal Legion, and these are my friends." Tristan's expression changed. "The 7th Royal Legion? The 7th Royal Legion?" The second youth widened his eyes and reached out to his friend. "Tristan, wait." But Tristan didn't wait. "The army of that dishonest, devilish girl, Sation from the song? Ha! Then I take it back. I have to. My honor will not allow me to remain silent. You are not a fairy, my lady. You must be an evil seductress." But he didn't have time to say anything else. There was a loud sound, and Master Tristan's face suddenly turned to the side. The silhouette of an elegant palm was clearly imprinted on his cheek. Rain shook her hand in the air with a pained expression. Her arm hurt, but she was happy. Now it was a full-fledged walking experience. Of course, it would be better if the person she slapped wasn't a master. The masters really had strong jaws. Looking at the stunned Ascended One, Rain smiled. That wasn't very noble of you, was it, Master Tristan? After all, you were the one who contacted us first. How can you call my friend a seductress? She shook her head. I'm sorry, but we have to decline your picnic invitation. Now, if you'll excuse us. Bowing slightly to another master, she grabbed Tella and Tamar and dragged them away. Rain waited until they were far enough away before she burst out laughing. Meanwhile, Tristan and Mercy were left behind, left to their own devices. Tristan rubbed his cheek. A confused expression appeared on his face. That slap in the face, did she look strangely familiar to him? In the end, he sighed and looked at Mercy reproachfully. The worst thing they can say is no, isn't it? Mercy took a deep breath, shook his head, and left in dejected silence. Chapter 2295, Secret Lessons. Sadly, everything pleasant had to come to a finish. After experiencing a joyful and thrilling morning out with Tamar and Tell, Rain said goodbye to them. Tamar was off duty today, so she went back to the house her family was renting in Bastion. Tell, meanwhile, had a meeting with the leader of a merchant group that wanted to start a trade caravan to the Chained Isles. Rain herself switched out of her pretty dress into the puppeteer's shroud. The dress, the fancy shoes, and the earrings went into the bag of withholding. A thermos full of hot coffee came out instead, and she let out a deep breath of contentment after taking a sip, her back resting against a wall in a hidden alley. A few moments later, her brother emerged from the shadows and gave her a curious look. Rain raised an eyebrow. What? He paused for a bit, then shook his head. No, it's nothing, just good job. That only made her more puzzled. With what? He smiled. Slapping that fool, of course. Ah, you really made your big brother proud. I guess it's true what they say. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Rain blinked a couple of times. Did her brother know that strange guy, Tristan? Well, looking back, that was only to be expected. The circle of legacies was quite small, after all, and the Aegis Rose clan was well known. Tella seemed to be familiar with at least one of the two young masters, too. It was a bit worrying, though, to hear that she was starting to act like Sunny. That would be a problem. Only Sunny could succeed at being Sunny. Clearing her throat, she offered him her hand and smiled. In any case, I am ready to go. He pulled her into the shadows, and a moment later, they were on the Ivory Island. The emerald grass swayed gently in the warm wind, and the sun was shining on the sparkling surface of a small lake. The beautiful white pagoda stood up into the sky behind them, surrounded by the white bones of a dragon that wrapped around it. No matter how many times Rain visited the peaceful island, she could not help but feel a sense of wonder. She could not help feeling out of place here either, as if she was a human who had accidentally found her way into paradise. Rain looked around carefully. We're outside. Her activity on the Ivory Island was of a secretive kind, so her brother would usually bring her directly into the tower in order to avoid watching eyes. He nodded. We had guests earlier, but they have already left. So you can relax. They walked toward the Tower of Hope at a relaxed pace. Before too long, Rain looked up and asked suddenly, By the way, I've always been curious, what is that dead dragon doing here? At first, she had simply thought that everything on the Ivory Island was mysterious and magical. But as she grew more familiar with the place, the sun-bleached bones of the great beast started to look unusual. Her brother glanced at the ancient remains and smiled. Oh, him. His name was Severus, the Ivory Lord. He was the ruler of a place called the Ivory City, a descendant of Sun God, and one of the 7 immortal saints who protected the Demon of Hope. Well, before he went insane and died. Rain looked at her brother in surprise. Really? Wait, how do you know all of this? He paused for a moment. Ah, well, some people you know met him in their second nightmare. How do you think Nightingale got that fancy title of his? The Dragon's Lair. Rain's eyes widened a little. St. Kai? He killed this giant dragon. Her brother laughed. Sure. Of course, he was not St. Kai back then, merely awakened Kai. That crazy fellow. He literally jumped into the dragon's mouth to kill him. Nightingale, he might look like a softy, But let me tell you, that was not even the only dragon he has killed. He grew silent for a moment, then added in an amazed tone, "Now that I think about it, despite all that, he doesn't just look like a softy, he is a softy, a dragon-killing softy. What a contradiction." Rain giggled and looked at her brother sideways. "Oh, just out of curiosity, how many dragons did you kill?" He frowned, stayed quiet for a while, and then admitted reluctantly, "None. I did get into a brawl with a dragon once, though," she moaned. "Why did I even ask?" Soon enough, they reached a large chamber on one of the upper floors of the ivory tower. Lady Nephis was waiting there, gazing out the window. Hearing them enter, she turned around and smiled. "Rain!" Rain bowed politely, momentarily dazzled by her stunning beauty. "Teacher," Lady Nephis sighed. "I told you not to be so formal. Just call me Big Sister." Rain grew a little pale. I I wouldn't dare. How can I call you that, teacher? You are a sovereign." Her brother stared at her, mouth open. Hey, wait a second. I am a sovereign too. How come you have no problem calling me Big Brother? As well as all kinds of other far less nice things." Rain and Nephis both looked at him silently. Right. Her brother was a sovereign too. She wrinkled her face for a moment. "Well, it's his own fault. Who told him to act so unsovereignly?" Lady Nephis, Sunny, and Rain, the connection between the three of them was a bit strange. Rain knew that her brother and the beautiful goddess of humanity were together. To be honest, she was more than a little bit proud of him in that regard. Way to go, brother. Of all the amazing feats he had done, winning the beautiful changing star, quite literally the most exceptional woman in the world, was perhaps the most incredible. At the same time, it also felt satisfyingly right. Who else was good enough for her brother, after all? Nobody. Meanwhile, Rain and Lady Nephis had shared a brief link in the past as well. Lady Nephis even seemed to remember her. She also knew that Rain was her partner's student. However, Sunny was keeping the fact that Rain was his sister a secret, for some reason. At least that was how it appeared sometimes. It felt like Lady Nephis was aware that they were family. But sometimes, it felt like she was not. Rain had cautiously tried to mention it in the past, but without success. In any case, she could not bring herself to act casually around her stunning sister-in-law. "Shall we begin the lesson?" Fortunately, Lady Nephis saved her from having to answer. Her brother sighed and left them, saying that he would come get Rain in a few hours. The lesson started. Lady Nephis looked at Rain calmly. "Your channeling has become sufficiently stable now, Rain. You are advancing very fast, so starting today, I will teach you names that are far more dangerous than what we have learned so far. These names can destroy a shaper if the shaper loses control of them, so you must never hesitate while invoking them." Rain listened, her eyes gleaming with eager interest. Rain knew that she had a talent for the sorcery of names. In fact, she was more or less born to be a shaper. Humans all spoke the same language these days, but before the dark times, people of Earth had spoken all kinds of them. Pieces of these languages still remained, passed down among family members for generations, and academics had to learn the basics of a few if they wished to study the past. Of course, there were powerful machines capable of translating ancient texts for them as well. Then there was the dream realm and the nightmare spell, which translated the dead languages of the fallen civilizations for the awakened. There was the language that the nightmare spell itself used too. Rain had not understood why her brother insisted on teaching her these dead languages, but in hindsight it was a very useful skill to have. She had noticed that countless of the dream realm languages were similar to each other a long time ago, almost as if they shared a common source. The runic language of the nightmare spell was the closest to that source, but it was still merely an adaptation of it. Having studied shaping for a while now, Rain had come to believe that there was one true language out there, woven into the very fabric of existence, a language where every word was a true name, the language of the gods. Unlike the human languages which had been invented, this one was inherent to reality, both shaped by the world and shaping the world. Therefore, speaking the words of that language was no different from reshaping the world. That was what shapers did. By channeling true names and assembling them into verses, they could change the world in accordance with their will. However, not just anyone could become a shaper. The knowledge of true names was esoteric and lost. Anyone could learn the true names as long as they found one, though, and yet very few could actually speak them. After all, these names were never meant to be spoken by a human. They were meant to be spoken by the gods. Most people simply did not have the talent to master the true names, but rare individuals like Rain and Lady Nephis could, to a degree. Still, it wasn't easy. The true names were elusive. Even learning one did not mean that you could know it. The knowledge of a true name was effervescent, straining to erase itself, as if something that was not supposed to be retained by a human mind, like an object placed into an ill-fitting vessel. Speaking the true names was difficult too. Even if one had the talent, they had to practice relentlessly in order to realize it. Then there was the act of invoking the true names itself. Channeling them required a deep well of endurance, soul power, and a firm will. Faltering during an invocation could not only ruin the sorcery, but also harm the sorcerer. And finally, there was the process of assembling the verses. That aspect of shaping was not particularly hard or punishing, but demanded a lot of creativity from the shaper. That was the part Rain enjoyed the most. Lady Nephis was the only other shaper she knew, and it was interesting to see how different their talents were overall. Rain judged herself to be a more talented shaper, which did not mean that she was a more powerful one, though. Due to her innate attribute, Proet Rain could learn and speak true names easily. Building verses came naturally to her as well. However, Lady Nephis was indomitable. Once she learned a true name, that name could never escape her. Therefore, she carried an astonishingly broad library of them in her mind. And while Rain had an easier time speaking the names, her teacher could channel them much more effectively due to how uncompromising her will was. Rain was not really sure, but she strongly suspected that neither of them was an ordinary shaper. True shapers of the ancient past could neither have invoked the sorcery of names as easily as Rain could, nor have known as countless names as Lady Nephis knew, most likely. Therefore, they would have probably been astonished by the speed with which both of them were absorbing shaping. Today's lesson was, honestly, a bit alarming. The true names Lady Nephis spoke were so violent and calamitous that Rain wasn't sure she could channel them without destroying her own soul. Her teacher, of course, had no such problem. There did not exist a name that Lady Nephis would not dare invoke, and no name she would fail to tame. After a while, Rain was covered in sweat and trembling from exhaustion. Her essence was on the verge of running out. "Let us finish here." Nodding, Rain collapsed on the floor. There was no furniture in the spacious chamber, but she was happy to feel the cool touch of the stone plates. After a while, she sat up and smiled. "I am not sure I will ever need to speak such horrible names, teacher. After all, I want to be a builder, not a natural disaster." Lady Nephis smiled faintly. "Creation and destruction are two sides of the same coin, Rain. You can't neglect one if you want to master the other." Rain frowned a little, contemplating her words. Well, it made sense. If she wanted to build a bridge, she had to know all the ways in which the bridge could collapse. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to design it solidly enough to weather the burden of its own weight. Still, she didn't want to focus on learning true names that could be of use in a battle too much. Rain lingered for a while, then summoned the bag of withholding and pulled out a stack of paper, each page filled with neat, pretty handwriting. "Here's the new revision." She touched her hair in embarrassment. "I did my best to expand on the points you asked for. It is a bit hard to put into words, though. I am sorry." Lady Nephis took the papers from her, studied them briefly, and nodded. "Thank you, Rain." Her expression grew a little wistful. After a few seconds of silence, Lady Nephis sighed. "You must be curious about how things are going, right?" Rain would lie if she said that she wasn't. In truth, she had come to Bastion not only to learn, she had also come here to teach. Lady Nephis shook her head slightly. "None of them have learned to control their soul essence yet, let alone attempted to form a soul core. However, there is good news as well. 2 volunteers are now showing initial signs of being able to sense their essence, a promising result to say the least. I'm sure we will have our first success eventually." She glanced into the window. Of course, by now we have no choice but to admit that natural awakening will never be as quick as the path offered by the nightmare spell. And the awakened who do emerge that way in the future would most likely never be as fearsome as those forged and tempered by the spell. Still, their power will supplement the power of humanity just as well. We just have to be mindful of the cost. The easiest way to help a mundane person awaken naturally was to let them absorb soul shards of awakened nightmare creatures. However, there were more and more carriers of the nightmare spell in the world these days, and all of them needed to saturate their cores in order to reach the pinnacle of their power. So natural awakening did promise to produce a tectonic shift in the fate of humanity. However, it was not a panacea to the problems that plagued it. Lady Nephis glanced at the papers in her hand and smiled softly. Still, thank you, Rain. One day in the future, when the world becomes kind enough, children will not have to become fearsome warriors anymore. When that day comes, this effort of yours will save countless lives. No words can express my gratitude. Rain glanced away and blushed. That is all right. All I did was hunt a few nightmare creatures with Big Brother's help, fall into a canyon, and trek across a muddy plain. It was not a big deal. Lady Nephis chuckled quietly and patted Rain on the shoulder. I hope you didn't include this observation in your notes. We wouldn't want our volunteers to start jumping into random canyons, would we? The sun was already setting above Bastion by the time Nephis returned to her spacious chamber at the top of the ivory tower. The horizon was burning with a radiant conflagration of red and golden hues, while the sky above the mirror lake had already turned a deep shade of indigo, many stars glistening on its satin canvas like silver jewels. The pale disk of the full moon was already rising too. The shadows had grown deep and vague, embracing the world. As Nephis walked to the balcony and gazed down, Sunny rose from her shadow and hugged her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. Long day? Nephis inhaled deeply, then let out a long sigh. Yeah. Both of them watched the reflection of the moon move across the surface of the water in silence. After a while, Sunny tightened his embrace a little. You can rest easy tonight. I am keeping watch. In truth, Nephis did not always stay in Bastion. Most of her time was spent on various battlefields in the nebulous waters of the Storm Sea, in the harrowing reaches south of Godgrave, in the lethal cold of the frozen hell west of Ravenheart. If not there, she was leading humanity to war in the waking world, even if the world itself suppressed her powers and rejected her presence. She was fighting hard to postpone the collapse of human civilization on Earth and prepare the dream realm for the arrival of myriad refugees who would flee their dying world. Above all else, she was relentlessly searching for more citadels, those of them that had not been discovered and conquered yet, all in order to aid the human domain as much as she could and pave the way for the human sovereigns who would come in her wake. Sunny was fighting too, albeit in a more clandestine manner. But every month when the full moon rose above Bastion, both Nephis and Sunny had to be here. That was because the cursed demon they had unleashed upon the true Mirror Lake to stop Mordred was still there, hidden in reflections. It stayed safely contained on the other side of the Great Mirror most of the time. But on these few days when the boundary between the two versions of Bastion grew thin, its dark influence sometimes escaped the reflection of the moon. That was why they had to keep watch. Nephis put her hands on his and leaned back a little in his firm embrace, allowing herself to be supported by his body. I am not that tired. I slept well last night. As Supremes, they did not have to sleep every night, or even often, in theory. However, Nephis was under constant strain because of her flaw, so Sunny encouraged her to rest and recuperate as much as her impossibly busy schedule allowed. As the last light of day was drowning in the encroaching darkness, she asked, How did your battle go? Sunny chuckled. It went fine, I guess. I managed to kill one of the tyrants, so I will get to their nests soon. However, my shell was dismantled in no time. I was completely overwhelmed. Even though I was stronger than any individual nightmare creature there, and none of them possessed a will more firm than mine, the collective willpower of the swarm was like a dark tsunami. The more I moved, the more it felt like I was drowning in a mire. It was as if a great weight was pulling me down, making my steps slower and my arms weaker. Even though I could cut them, I struggled to land my strikes. Nephis remained silent for a while, then said thoughtfully, It is probably because you wield your will like a blade? Sunny raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? She considered her words for a moment. I only realized it recently, but the will, it is not a uniform force. Rather, everyone wields their own version of it. Your will, Sunny, is especially biased. It is built entirely around your killing intent. I'm not even sure if there is a difference between the two. So you wield your will like a weapon. He chuckled. What is wrong with that? What happened to the essence of combat is murder. Nephis smiled softly. It is murder, not a weapon. The sword you wield is important, but so is the hand that holds it. Ultimately, the true weapon is your body. What I mean to say is that you should wrap your will around your entire self, not just infuse your blade with it. That way you might find it easier to move even when facing an overwhelming foe. Sonny thought about it. Will was a force, and like any other force, there was a difference between simply wielding it and wielding it effectively. That difference was technique. Both he and Nephis were novices in that area, so they often shared their insights and helped each other improve. I should not be too biased toward killing in order to be a better murderer, huh? He smiled, amused by the contradiction. I'll try it the next time I have a chance. Then Sonny pulled her back gently. Come inside. Even if you're not going to sleep, at least meditate a little. With what is happening in the Western Quadrant, you will most likely have to return to the East. We both know how draining it is to linger at home. They returned to the chamber and soon found themselves on a sofa, his hands still wrapped around her waist. Nephis relaxed, closing her eyes while Sonny stared at the wall. After a few minutes of comfortable silence, she asked, What are you thinking about? Sonny chuckled. Me? Oh, I was just thinking how boring our lives have gotten. Nephis shifted and glanced up at him, her gray eyes glinting with a hint of amusement. Boring? Our lives? He nodded. Well, true, we are probably the busiest people in the world, two worlds even, apart from Cassie, that is. But thinking back to how I lived before becoming awakened, actually there was much more entertainment involved. Bread in circuses, right? Free food and entertainment, that has been the formula for pacifying a restless population from before the dark times. Only it's synth-paced and network comics now, I suppose. The government wisely made both easily accessible even to people in the outskirts. Sonny let out a sigh. But when was the last time we read a fun book, enjoyed a comic, swooned over a drama, or watched a movie? I can't even remember. Most of these things can't even be done in the dream realm. Granted, we seem to have electricity now. Who knows? Possibly there will be a movie theater in Bastion soon, or at least a radio station. Nephis studied him for a few seconds, then smiled and closed her eyes again. There might not be a movie theater in Bastion, but there are plenty of theaters. There are also printing presses in most citadels now. Nobody has published a novel yet, but there are already newspapers and magazines. Some are even publishing serials. Oh, and there will be the Dreamscape here soon, too, as long as we can figure out how to ward off the horrors who keep invading it. She paused for a moment, then added wistfully, But I get what you mean. To be honest, I can't remember the last time I simply listened to music either. A radio station having a radio station would be nice. Sonny laughed quietly. 3 billion people are pouring their longing onto you, but little do they know all their goddess wants is to be able to fangirl over her favorite idols in peace from the safety of her heavenly island. Nephis smiled sleepily. Yeah, that'd be great. Sonny remained motionless for a bit, then carefully unwrapped his hands from around her and reached into the shadows. Instead of a sword, however, what he pulled out of them this time was a black flute. Bringing it to his lips, he blew into it tentatively and then placed his fingers on its smooth body. Soon, a soothing melody spread across the chamber, gently lulling Nephis to sleep. Night settled over Bastion. Sonny continued to play the flute while watching over the city below. Somewhere in the city, Rain was sleeping soundly, having shunned her dormitory bunk for the lavish guest room of Tamar's family manor. Beth and Quentin were having a romantic dinner on the deck of a restaurant boat. Effie and her husband were tucking little Ling to sleep. Sonny's thoughts were peaceful and lazy. I might not be Knight of Nightgale, but if she wants to listen to music, I can make her wish come true. And speaking of Kai, back in the waking world, he was about to meet the dashing saint for the first time in a long while. Then the two of them would go on an adventure. Ah, it will be like the good old times. Nothing bad or terrible will happen, I'm sure. Chapter 2298, Recollection Path. Now a demigod, Sonny visited the edges of NQSC once more. Standing in a barren pathway formed by the deteriorating walls of rundown structures, he breathed in the polluted air deeply and winced. The odor was certainly familiar, but he didn't feel welcomed here. Not only because the outskirts had transformed just as completely as he had, but also because the world itself was pushing him away. Sonny breathed out slowly, battling with the awkward sensation of not belonging. His abilities were heavily limited and every intake of breath was difficult. A peculiar tiredness surrounded his thoughts, making him dull and sleepy. Most troubling of all, he could sense the very structure of reality trying to force him out. So he had to actively concentrate to remain in position every single second. It resembled the familiar motion of tugging on his tether to journey between realms, only sustained indefinitely. If he loosened his grip even momentarily, he would be sent back to the dream realm. Sonny wasn't in agony, but he still wanted to complain. How discouraging. Even if he had never felt any love for the outskirts, sensing like an unwanted visitor in his own homeworld seemed somewhat harsh. Sonny was fairly certain that he was the only person from the slums of NQSC to have become supreme. So, shouldn't his homecoming have been a celebration? Regardless, he stayed cautious. The outskirts were different now. This zone particularly was totally empty following the Dream Realm relocation. There were no inhabitants around, which meant that other creatures could have built their homes in the empty concrete wilderness. Sonny wasn't helpless in his current condition, but he was definitely much more exposed than he would be in the Dream Realm. It was quite fascinating, actually. Both Sonny and Nephis felt the rejection of their homeworld differently from how most other Supremes would, and occupied opposite ends of the spectrum too. For Sonny, it was much harder to remain here. That was because he contained his entire domain within his spirit, and therefore the principles governing the waking world fought against his heavy presence with extra intensity. However, for Nephis, it was actually much simpler to stay on Earth than it would have been for other Supremes. That was because of her original attribute Dreamspawn, which made her a being naturally linked to both worlds. Nevertheless, she couldn't unleash her powers freely here either, simply because of how destructive and overwhelming they were. The waking world was complex and delicate, its damaged ecosystem fragile. If Nephis wasn't careful with how she used her aspect, she could break entire continents, trigger massive tidal waves that would sweep human communities off the face of the earth, bring an endless winter by blocking the sun with rising clouds of ash, and start devastating chains of supervolcanic explosions that would heat the oceans and split the ground. So even if the world wasn't restricting Neff's power as much, she had to keep it controlled herself. I wonder if either of us will be able to visit here at all if we become sacred? Sonny suspected that his days of traveling to the waking world, at least, would be finished forever. Resting against the wall, he exhaled deeply. When is he arriving? Just then, there was the noise of footsteps, and a tall figure entered the alley, glancing around with interest. It was Kai, wearing an incredibly stylish collection of designer clothes, his striking green eyes and auburn hair standing out in the gloomy plainness of the outskirts like a bright signal. Spotting Sonny, he paused for a moment, then smiled pleasantly. "Oh, hello there, young man. You must be a member of the Shadow Clan. Please, take me to your leader. We have a meeting." Sonny gazed at him in bewilderment. "What is this idiot talking about?" Then it clicked. Kai had never viewed the Lord of Shadows without a mask, and unlike Effie, who lived in Bastion, he had never met Master Sunless either. So he must have pictured what every new recruit of the Shadow Clan imagined when entering the Dark Castle for the first time. A menacing, distant, and proud ruler sitting on a throne of bones. ROSORIS Instead, he met Sonny, who was younger than him by a few years, and appeared even younger due to his small height, thin frame, and pale skin. Kai suddenly bent forward a bit and looked at Sonny with large eyes. I'm sorry, B, but may I ask what skin products you use? The weather in Ravenheart is too harsh, so I've been really struggling." Sonny stared at him silently, concealing how astonished he was. What? That was what Kai wanted to know? And beyond that? Wasn't he a transcendent? What saint would go around concerned about skin products? Were there even skin products for saints? Finally, Sonny said in a flat voice, "You may." Kai lifted an eyebrow. "Excuse me?" Sonny watched him for a few more moments, then smiled. "I mean, you may ask. My skincare routine is a bit complicated, though. Listen carefully. First, you need to find a suit of armor crafted by the Prince of the Underworld. Then you need to defeat about 7,000 of nightmare creatures while wearing that armor to connect it to your soul. The rest is pretty straightforward. You just need to overcome the second and third nightmares, which you already have managed, and then reach supremacy. That is the secret of how to get radiant, fresh skin like mine. Kai stared at him with large eyes. After a while, he muttered in an uncertain tone, He's not joking, Sonny grinned. Of course I am not. I am the most truthful man in the world, after all. Two worlds, even. Then he raised a hand and tapped the taller man on the shoulder. I'm the Lord of Shadows, by the way. You can call me Sonny.